Chapter 3:6. Riches endanger the revel. One dusk at the end of August. When Bathsheba's experiences as a married woman were still new, and when the weather was yet dry and sultry, a man stood motionless. In the stackyard of Weatherbury Upper Farm. Looking at the divine domain and heavens. The twilight had a menacing aspect. A heated breeze from the south. Slowly fanned at the summits of lofty objects, and in the heavens dashes of uplifting cloud were sailing in a course. At right angles to that of another stratum, neither of them in the direction of the wind below. The satellite, as seen through these films, had a lurid metallic look. The grasslands were shallow with the impure glow, and were all tinged in monochrome. As if beheld through stained glass. The same evening. The sheep portrayed homeward head to tail. The behavior of the rooks had been confused, and the mares had moved with humidity and caution. Tempest was imminent, and taking some secondary appearances into consideration, it was likely to be followed by one of the lengthened rains. Which marked the close of dry weather for the season. Before 12 hours had passed, a harvest atmosphere would be a bygone thing. Oak gazed with misgiving. At 8 naked and unprotected ricks. Massive and heavy, with the rich produce of one half the farm. For that year he went on to the barn. This was the darkness which had been selected by Sergeant Troy, ruling. Now in the room of his wife, for giving the harvest supper and dance. As Oak approached the building, the sound of violins and a tambourine. And the regular jigging of many feet grew more distinct. He came close to the large doors, one of which stood slightly ajar, and looked in. The central space, together with the recess at one end. Was emptied of all encumbrances, and this area, covering about 2/3 of the whole. Was appropriated for the gathering. The remaining end, which was piled to the ceiling with oats, being screened off with sailcloth. Tufts and garlands of green foliage decorated the walls, beams, and extemporized chandeliers. And immediately opposite Oak, a roster had been erected bearing a table and chairs. Here sat 3 fiddlers. And aside them stood a frantic man, with his hair on end. Perspiration streaming down his cheeks, and a tambourine quivering in his hand. The dance ended, and on the black oak floor in the midst. A new row of couples formed for another. Now, Mom, and no offense I hope, I asked. What dance you would like next to the first violin. Really. It makes no difference to the clear voice of Bathsheba. Who stood at the inner end of the building, observing the scene from behind the table. Covered with cups and viands. Troy was lolling beside her. Then. So the fiddler, I'll venture to name that the right and proper thing. Is the soldier's joy. There being a gallant soldier married into the farm. Hey, my sonnies and gentlemen all. It'll be the soul of joy, exclaimed the chorus. Thanks for the compliment. Said the sergeant, gaily taking Bathsheba by the hand. And leading her to the top of the dance. Although I have purchased my discharge from Her Most Gracious Majesty's Regiment of Cavalry, the 11th Dragoon Guards. To attend the new duties awaiting me here, I shall continue a soldier in spirit and feeling as long as I live. So the dance began. As to the merits of the soldier's joy. There cannot be, and never were, two opinions. It has been observed. In the musical circles of Weatherbury. And its vicinity that this melody, at the end of 3/4 of an hour of thunderous footing, still possesses more stimulative properties for the heel and toe than the majority of other dances of their first opening. The soldier's joy has to an additional charm. In being so adamantly adapted to the tambourine. A faucet, no mean instrument. In the hands of a performer. Who understands the proper convulsions. Spasms, asynth. It is ease. Dance and fearful frenzy. Is necessary when exhibiting its tones in their highest perfection. The immortal tune ended a fine dd. Rolling forth from the bass viol. With a sonorousness of a cannonade. And Gabriel delayed his entry no longer. He avoided Bathsheba. And got as near as possible to the platform. Where Sergeant Troy was now seated. Drinking brandy and water. Though the others drank, without exception, cider and ale. Gabriel could not easily thrust himself within speaking distance of the sergeant, and he sent a message asking him to calm down for a moment The sergeant said he could not attend. Will you tell him then, said Gabriel. But I only stepped a thought. To say that the heavy rain is sure to fall soon, and that something should be done to protect the wrecks. Mr. Troy says it will not rain. Returned the messenger. And he cannot stop to talk to you about such fidgets. In juxtaposition with Troy Okadebel and colleague, tendency to look like a candle beside gas. And ill at ease. He went out again thinking he would go home. But under the circumstances, he had no heart for the scene in the barn. At the door he paused for a moment. Troy was speaking. Friends, it is not only the harvest home that we are celebrating tonight. But this is also a wedding feast. A short time ago, I had the happiness to lead to the altar this lady, your mistress, and not until now we've been able to give any public flourish to the event in Weatherbury. But it may be thoroughly well done. And that every man may go happy to bed. I've ordered we brought here some bottles of brandy and kettles of hot water. A troubled strong goblet will be handed round to each guest. Boss Hiba put her hand upon his arm. And with upturned pale face said imploringly, no, don't give it to them, pray. Don't, Frank, you'll only do them harm. They've had enough of everything. True, we don't wish for no more than gate, said one or two. So the sergeant contemptuously and raised his voice, as if lighted up by a new idea. Friends, he said, we'll send the women folk home. This time they were in bed. Then we cockbirds will have a jolly chorus to ourselves. If any of the men show the white feather, let them look elsewhere for a winter's work. Bathsheba indignantly left the barn. Followed by all the women and children. The musicians, not looking upon themselves as company, slipped quietly away to their spring wagon and put in the horse. Thus Troy and the men on the farm were left sole occupants of the place. Oak, not to appear unnecessarily disagreeable, stayed a little while. Then he too arose and quietly took his departure, followed by a friendly oath from the sergeant for not staying to a second round of grog. Gabriel proceeded towards his home. In approaching the door, his toe kicked something which felt and sounded soft, leathery, and extended like a boxing glove. It was a large toad humbly traveling across the path. Oak took it up, thinking it might be better to kill the creature, to save it from pain for finding it uninjured. He placed it again among the grass. He knew what this direct message from the great Mother meant, and soon came another. When he struck a illumination indoors that appeared upon the table. A thin glistening streak. As if a brush of varnish had been lightly dragged across it. Oak's eyes followed the serpentine sheen. To the other side. Where it led up to a huge brown garden slug, which had come indoors tonight for reasons of its own. It was nature's second way of hinting to him that he was to prepare for foul weather. Oak sat down meditating for nearly an hour. During this time. To black spiders of the kind common unthatched houses. Promenade the ceiling, ultimately dropping to the floor. This reminded him that if there is one class of manifestation on this matter that he thoroughly understood, it was the instincts of sheep. He left the room, ran across 2 or 3 lands towards the flock. Got upon a hedge and looked over among them. They were crowded close together on the other side, around some furze bushes, and the first peculiarity observable was that, on the sudden appearance of Oak's head over the fence, they did not stir or run away. They had now a terror of something greater than their terror of man. But this was not the most noteworthy feature. They were all grouped in such a way that their tails, without a single exception, were towards that half of the horizon from which the storm threatened. There was an inner circle closely huddled, and outside these they radiated wider apart, the pattern formed by the flock as a whole not being unlike a Van Dyke lace collar. To which the clump of furze bush stood. In the position of a wearer's neck. This was enough to re-establish him. In his original opinion, he knew now that he was right, and that Troy was wrong. Every voice in nature was unanimous in bespeaking change. But to distinct translations attached, these dumb expressions apparently, there was to be a thunderstorm and afterwards a cold, continuous rain. The creeping things seemed to know all about the later rain. but little of the interpolated thunderstorm. Whilst the sheep knew about the thunderstorm, and nothing of the later rain. This complication of weather is being uncommon. Was all the more to be feared. Oak returned to the stackyard, all silent there, and the chronicle tips of the ricks. Jotted darkly into the heavens. There are 5 wheat ricks in this yard, and 3 stacks of barley. The wheat, when threshed, would average about 30 quarters to each stack, the barley at least 40. They are valued about Sheba, and indeed to anybody. Oak mentally estimated by the following simple calculation: 5*30 equals 150 quarters equals 500 pounds. 340 equals 120 quarters equals to 150 pounds total, 750,750 pounds in the divinest form that money can wear, that of necessary food for man and beast, should the risk be run. Of deteriorating this bulk of corn to less than half its value, because of the instability of a woman. Never, if I can prevent it, said Gabriel. Such was the argument that Oak set outwardly before him. But man, even to himself, is a palimpsest having an abstensible writing, and another beneath the lines. It is possible that there was this golden legend under the utilitarian one: I will help to my last effort the woman I have loved so dearly. He went back to the barn to endeavor to obtain assistance for covering the ricks. That very nightfall all was silent within, and it would have passed on. In the belief that the party had broken up. Had not a dim brightness. Yellow was softened by contrast with the greenish whiteness outside, streamed through a knot hole in the folding doors. Gabriel looked in. An unusual picture met his eye. The candle, suspended among the evergreens, had burnt down to their sockets, and in some cases, the leaves tied about them were scorched. Many of the lights had quite gone out. Others smoked and stank. Grease dropping from them upon the floor. Here under the table. And leaning against forms and chairs, and every conceivable attitude, except the perpendicular. With the wretched persons of all the work folk. The hair of their heads at such low levels. Being suggestive of mops and brooms. In the midst of these, John read. And distinct, the figure of Sergeant Troy leaning back in the chair. Corgan was on his back with his mouth open, buzzing forth snores, as were several others. The united breathings of the horizontal assemblage, forming a subdued roar like London. From a distance, Joseph Pawgrass was curled round. In the fashion of a hedgehog. Apparently in attempts to present the least possible portion of his surface to the air. And behind him was dimly visible. An unimportant remnant of William Smallberry. The glasses and cups still stood up on the table, a water jug being overturned, from which a small reel. After tracing its course with marvelous precision down the center of the long table. Fell into the neck of the unconscious Mark Clark. In a steady, monotonous strip, like the dripping of a stalactite in a cave. Gabriel glanced hopelessly at the group, which with 1 or 2 exceptions. Composed all the able-bodied men upon the farm. He saw at once that if the ricks would be saved that darkness, or even the next morning. He must save them with his own hands. A faint ting resounded from under Cogan's waistcoat. It was Cogan's watch striking the hour of 2 o'clock. Went to the recumbent form of Matthew Satlight, who usually undertook the rough thatching of the homestead, and shook him. The shaking was without effect. Gabriel shouted in his ear. Where's your thatching beetling rick stick? And SPARS. Under the startles, said Satlight mechanically. With the unconscious promptness of a medium, Gabriel let go his head, and it dropped upon the floor like a bowl. He then went to Susan Tall's husband. Where is the key of the GRANARY? No answer. The question was repeated with the same result. To be shouted to at darkness was evidently less of a novelty to Susan Tall's husband than to Matthew Lunar. Body. Oak flung down Tall's head into the corner again and turned away. To be just the men were not greatly to blame for this painful and demoralizing termination of the evening's entertainment. Sergeant Troy had so strenuously insisted. Glass in hand, the drinking should be the bond of their union, that those who wished to refuse hardly liked to be so unmanly under the circumstances, having from their youth up been entirely unaccustomed to any liquor dot stronger than cider or mild ale dot, it was no wonder that they had succumbed one and all dot with extraordinary uniformity dot after the lapse for about an hour. Gabriel was greatly depressed. This debauch boded ill for that willful and fascinating mistress, whom the faithful man even now felt within him dot as the embodiment of all that was sweet and bright and hopeless dot. He put out the expiring lights, that the barn might not be endangered dot closed the door upon the men in their deep dot oblivious sleep, and went again into the lone dusk, a hot wind as if breathed from the parted lips of some dragon. About to swallow the globe dot phantom from the south, or directly opposite in the north rose, a grim the shape and body of cloud dot in the very teeth of the wind dot, so unnaturally did it rise. The one could fancy it to be lifted by machinery dot from below dot. Meanwhile the faint dot cloudlets dot had flown back into the southeast corner of the heavens, as if in terror of the large cloud dot, like a young brood gazed in upon by some monster dot going on to the village oak. Flung a small stone against the window of Laban Toll's bedroom, expecting Susan to open it dot, but nobody stirred. He went down to the back door dot, which had been left unfastened for Laban's entry, and passed into the foot of the staircase dot. Mrs. Tor, I've come for the key to Granary dot to get at the Rick cloths dot, said Oak in a centurion voice dot. Is that you dot? So Mrs. Tall dot, half awake. Yes dot. So Gabriel, come along the bed dot. Do you draw lodging rogue? Keeping a body awake like this dot. It isn't Laban, it is Gabriel Oak. I want the key of the Granary dot. Gabriel, what in the name of fortune dot did you pretend to be laboring for? I didn't. I thought you meant. Yes, you did. What do you want to hear dot? The key of the granary, and take it then dot. Cause on the nail, people coming, disturbing women at this time of twilight. Or Gabriel took the key dot without waiting to hear the conclusion of the parade dot. 10 minutes later, his lonely figure might have been seen, dragging for large waterproof coverings across the yard, and soon 2 of these heaps of treasure in grain were covered dot, snug to cloths to each. 200 pounds was secured dot. 3 wheat stacks remained open, and there were no more cloths. Oak looked under the saddles and found a fork. He mounted the 3rd pile of prosperity and began operating dot, adopting the plan of sloping the upper sheaves one over the other, and in addition dot, filling the interstices dot with the material of some untied sheaves dot. So far all was well by this hurried contrivance dot. That Sheba's property and wheat was safe for at any rate a week or 2 dot, provided always that there was not much wind dot. Next came the barley dot. This dot it was only possible to protect by systematic patching. Time went on, and the heavenly domain vanished, not to reappear. It was the farewell of the ambassador previous to war. The darkness had a haggard look, like a sick thing, and there came finally dot, an utter expiration of air from the whole heaven, in the form of a slow zephyr, which might have been likened to a death dot. And now nothing was heard in the yard but the dull thuds of the beetle dot, which drove in the spars dot, and the rustle of thatch in the intervals dot. Chapter 37. The storm dot. The 2 together. A brightness flapped over the scene dot, as if reflected from phosphorescent wings, crossing the expanse, and a rumble filled the air dot. It was the first move of the approaching storm. The second peal was noisy dot, with comparatively little visible lightning. Gabriel saw a candle shining in Bathsheba's bedroom, and soon a shadow swept to and fro upon the blind. Then there came a 3rd flash. Maneuvers of the most extraordinary kind dot were going on in the vast, fundamental hollows overhead. The lightning now was the color of silver dot, and gleamed in the heavens like a mailed army dot. Rumbles became rattles. Gabriel dot, from his elevated position, could see over the landscape dot at least half a dozen miles in front. Every hedge dot, bush, and tree was distinct as in a line engraving dot. In a paddock dot in the same direction was a herd of heifers, and the forms of these were visible at this moment dot, in the act of galloping about in the wildest and maddest confusion dot, flinging their heels and tails high into the air, their heads to earth. A poplet in the immediate foreground was like an ink stroke on burnished tin. Then the picture vanished dot, leaving the darkness so intense that Gabriel worked entirely by feeling with his hands dot. It stuck his ricking rod or point yard dot, as was indifferently called a long iron lance polished by handling into the stack used to support the sheaves. Instead of the support called a groom used on houses, a blue brightness appeared in the zenith and in some indescribable manner flickered down near the top of the rod. It was the fourth of the larger flashes a moment later, and there was a smart, clear, and short. Gabriel felt his position to be anything but a safe one, and he resolved to descend. Not a drop of rain had fallen as yet. He wiped his weary brow and looked again at the black forms. The unprotected stacks was his life so valuable to him. After all, what were his prospects? That he should be so chary of running risk. When important and urgent labor could not be carried on without such risk. He resolved to stick to the stack, however. He took a precaution. Under the saddles was a long tethering chain used to prevent the escape of errant stallions. This he carried up the ladder and sticking his rod through the clog at one end, allowed the other end of the chain to trail upon the ground. The spike attached to it he drove in under the shadow of this extemporize lightning conductor. He felt himself comparatively safe. Before Oak had laid his hands upon his tools again, out lit the fifth flash with the spring of a serpent and a shout of a fiend. It was green as an emerald, and the reverberation was stunning. What was this? The luminosity revealed to him in the open ground before him. As he looked over the ridge of the rick, was a dark and apparently female form. Could it be that of the only venturesome woman in the parish, Bathsheba? The form moved on a step, then he could see no more. Is that your mum? Said Gabriel to the darkness. Who is there? Said the voice of Bathsheba. Gabriel, I'm on the wreck faction. Oh Gabriel, I know you. I've come about them. The weather woke me. I thought of the corn. I'm so distressed about it. Can we save it anyhow? I couldn't find my husband. Is he with you? He's not here. Do you know where he is? Asleep in the barn. He promised that the stack should be seen to another. All neglected. Can I do anything to help? Lydia is afraid to come out. Fancy finding you here touching our. Surely I can do something. You can bring up some reed sheaves to me. One by one, man. If you're not afraid to come up the ladder in the dark. Said Gabriel. Every moment is precious now, and that would save a good deal of time. That it's not very dark when the lightning's been gone a bit. I'll do anything, she said resolutely. She instantly took a sheaf upon her shoulder. Clambered up close to his heels, placed it behind the rod, and descended for another. At her third ascent the rick suddenly brightened. With the brazen glare of shining maglicka. Every knot in every straw was visible. On the slope in front of him appeared two human shapes, black as jet. The rick lost its sheen, the shapes vanished. Gabriel turned his head. It had been the sixth flash, which had come from the east behind him, and the two dark forms on the slope had been the shadows of himself and Bathsheba. Then came the peal. It hardly was credible that such a heavenly brightness could be the parent of such a diabolical sound. Oh, how terrible! She exclaimed and clutched him by the sleeve. Gabriel turned and studied her on her aerial perch. By holding her arm at the same moment, while he was still reversed in his attitude, there was more illumination, and he saw as it were a copy of the tall poplar tree on the hill. Drawn in black on the wall of the barn. It was the shadow of that tree. Thrown across by a secondary flash in the west. The next flare came, but she was on the ground now, shouldering another sheaf, and she bore its dazzle without flinching. Storm and all and again ascended with the load. There was then a silence everywhere for 5 minutes, and the crunch of the spars. As Gabriel hastily drove them and could again be distinctly heard. He thought of the crisis of the storm had passed, but there came a burst of brightness. Hold on, so Gabriel, taking a sheet from her shoulder and grasping her arm. Again, heaven opened then indeed. The flash was almost too novel. For its inexpressibly dangerous nature to be at once realized, and they could only comprehend. The magnificence of its beauty. It sprang from east, west, north, south. And it was a perfect dance of death. The forms of skeletons appeared in the air. Shaped with blue fire for bones, dancing. Leaping, striding. Racing around and mingling together. An unparalleled confusion. With these were intertwined, undulating snakes of green. And behind these was a broad mass of lesser brilliance simultaneously came from every part of the tumbling heavens, what may be called a shout. Since there no shout ever came near it. It was more of the nature of a shout than anything else. Earthly. In the meantime, one of the grisly forms are lighted. Upon the point of Gabriel's rod. To run invisibly down it. Down the chain and into the earth. Gabriel was almost blinded, and he could feel that she was warm. Arm tremble in his hand. Sensation novel and thrilling enough. But love life. Everything human seems small and trifling. In such close juxtaposition. With an infuriated universe. Could hardly time. To gather up these impressions into a thought. And to see how strangely the red feathers of her hat shone in this brightness, when the tall tree on the hill before mentioned. Seemed on fire to a white heat, and a new one among these terrible voices mingled with the last crash of those proceeding. It was a stupefying blast, harsh and pedal ous. And it fell upon their ears in a dead flat blow, without that reverberation which lends the tones of a drum. To a more distant boom by the luster reflected from every part of the earth and from the wide domical scoop above it. He saw that the tree was sliced down, the whole length of its tall. Straight stem, a huge riband of bark being apparently flung off. The other portion remained erect. And revealed a bad surface. As a strip of white down the front. The lightning had struck the tree. A sulphurous smell filled the air. Then all was silent and black as a cave in Hinnom. We had an hour escape, so Gabriel hurriedly, "You better go down." That Sheba said nothing, but you could distinctly hear her rhythmical pants. Under a current rustle of the sheath behind her. In response to her fighting pulsations, she descended the ladder, and on second thoughts, he followed her. The darkness was now impenetrable. By the sharpest vision, they both stood still at the bottom side by side. But Sheba appeared to think only of the weather. Oak thought only of her just then. At last he said, "Storm says you're past now. At any rate, I think so." To Sebastian Ba. For there are multitudes of gleams. Look. The atmosphere was now filled with an incessant brilliance. Frequent repetition, melting into complete continuity, is an unbroken sound. Results from the successive strokes on a gong. Nothing serious, said he. I can't understand no rain falling. But heaven be praised, it's all the better for us. I'm going up again. Gabriel, you are kinder than I deserve. I will stay and help you yet. No, why not some of the others here? They would have been here if they could. Said Oak in a hesitating way. Oh, I know it all. Oh, she said, adding slowly, they're all asleep in the barn, and a drunken sleep, and my husband among them. That's it, is it not? Don't single quotes T think I'm a timid woman and can endure things. I am not certain to get real. I'll go and see. He crossed to the barn, leaving her there alone. He looked through the chinks of the door, or was in total darkness as he had left it, and there still arose, as at the former time, the steady buzz of many snores. He felt as if a curling about his cheek, and turned. It was Beth. She was breath. She had followed him. And was looking into the same chink. Endeavor to put off the immediate and painful subject of their thoughts. By remarking gently, if you come back again, Miss Ma'am, and hand up a few more, it would save much time. Then Oak went back again, sent it to the top. Stepped off the ladder for greater expedition, and went on thatching. She followed, but without a sheaf. Gabriel, she said in a strange and impressive voice. Oak looked up at her. She had not spoken since he left the barn. The soft and continual shimmer of the dying lightning. Showed a marble face. High against the black sky of the opposite quarter. That Sheba was sitting almost on the apex of the stack. Her feet gathered up beneath her. And resting on the top of the ladder. Yes, mistress, he said. I suppose you thought that. When I galloped away to Bath that dusk, it was on purpose to be married. I did at last. Not at first, he answered. Somewhat surprised at the abruptness. With which this new subject was broached. And others thought so too. Yes. And you blame me for it. Well, a little. I thought so. Now I care a little for your good opinion, and I want to explain something. I have longed to do it, ever since I returned, and you looked so gravely at me. For if I were to die, and I may die soon, It would be dreadful that you should always think mistakenly of me. Now listen. Gabriel ceased his rustling. I went to bath that darkness in the full intention of breaking off my engagement to Troy. It was owing to circumstances which occurred after I got there that we were married. Now do you see the matter in a new glow? I do somewhat. I must, I suppose, say more now that I've begun, and perhaps it's no harm. You're certainly under no delusion that I ever loved you more than I can have any objects. And speaking more than that object, I have mentioned when I was alone in a strange city, and the horse was lame at last. I didn't know what to do. I saw when it was too late that scandal might seize hold of me. For meeting him alone in that way. But I was coming away, and he suddenly said, you had that day seen a woman more beautiful than I, and that his constancy could not be counted, unless I once became his, and I was grieved and troubled. She cleared her voice and waited a moment, as if to gather breath, and then, between jealousy and distraction, I married him, she whispered with desperate impetuosity. Gabriel made no reply. He was not to blame for it was perfectly true about that his seeing somebody else chatted quickly. And now I don't wish for a single mark from you upon the subject. Indeed, I forbid it. I only wanted to know that misunderstood bit of my history. Before a time comes when you could never know it. You want some more sheaves. She went down the ladder, and the work proceeded. Gabriel soon perceived anger in the movements of his mistress. Up and down, and he said to her gently, as a mother, I think you better go indoors now. You tired? I can finish the rest alone. If the wind does not change, the rain is brilliance to keep off. If I'm useless, I will go to death cheaper in a flagging cadence. But oh, if your life should be lost, you are not useless, but I would rather not tie you longer. You've done well and do better, she said gratefully. Thank you for your devotion 1,000 times, Gabriel. Good nightfall. I know you're doing a very best for me. She diminished in the gloom and vanished, and he heard the latch of the gate fall. As she passed through, he worked in a reverie, now losing upon her story, upon the contradictionness of that feminine heart, which caused her to speak more warmly to him tonight than she had done whilst unmarried, and free to speak as warmly as she chose. He was disturbed in his meditation by a grating noise from the coach house. It was a vane on the roof turning round. And this change in the wind was the signal for disastrous rain. Chapter 38. Rain. 1. Solitary meets another. It was now 5 o'clock, and the dawn was promising to break. In hues of drab and ash the air changed its temperature and stirred itself more vigorously. Cool breezes caused and transparent eddies round Oak's face. The wind shifted yet a point or two and blew stronger. In 10 minutes, every wind of heaven seemed to be roaming at large. Some of the thatching on the wheat stacks was now whirled fantastically aloft and had to be replaced, and weighted with some rails that lay near at hand. This done, Oak slaved away again. At the Bali, a huge drop of rain smoked his face. The wind snarled around every corner. The trees rocked to the bases of their trunks, and the twigs clashed and strifed. Driving in spars at any point and on any system, inch by inch he covered more and more safely from ruin. This distracting impersonation of 700 pounds. The rain came on in earnest. And Oak soon felt the water to be tracking. Cold and clammy roots down his back. Ultimately, he was reduced well nigh to a homogeneous stop, and the dyes of his clothes trickled down and stood in the pool at the foot of the ladder. The rain stretched obliquely through the dull atmosphere, and liquid spines, unbroken in continuity between their beginnings, and the clouds and their points. In him, Oak suddenly remembered that 8 months before this time, he had been fighting against fire in the same spot. As desperately as he was fighting against water now. And for a futile love of the same woman as for her. But Oak was generous and true, and dismissed his reflections. It was about 7 o'clock in the dark leading morning. When Gabriel came down from the last stack. And thankfully exclaimed, "It is done." He was drenched, weary, and sad, and yet not so sad as drenched and weary. But he was cheered by a sense of success, and a good cause. Faint sounds came from the barn, and he looked that way. Figures stepped singly and in pairs through the doors. or walking awkwardly and abashed. Save the foremost who wore a red jacket and advanced with his hands in his pockets, whistling. The others shambled after. With a conscience-stricken air. The whole procession. Was not unlike Flaxman's group of suitors, tottering on towards the infernal regions. Under the conduct of Mercury. Bernard Shapes passed into the village joy. Their leader entering the farmhouse. Not a single one of them. Had turned his face to the ricks. Or apparently bestowed one thought upon their condition. Soon Okta went homeward by a different route from theirs. In front of him. Against the wet glazed surface of the lane, he saw a person walking yet more slowly than himself, under an umbrella. The man turned and plainly started. He was BOLDWOOD. How are you this morning, sir? Said Oak. Yes. It is a wet day. Oh, I am well. Very well. I thank you quite well. I'm glad to hear it, sir. Baldwood seemed to await the present by degrees. You look tired, Enel Oak, he said, then desolate truly regarding his companion. I am tired. You look strangely altered, sir. Not a bit of it. I am well enough. Put that into your head. I thought you didn't look quite so topping. As he used to, that was all indeed. And you are mistaken, said Baldwood shortly. Nothing hurts me. My constitution is an iron one. I've been working hard to get our ricks covered. And was barely in time. That never had such a struggle in my life. Yours, of course, is safe, sir. Oh, yes. Boltwood added after an interval of silence. What did you ask, Oak? Your ricks are all covered before this time. No. But anyway, the large ones upon the stone saddles. They're not them under the hedge. No, I forgot to tell the Fatula said about it. No, the little one by the stile. No, the little one by the stile. I overlooked the ricks this year. They're not a tenth of your corn. Will come to measure, sir. Possibly not. Overlook them, repeated Gabriel slowly to himself. It is difficult to describe the intensely dramatic effect that announcement had upon Oak. At such a moment, all the darkness he had been feeling, that the neglect he was laboring to repair was abnormal and isolated. The only instance of the kind within the circuit of the county. Yet at this very time, within the same parish. The greater waste had been going on. Uncomplained of and disregarded. A few months earlier, Baldwood's forgetting his husbandry would have been as preposterous an idea as a sailor forgetting he was in a ship. Oak was just thinking that whatever he himself might have suffered from Bathsheba's marriage, he was a man who had suffered more. When Baldwood spoke at a changed voice, that of one who yearned to make a confidence and relieve his heart by an outpouring. Oak. He knows what has either. Things have gone wrong with me lately. I may as well own it. I was going to get a little settled in life, but in some way my plan has come to nothing. I thought my mistress would have married you, said Gabriel, not knowing enough of the full depths of Baldwood's love. To keep silence on the farmer's account. And determined not to evade discipline. By doing so on his own. However, it is so sometimes, and nothing happens that we expect. He added. But the propose of a man who misfortune inured, rather than subdued. I dare say I am a joke about the parish. Said Boldwood, as if the subject came irresistibly to his tongue, and other miserable lightness. Meant to express his indifference. Oh, no, I don't think that. But the real truth of the matter is that there was not. Some fancy. Any tilting on her part. That no engagement ever existed between me and Miss Everden. People say so, but it is untrue. She never promised me. Oldwood stood still now and turned his wild face to Oak. Oh, Gabriel, he continued, I am weak and foolish, I don't know what, and I can't fend off my miserable grief. I had some faint belief in the mercy of God, who I lost that woman. Yes, he prepared a gourd to shade me. And like the prophet I thanked him and was glad. But the next day, he prepared a worm to smite the gourd and wither it. And I feel it is better to die than to live. A silence followed. Baldwood aroused himself from the momentary mood of confidence into which he had drifted and walked on again, resuming his usual reserve. No, Gabriel, he resumed with a carelessness which was like the smile on the countenance of a skull. It was made more of by other people than it ever was by us. I do feel a little regret occasionally, but no woman ever had power over me. For any length of time. Well. Good morning. I can trust you not to mention others. What has passed between us to hear? Chapter 39, Coming Home a Cry, on the Turnpike Road. Between Caspbridge and Weatherbury. And about 3 miles from the former place is Yalbury Hill, one of those steep long ascents which pervade the highways of this undulating part of South Wessex. In returning from market. It is usual for the farmers and other gig gentry to luminosity at the bottom and walk up. One Saturday twilight in the month of October, Bathsheba's vehicle was duly creeping up this incline. She was sitting listlessly in the second seat of the gig, whilst walking beside her. In a farmer's marketing suit of unusually fashionable cut was near-erect, well-made young man. The 1 foot he held the reins and whip, and occasionally aimed brightness cuts at the horse's ear. With the end of the lash as a recreation. This man was her husband, formerly Sergeant Troy, who, having bought his discharge with Bathsheba's money, was gradually transforming himself into a farmer of a spirited and very modern school. People of unalterable ideas still insisted upon calling him Sergeant. When they met him, which was in some degree owing to his having still retained the well-shaped mustache of his military days, and the soldierly bearing, inseparable from his form and training. If it hadn't been for that wretched rain, I should have cleared 100. Easy looking, my love, he was saying. Don't you see? It ordered all the chances. To speak like a book I once read. Wet weather is the narrative, and fine days of the episodes of our country's history. Now, isn't that true? But the time of the year has come for changeable weather. Well, yes. The fact is these autumn races are the ruin of everybody. Never did I see such a day as twice. There's a wild open place just out of Budmouth, when a drab sea rolled in towards, just like a liquid misery. Wind and rain, good Lord. Dark white was as black as my hat. Before the last race was won, it was 5 o'clock, and he couldn't see the steeds till they were almost in leave-alone colors. The ground was as heavy as lead. And all judgment from a fellow's experience. Went for nothing. Stallions, riders, people were all blown about like ships at sea. 3 boots were blown over, and the wretched folk inside crawled out upon their hands and knees. And in the next field. Where as many as a dozen hats at one time. High Pimpernel, regularly stoke fast, went about 60 yards off, and when I saw Policy stepping on, it did knock my heart against the lining on my ribs. I assure you, my love. And you mean Frank, said Bathsheba. Sadly, her voice was painfully lowered. From the fullness and diversity of the previous summer, that you have lost more than 100 pounds in a month. By this dreadful horse racing. Oh, Frank. It is cruel. It is foolish of you to take away my money. So we should have to leave the farm. That'll be the end of it. Humbug about cruel. Now that is again turned on the waterworks, just like you. But you promise me not to go to Bedmouth. Second meeting, won't you? She implored. Bathsheba was at the full depth for tears. But she maintained a dry eye. I don't see why I should, in fact. If it turns out to be a fine day, I was thinking of taking you. Never. I'll go 100 miles the other way first. I hate the sound of the very word, but the question of gonna see the race. Or staying at home. Is very little to do with the matter. I mean, bets are all booked safely enough. Before the race begins, you may depend. Whether it is a bad race for me or a good one. Will have very little to do without going there next Monday. But you don't mean to say that you have risked anything on this one too? She exclaimed with an agonized look. Now don't you be a little fool. Wait till you're told, my Bashi. But you have lost all the pluck and sourceness. You formerly had, and upon my life, if I had known what a chicken-hearted creature you were. Under all your boldness, I'd never. I know what a flash of indignation might have been seen in Bathsheba's dark eyes. As she looked resolutely ahead. After this reply then moved on without further speech. Some early withered leaves from the trees, which hooded the road at this spot. Occasionally spinning downward across their path to the earth. A woman appeared on the brow of the hill. The ridge was in a cutting. So that she was very near the husband and wife. Before she became visible. Troy had turned toward the gig to remount, and whilst putting his foot on the step, the woman passed behind him, though the overshadowing trees and the approach of eventide enveloped them in gloom. Bathsheba could see plainly enough to discern the extreme poverty of the woman's garb. And the sadness of her face. Please sir. Do you know what time? Casterbridge Union House closes at darkness. Woman said these words to Troy over his shoulder. Troy started visibly at the sound of the voice, yet he seemed to recover a presence of mind sufficient to prevent himself from giving away his impulse to suddenly turn and face her. He said slowly, "I don't know." The woman, on hearing him speak, quickly looked up, examined the side of his face and recognized the soldier under the yeoman's garb. Her face was drawn into an expression which had gladness and agony both among its elements. She uttered a hysterical cry and fell down. "Oh, poor thing," exclaimed Bathsheba, instantly preparing to alight. "Stay where you are and attend to the horse," said Troy peremptorily, throwing her the reins in the whip. "Walk the horse to the top. I'll see the woman, but I do you hear click pop it." The horse gig, and Bathsheba moved on. "How on earth did you come here? I thought you were miles away or dead. Why didn't you write to me?" said Joy to the woman in a strangely gentle yet hurried voice as he lifted her up. "I feared to. Are you any money?" "None." "Oh, good heaven. I wish I had more to give you. Here's wretched. The merest trifle is every father I have. I have number when my wife gives me. You know, and I can't ask her now." The woman made no answer. Only another moment continued. "Try, and now listen, where are you going tonight?" "Castor Reunion, yes. I thought to go there." "You shall go there, yet wait." "Yes, perhaps for tonight. I can do nothing better, worse luck. Sleep there tonight, and stay there tomorrow. Monday is the first free day I have. On a Monday morning at 10 exactly. Meet me on Gray's Bridge, just out of the town. I'll bring all the money I can muster. You chant Maud, I shall see to that funny. Then I'll get you a lodging somewhere. Goodbye till then. I am a brute. But goodbye. After advancing the distance, which completed the ascent of the hill, Bathsheba turned her head. The woman was upon her feet, and Bathsheba saw her withdrawing from Troy, and going feebly down the hill. By the third milestone from Casterbridge. Joy then came on towards his wife, stepped into the gig, took the reins from her hand. Without making any observation, whipped the horse into a trot. He was rather agitated. "Do you know who that woman was?" said Bathsheba, looking certainly into his face. "I do," he said, looking boldly back into hers. "I thought you did," she said with angry utter. And still regarding him, "Who is she?" He suddenly seemed to think that frankness would benefit neither of the women. "Nothing to either of us," he said. "I know her by sight. What is her name?" "How should I know her name?" "I think you do think. If you will and be." The sentence was completed by a smart cut of the whip. Round Poppet's flank. Which caused the animal to start forward at a wild pace. No more was said. Chapter 40. On Casterbridge Highway. For considerable time, the woman walked on. Her steps became feebler, and she strained her eyes to look afar. Upon the naked road, now indistinct amid the penumbra of twilight. At length. Her onward walk dwindled to the mirror's totter. And she opened a gate within, which was a haystack. Underneath this she sat down and presently slept. When the woman awoke, it was to find herself in the depths of a moonless and starless dusk. A heavy, unbroken crust of clouds stretched across the sky, shutting out every speck of heaven, and a distant halo. Which hung over the town of Casterbridge was visible against the black concave. The luminosity bringing the brighter. By its greater contrast with the circumscribing darkness. Towards this weak soft glow, the woman turned her eyes. "If only I could get there," she said. "Meet him the day after tomorrow. God help me. Perhaps I should be at my grave before then." A manor house clock from the far depths of shadow struck the hour 1 in a small, attenuated tone. After midnight, the voice of a clock seems to lose in breadth. As much as in length. And to diminish its sonorousness to a thin falsetto. Afterwards a brightness to lights arose from the remote shade, and grew larger. A carriage rolled along the road and past the gate. It probably contained some late diners. Out. The beams from one lamp shone for a moment upon the crouching woman, and threw her face into vivid relief. The face was young in the groundwork. Old in the finish. The general contours are flexuous and childlike, but the final. Linear MENTS have begun to be sharp and thin. The pedestrian stood up. Apparently with a revived determination, and looked around. The road appeared to be familiar to her dot, and she carefully scanned the fence dot as she slowly walked along. Presently they became visible. A dim white shape, it was another milestone dot. She drew her fingers across his face to feel the marks. Two more, she said. She leant against the stone as a means of rest, for a short interval, then bestirred herself and again pursued her way. For slight distance she bore up bravely afterwards, flagging as before. This was beside a lone in copsewood wearing heaps of white chips strewn upon the leafy ground. Showed that woodmen had been faggoting and making hurdles during the day. Now there was not a rustle, not a wind, and not the faintest clash of twigs to keep her company. The woman looked over the gate, opened it, and went in close to the entrance to the row of faggots bound and unbound together with stakes of all sizes. For a few seconds, the wayfarer stood with that tense stillness which signifies itself to be not the end, but merely the suspension of a previous motion. Her attitude was that of a person who listens, either to the external world of sound or to the imagined discourse of thought. A close criticism might have detected science, proving that she was intent on the latter alternative. Moreover, as was shown by what followed, she was oddly exercising the faculty of invention upon the speciality of the clever Jacques Draws, the designer of automatic substitutes for human limbs. By the aid of the Casterbridge Aurora, and by feeling with her hands, the woman selected the sticks from the heaps. These sticks were nearly straight to the height of 3 or 4 feet, where each branched into a fork like the letter Y. She sat down, snapped off the small upper twigs, and carried the remainder with her into the road. She placed one of these forks under each arm as a crutch, tested them timidly, threw her whole weight upon them so little that it was, and swung herself forward. The girl had made for herself a material aid. The crutches answered well, the pat of her feet, and the tap of her sticks upon the highway. For all the sounds that came from the traveler now should pass the last milestone by a good long distance, and began to look wistfully towards the bank as if calculating upon another milestone soon. The crutches, they're so very useful had their limits of power. Mechanism only transfers labor, being powerless to supersede it. And the original amount of exertion was not cleared away. It was thrown into the body and arms. She was exhausted. Each swing forward became fainter. At last she swayed sideways and fell. Here she lay a shapeless heap for 10 minutes and more. The morning wind began to boom dully over the flats and to move of fresh dead leaves, which had lain still since yesterday. The woman desperately turned around upon her knees and next rose to her feet, steady herself by the help of one crutch. She has set a step, then another, then a third. Using the crutches now as walking sticks only. As she progressed till descending Millstock Hill. Another milestone appeared. And soon the beginning of an iron rail fence came into view. She staggered across the first post, clung to it, and looked around. The Casterbridge lights were now individually visible. It was getting towards morning, and vehicles might be hoped for. If not expected soon. She listened. There was not a sound of life. Save the acme and sublimation of all dismal sounds. The bark of a fox, its 3 hollow notes, being rendered at intervals of a minute, with the precision of a funeral bell. Less than a mile, the woman murmured. No more, she added after pause. The mile is to the county hall. My resting place is on the other side of Casterbridge. A little over a mile, and there I am. After an interval she again spoke. 5 or 6 steps to a yard. 6 paps. I have to go 17 yards. 100 times 6. 617 times. Pity me, Lord. Holding to the rails she advanced. Thrusting one hand forward upon the rail. Then the other, then leaning over it. Whilst she dragged her feet on beneath. This woman was not given to soliloquy. But extremity of feeling lessens the individuality of the weak. As it increases that of the strong. She said again in the same tone, I believe that the end lies 5 posts forward. And no further. And so get strength to pass them. This was a practical application of the principle that a half-veined and fictitious faith. Is better than no faith at all. She passed 5 posts and held on to the 5th. I'll pass 5 more. By believing my long-for spot is at the next fifth. I can do it. She passed 5 more. Lies only 5 further. She passed 5 more. But as 5 further, she passed them. That stone bridge is the end of my journey, she said when the bridge over the throne was in view. She crawled to the bridge. During the effort, each breath of the woman went into the air. As if never to return again. Now for the truth of the matter, she said, sitting down. Truth is that I have less than half a mile. Self-begarment. With what she had known all the time to be false, had given her strength to come over half a mile. That she would have been powerless to face in the lump. The artifice showed that the woman, by some mysterious intuition, had grasped the paradoxical truth of blindness, may operate more vigorously than prescience, and the short-sighted effect more than the far-seen. That limitation and not comprehensiveness, is needed for striking a blow. The half-mile stood now before the second weary woman. Like a stolid juggernaut, it was an impassive king of her world. The road here ran across turnover more. Open to the road on either side. She surveyed the wide space. The lights herself sighed, and lay down against the guard stone of the bridge. Never was ingenuity exercised so sorely. As the traveler here exercised hers. Every conceivable aid method. Strategem mechanism. By which these last desperate 800 yards could be overpassed by a human being, and perceived was revolved in her busy brain, and dismissed as impracticable. She thought of Styx wheels crawling. She even thought of rolling. But the exertion demanded by either of these latter to was greater than to walk erect. The faculty of contrivance was worn out. Hopelessness had come at last. No further. She whispered and closed her eyes. From the stripe of shadow on the opposite side of the bridge, a portion of shade seemed to detach itself, and move into isolation, upon the pale white of the road. It glided noiselessly towards the recumbent woman. She became conscious of something touching her hand. It was softness, it was warmth. She opened her eyes, and the substance touched her face. A dog was licking her cheek. It was a huge, heavy, and quiet creature, standing darkly against the low horizon. And at least 2 feet higher than the present position of a horizon. Whether Newfoundland Mastiff, bloodhound, or whatnot, it was impossible to say. You seem to be of too strange and mysterious in nature. To belong to any variety among those of popular element culture. Being thus assignable to no breed. It was the ideal embodiment of canine greatness, a generalization from what was common to all darkness in its sad, solemn, and benevolent aspect. Apart from its selfie and cruel side, was personified in this form. Darkness endows the small and ordinary ones among mankind. With poetical power, and even the suffering woman threw her idea into figure in her reclining position. She looked up to him. Just as in earlier time she had, when standing. Looked up to a man, the animal who's as homeless as she. Respectfully withdrew a step or two. When the woman moved, and seeing that she did not repulse him, he licked her hand again. A thought moved within her like lightning. Perhaps I can make use of him. I might do it then. She pointed in the direction of Casterbridge, and the dog seemed to misunderstand. He trotted on, then finding she could not follow, he came back in Wined. The ultimate and saddest singularity of woman's effort in invention was reached, when with a quickened breathing, she rose to a stooping posture, and resting her to little arms upon the shoulders of the dog leant firmly thereon, and moments stimulating words. While she sorrowed in her heart, she cheered with her voice. And what was stranger than the strong should need encouragement from the weak was the cheerfulness should be so well stimulated by such utter dejection. Her friend moved forward slowly, and she, with small mincing steps, moved forward beside him, half her weight being thrown upon the animal. Sometimes she sang cause she had sunk from walking erect from the crutches and the rails. The dog, who now thoroughly understood her desire and her incapacity, was frantic in his distress. On these occasions, he would target her dress and run forward. She always called him back, and it was now to be observed that the woman listened for human sounds. Only to avoid them, it is evident that she had an object in keeping her presence on the road and her forlorn state unknown. Their progress was necessarily very slow. They reached the bottom of the town, and the cast of bridge lamps lay before them like fallen plaids as they turned to the left, into the dense shade of a deserted avenue of chestnuts and so skirted the borough thus the town was passed, and the goal was reached. On this much desired spot, outside the town was a picturesque building originally, it had been a mere case to hold people. The shell had been so thin so devoid of excrescence and so closely drawn over accommodation granted, that the grim character of what was beneath showed through it as the shape of a body is visible under a winding sheet then nature, as if offended, lent a hand. Masses of ivy grew up completely covering the walls till the place looked like an abbey. And it was discovered that the view from the front, over the Casterbridge chimneys, was one of the most magnificent in the county. A neighboring earl once said that he would give up a year's rental to have at his own door the view enjoyed by the inmates from theirs, and very probably the inmates would have given up the view for his year's rental. The stone edifice consisted of a central mast and two wings whereon stood as sentinels a few slim chimneys now gurgling sorrowfully to the slow wind. In the wall was a gate, and by the gate a bell pull formed of a hanging wire. The woman raised herself as high as possible upon her knees and could just reach the handle. She moved it and fell forwards in a bowed attitude, a face upon her bosom. It was getting on towards 6 o'clock, and the sound of movement would be heard inside the building, which was the haven of rest. This wearied soul. A little door by the large one was opened. The man appeared inside. He discerned the panting heap of clothes, went back for illumination and came again. He entered a second time and returned with two women. These lifted the prostrate figure and assisted her. And through the doorway the man then closed the door. How did she get here? Said one of the women. The Lord knows, said the other. There's a dog outside, man, with the overcome traveler. Where's he gone? You help me. I stoned him away, said the man. The little procession then moved forward. The man in front bearing the brilliance to Bernie women next, supporting between them the small and supper one. Thus they entered the house and disappeared. Chapter 40. One suspicion. Fanny is sent for, but she was said very little to her husband. All that dusk of their return from market, and he was not disposed to say much to her. Exhibited the unpleasant combination of a restless condition with a silent tongue. The next day, which was Sunday, passed nearly in the same manner as regarded their test, eternity. But she were going to church both morning and afternoon. This was the day before the Badmouth races. In the twilight, Troy said suddenly, Bathsheba, can you let me have £20? Accountants instantly sank. £20, she said. Fact is, I want it badly. The anxiety upon Troy's face was unusual and very marked. It was a combination of the mood he'd been in all the day. For those races tomorrow. Troy for the moment made no reply. Her mistake had its advantages to a man who shrank from having his mind inspected as he did now. Well, suppose I do want it for racist, he said at last. Oh, Frank, Bathsheba replied, and there was such a volume of entreaty in the words. Only such a few weeks ago you said that I was far sweeter than all your other pleasures put together, and that you would give them all up for me. And now won't you give up this one, which is more a worry than a pleasure? Do, Frank, come, let me fascinate you by all I can do. By pretty words and pretty looks, and everything I could think of to stay at home. Say yes to your wife. Say yes. The tenderest and softest phases of Bathsheba's nature were prominent, now advanced impossibly for his acceptance. Without any of the disguises and defenses which the weariness of her character, when she was cool, too frequently threw over them. Few men could have resisted the arch, yet dignified entreaty of the beautiful face, thrown a little back and sideways. In the well-known attitude that expresses more than the words it accompanies. And which seems to have been designed for these special occasions. Had the woman not being his wife, Troy would have succumbed instantly. As it was, he thought he would not deceive her longer. The money is not wanted for racing debts at all, he said. What is it for? She asked you worry me a great deal. By these mysterious responsibilities. Frank. Troy hesitated. He did not now love her enough to allow himself to be carried too far by her ways. If it was necessary to be civil, you roll me by such a suspicious manner. He said, such straight waistcoating as you treat me to is not becoming anew at so early a date. I think that I have a right to crumble a little. If I pay, she said, with features between a smile and a pout. Exactly, and the form of being done. Suppose we proceed to the latter. That Sheba fun is all very well, but don't go too far, or you may have caused regret. Something. She reddened. I do that already, she said quickly. What do you regret? That my romance has come to an end. All romances end up marriage, or she wouldn't talk like that. You grieved me to my soul by being smart at my expense. You are dull enough at mine. I believe you hate me. Not you only, your faults. I do hate them. We much more becoming if you set yourself to cure them. Can I strike a balance with the 20 pounds to be friends? She gave a sigh of resignation. That I have about that sum here for household expenses. If you must have it, take it. Very good, thank you. I expect I should have gone away before. You're into breakfast tomorrow. And must you go? Oh, there was a time, Frank, when it would have taken a good money. Promises to other people that drag you away from me. Used to call me darling then. But doesn't matter to you how my days are past. Now I must go in spite of sentiment. Troy, as he spoke, looked at his watch, and apparently actuated by non-lucindo principles, opened the case at the back, revealing snugly stowed within it a small coil of hair. Bathsheba's eyes had been accidentally lifted at that moment, and she saw the action and saw the hair. She flushed in pain and surprise. And some words escaped her. Before she thought whether or not it was wise to utter them. A woman's curl of hair. She said, "Oh, Frank, whose is that?" Joy had instantly closed his watch. He carelessly replied as one who cloaked some feelings that the sight had stirred. Why, yours, of course. Who should it be? I'd quite forgotten that I had it. What a dreadful fat Frank. I tell you I had forgotten it. He said loudly, I don't mean that it was yellow hair. Nonsense, that's insulting me. I know it was yellow now. Whose was it? I want to know. Very well, I'll tell you. So make no more ado. It's the hair of a young woman I was going to marry before I knew you. You ought to tell me her name then. I cannot do that. Is she married yet? No. Is she alive? Yes. Is she pretty? Yes. Is wonderful how she can be, poor thing, under such an awful affliction. Affliction? What affliction? Inquired quickly, having heard of that dreadful color. Oh, I like that. To Joy, recovering himself. My hair has been admired by everybody who has seen her. Since she's worn it loose, which is not being long, his beautiful hair. People used to turn their heads to look at it. Poor girl. That's nothing, that's nothing, she exclaimed in incipient accents of pique. If I cared for your love as much as I used to, I could say people had turned to look at mine. That's she, but don't be so fitful and jealous. You knew what my life would be like, and shouldn't have ended it, if you fear these contingencies. Joy had by this time driven her to bitterness. Her heart was big, and her throat. And the ducts to her eyes were painfully full. Ashamed as she was to show emotion. At last she burst out. This is all I get for loving you so well. Oh, when I married you, your life was dearer to me than my own. I would have died for you. How truly I can say that I would have died for you. And now you snare at my foolishness in marrying you. Oh, is it kind to me to throw my mistake in my face? Whatever opinion you may have. My wisdom, you should not tell me of it so mercilessly. Now that I am in your power, I can't help how things fall out. Said Troy, pull my heart, and will be the death of me. Well, you shouldn't keep people's hair. You'll burn it, won't you, Frank? Frank went on as if you had not heard her. There are considerations. Even before my consideration for you. Reparations to be made, ties you know nothing of. If you are penned of marrying. So do I. Trembling now, she put her hand upon his arm. Saying in mingled tones of wretchedness and coaxing, I only repent it if you don't love me. Better than any woman in the world. I don't otherwise, Frank. You don't repent because you already love someone better than me. Do you? I don't know. Why do you say that you won't burn that curl? You like the woman who owns that pretty hair. Yes, it is pretty. More beautiful than my miserable black mane. Well, it's no use. I can't help being ugly. You must like her best. if you will. Until today, when I took it from a drawer, I have never looked upon that bit of hair for several months, but I am ready to swear. But just now you said ties, and then that woman we met. It was the meeting with her that reminded me of the air. It is hers then, yes. And now you've wounded out of me. I hope you're content. And what are the ties? I meant nothing, and they're just a mere. Just, she said in mournful astonishment. Can you just, when I'm so wretchedly in earnest, tell me the truth, Frank? I'm not a fool, you know. Although I am a woman, and I have my woman's moments come. Treat me fairly, she said, looking honestly and fearlessly into his face. I don't want much bad justice. That's all. Once I felt I could be content with nothing less than the highest homage. For my husband I should choose now. Anything short of cruelty will content me. Yes. The independent and spirited Bathsheba has come to this. They haven't saved them, so desperate. It's a choice. Snappishly rising as he did so, and leaving the room. Directly he had gone, Bathsheba burst into great sobs. Dry-eyed sobs, which cut as they came, without any softening by tears. But she determined to repress all evidences of feeling. She was conquered, but she would never own it as long as she lived. Her pride was indeed brought low by despairing discoveries of her exfoliation. By marriage with a less pure nature than her own, she chaved to and fro, and rebelliousness like a caged leopard. Her whole soul was in arms, and the blood fired her face, until she had met Troy. But she would have been proud of her position. As a woman, it had been a glory to her to know that her lips had been touched by no man's on earth, that her waist had never been encircled by a lover's arm. She hated herself now. In those earlier days, she had always nourished a secret contempt for girls who were slaves of the first good-looking young fellow who should choose to salute them. She'd never taken kindly to the idea of marriage, and the abstract as to the majority of women she saw about her. In the turmoil of her anxiety for her lover, she had agreed to marry him. But the perception that had accompanied her happiest hours on this account was rather that of self-sacrifice than a promotional honor. Although she scarcely knew the divinity's name, Diana was the goddess whom Bathsheba instinctively adored. That she had never by look, word or sign encouraged a man to approach her, but she had felt herself sufficient to herself and had, in the independence of her girlish heart, fancy, there was a certain degradation in renouncing the simplicity of a maiden existence to become the humble behalf of an indifferent matrimonial whole. The facts now bitterly remembered. Oh, if she had never stooped to folly of this kind, respectable as it was, and could only stand again as she had stood on the hill at Nor Kham and dare Troy or any other man to pollute her hair over her head. By this interference, the next morning she rose earlier than usual, and had the horse settled for her ride round the farm on the customary way. When she came in at 8:30, the usual hour for breakfasting, she was informed that her husband had risen, taken his breakfast, and driven off to Cuspridge with the gig and puppet. After breakfast she was cool and collected, quite herself in fact, and she rambled to the gate, intending to walk to another quarter of the farm, which is still personally superintended, as well as her duties in the house would permit. Continually, however, finding herself preceded and forethought by Gabriel Oak, for whom she began to entertain the genuine friendship of a sister. Of course she sometimes thought of him in the brightness of an old lover, and had momentary imaginings of what life with him as a husband would have been like, also of life with Baldwin under the same conditions. But Bathsheba, though she could feel, was not much given to futile dreaming, and her musings under this head was short and entirely confined to the times when Troy's neglect was more ordinarily evident. She saw coming up the road a man like Mr. Baldwood. It was Mr. Baldwood that she blushed painfully, and watched. The farmer stopped when still a long way off, and held up his hand to Gabriel. Oak was in a footpath across the field. The two men then approached each other and seemed to engage in earnest conversation. Thus they continued for a long time. Joseph Paulgrass now passed near them, wheeling a barrow of apples up the hill to Bathsheba's residence. Baldwood and Gabriel called to him. Spoke to him for a few minutes, and then all three parted, Joseph immediately coming up the hill with his barrow. Bathsheba, who had seen this pantomime with some surprise, experienced great relief. When Baldwood turned back again, "Well, what's the message, Joseph?" she said. He set down his barrow and, putting upon himself the refined aspect that a conversation with the lady required, spoke to Bathsheba over the gate. "You'll never see Fanny Robin no more. Use no principle, ma single quotes am. Why, because she's dead in the Union. Fanny dead, never. Yes, ma single quotes am. Where did she die from? I don't know for certain, but I should be inclined to think it was General. Nationalist of Constitution. She was such a limber maid that could stand no hardship. Even when I know her. And it went out like a candle snuff. So they said she was to bed in the morning. And being quite feeble and worn out, she died in the evening. She belongs by Lord or a parish, and Mr. Baldwin is gonna send a wagon at 3 this afternoon to fetch her home here and bury her. Indeed, I shall not let Mr. Baldwin do any such thing. I shall do it. Fanny was my uncle's servant, and although I only knew her for a couple of days, she belongs to me. How very, very sad this is. Idea of Fanny being in a workhouse. But Sheba had begun to know what suffering was, and she spoke with real feeling. Send across to Mr. Baldwood's and say that Mrs. Troy will take upon herself the duty of fetching an old servant to the family. We are not to put her in a wagon. We'll get a hearse. There will hardly be time, ma'am. Will I? And perhaps not, she said amusingly. When did you say we must be at the door? 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock this afternoon, ma single quotes am. Sort of speaker. Very well, you go with it. A pretty wagon is better than an ugly hearse. After all, Joseph. Have the new spring wagon. With a blue body and red wheels, and wash it very clean. And Joseph, yes, ma single quotes am. Carry with you some evergreens and flowers to put upon her coffin. Indeed. Gather a great many and completely bury her in them. Get some boughs of lavastinus and variegated box, and you and boys love I. And some bunches of chrysanthemum, and let old Pleasant draw her, because she knew him so well. I will, ma'am. I ought to have said that the Union. In the form before laboring men. Will meet me when I get to our churchyard gate, and take her and bury her. According to the rights of the Board of Guardians. As by law ordained. Oh dear me. Cast a bridge. Union. And his Fanny come to the said best sheep. Amusing. I wish I had known of it sooner. I thought she was far away. How long has she lived there? Only been there a day or two. Oh. Then she's not been staying there as a regular inmate. No. She first went to live in a garrison town on to the side of Wessex, and since then she's been picking up a living at Seam String. In Manchester for several months. The house of a very respectful widow woman who takes in work of that sort. She only got handy in the Union House on Sunday morning, I believe, and to suppose here and there. She had changed every step of the way from Manchester. Why she left her place I can't say for. I don't know, and as to a lie. Well, I wouldn't tell it. That's the short of the story, ma single quotes and. No gem ever flashed from a rosy ray to a white one. More rapidly than changed. The young wife's countenance, whilst this word came from her in a long-drawn breath. Did she walk along our turnpike road? She said in a suddenly restless and eager voice. I believe she did, ma'am. Shall I call lady? You bet well, ma single quotes and. Surely you look like a lily. So pale and faintly. No, don't call her it. It is nothing. When did she pass Weatherbury? Last Saturday. Darkness. That will do, Joseph. Now you may go. Certainly, ma single quotes and. Joseph, come here a moment. What was the color of Fanny Robin's hair? Really, missa, now that is put to me so judging Jerry like I can't call the mind if you believe me. Never mind. Go on and do what I told you. Stop. Well, no. Go on. She turned herself away from him. But he might no longer notice the mood. Which had set its signs so visibly upon her, and went indoors with a distressing sense of faintness and beating brow. About an hour later, she heard the noise of the wagon and went out, still with a painful consciousness of her bewildered and troubled look. Joseph, dressed in his best suit of clothes, was putting in the horse to start. The shrubs and flowers were all piled in the wagon dot as she had directed that she, but hardly saw them now. Who, sweetheart, did you say, Joseph? I don't know, ma'am. Are you quite sure? Yes, ma, single quotes, am quite sure of what? I'm sure that all I know is that she arrived in the morning and died in the twilight without further parley. What oh, come Mr. Baldwood told me was only these few words, little Fanny Robin is dead. Joseph Gabriel said, looking in my face in a steady old way. I was very sorry, and I said, and how did she come to die? Well, she's dead in cast of Bridge Union. He said, and perhaps doesn't much matter about how she came to die. She reached Union early Sunday morning and died in the afternoon. That's clear enough. Then I asked what she'd been doing lately, and Mr. Bull would turn right at me then and he left off spitting a thistle with the end of his stake. He told me about her having lived by seamstering in Milchester as I mentioned to you and that she walked there from at the end of last week, passing near Saturday darkness in the dusk. They then said, I had better just name a hint of her death to you and away they went. Her death might have been brought on by Biden. In the dusk wind, you know, for people used to say she'd go off in a decline. She used to cough a good deal in wintertime. However, does it much odds to us about that now, if it is all over? Have you heard a different story at all? She looked at him so intently that Joseph's eyes quail at no word, mistress, assureth thee. He said, hardly anybody in the parish knows the news yet. I wonder why Gabriel didn't bring the message to me himself. He mostly makes a point of seeing me upon the most trifling errand. These words were merely murmured, and she was looking upon the ground. Well, perhaps he was busy, ma, single quotes, and Joseph suggested, and sometimes he seems to suffer from things upon his mind, connecting with the time when he was better off than he is now. As rather curious, I didn't, but very understanding shepherd and learned in books. Did anything seem upon his mind whilst he was speaking to you about this? Well, I cannot but say that they did. It was a terrible down, and so was Farmer Baldwood. Thank you, Joseph. That will do. Go on now, or you'll be late. Boss Hiba, still unhappy, went indoors again in the course of the afternoon. She said to lady, who had been informed of the occurrence, what was the color of poor Fanny Robin's hair? Do you know? I cannot recollect. I only saw her for a day or two. It was like mum, but she wore it rather short and packed away under her cap. So you would hardly notice it. But I have seen her let it down when she was going to bed, and it looked beautiful then. Real golden hair. A young man was a soldier. Was he not? Yes, in the same regiment as Mr. Troy. He says he knew him very well. What Mr. Troy says. So how came he to say that? One day I just named it to him. And asked him if he knew Fanny's young man. He said, oh yes, he knew the young man as well as he knew himself, and there wasn't a man in the regiment he liked better. I said that. Did he? Yes. When he said there was such a strong likeness between himself and the other young man. So that sometimes people mistook them. Lady, for heaven's sake, stop your talking. Said Bathsheba with a nervous petulance that comes from worrying perceptions. Chapter 4. To Joseph and his burden buck's head. A wall bounded the site of Casterbridge Union House, except along a portion of the end. Here a high gable stood prominent, and it was covered like the front with a mat of ivy. In this gable was no window. Chimney ornament or protuberance of any kind, single feature appertaining to it. Beyond the expanse of dark green leaves was a small door. The situation of the door was peculiar. The sill was 3 or 4 feet above the ground. And for a moment one was at a loss for an explanation of this. Exceptional altitude. To ruts immediately beneath. Suggested that the door. Was used solely for the passage of articles. And persons to and from the level of a vehicle. Standing on the outside. Upon the whole, the door seemed to advertise itself as a species of trader's gate. Translated to another sphere. The Dentrian exit hereby was only at rare intervals. Became apparent on. Noting that tufts of grass were allowed to flourish undisturbed in the chinks of the sill. As the clock over the South Street. Almshouse pointed to 5 minutes to 3. A blue spring wagon. Picked out with red and containing boughs and flowers. Passed the end of the street. and up towards the side of the building. Whilst the chimes were yet stammering out, a shattered form of Malbrook. Joseph Progress rang the bell. And received directions to back his wagon against the high door under the gable. The door then opened. And a plain elm coffin was slowly thrust forth. And laid by two men in Faustian along the middle of the vehicle. One of the men then stepped up beside it. Took from his pocket a lump of chalk. And wrote upon the cover the name and a few other words in the large. Scrolling hand. We believe that they do these things more tenderly now. And provide a plate. He covered the whole with a black cloth thread. Bare but decent. The tailboard of the wagon was returned to its place. One of the men handed a certificate of registry to Paul Grass, and both entered the door, closing it behind them. Their connection with her. Short as it had been, was over forever. Joseph then placed the flowers as enjoined, and the evergreens around the flowers did. It was difficult to divine what the wagon contained. He smacked his whip. And the rather pleasing funeral car crept down the hill and along the road to weather buried. The afternoon drew on apace, and looking to the right towards the sea. As he walked beside the horse. Poor Grass saw strange clouds and scrolls of mist. Rolling over the long ridges which girth the landscape. In that quarter. They came in at greater volumes. And indolently crept across the intervening valleys. And around the withered. Papery flags of the moor and river brinks. Then their dank spongy forms. Closed in upon the sky. It was a sudden overgrowth of atmospheric fungi, which had their roots in the neighboring sea. And by the time that horse. Man and corpse entered Yellberry Greatwood, these silent workings of an invisible hand. Had reached them, and they were completely enveloped. This being the first arrival of the autumn fogs. And the first fog of the series. The air was as an eye suddenly struck blind. The wagon and its load rolled. No longer on the horizontal division between clearness and opacity. But were embedded in an elastic body of a monotonous palette. Throughout there was no perceptible motion in the air. Not a visible drop of water fell upon a leaf. Of the beeches, birches, and firs composing the wood. On either side, the trees stood in an attitude of intentness. As if they waited longingly for a wind to come and rock them. A startling quiet overhang, all surrounding things so completely that the crunching of the wagon wheels was as a great noise, and small rustles, which had never obtained a hearing except by dusk, were distinctly individualized. Joseph Polegrass looked round upon his sad burden. As it loomed faintly through the flowering lava. Styness. Then at the unfathomable gloom amid the high trees. On each hand and distinct, shadowless and spectral. Like in their monochrome of gray. He felt anything but cheerful, and wished he had the company, even of a child or dog stopping the horse. He listened. Not a footstep or wheel was audible anywhere around, and the dead silence was broken only by a heavy particle falling from a tree through the evergreens, and alighting. With a smart rap upon the coffin of poor Fanny. The fog had by this time saturated the trees, and this was the first dropping of water from the bringing leaves. The hollow echo of its fall reminded the wagoner painfully of the grim lever. Then hard by came another drop, and two or three. Presently. There was a continual tapping of these heavy drops upon the dead leaves. The road and the travelers. The nearer boughs are beaded with the mist to the grayness of aged men. And the rusty. Red leaves of the beeches were hung with similar drops, like diamonds on urban hair. At the roadside hamlet called Roytown, just beyond this wood, was the olden Buck's Head. It was about 1.5 miles from Wetherbury. And in the meridian times of stagecoach traveling, had been the place where many coaches changed and kept their relays of steeds. All the old stabling was now pulled down, and little remained besides the habitable inn itself, which, standing a little way back from the road, signified its existence to people. Far up and down the highway. By a sign hanging from the horizontal bough of an elm. On the opposite side of the way. Travelers for the variety tourist. Had hardly developed into a distinct species of this state. Sometimes said in passing, when they cast their eyes up to the sign-bearing tree, that artists were fond of representing the signboard hanging thus, but the bay themselves had never before noticed. So perfect an instance in actual working order. It was near this tree that the wagon was standing. Into which Gabriel Oak crept on his first journey to Weatherbury. But owing to the darkness, the sign and the inn had been unobserved. The manners of the inn were of the old-fashioned type. Indeed, in the minds of its frequenters, they existed as unaudible formula. E.g. rap with the bottom of your pint for more liquor. For tobacco, shout in calling for the girl in waiting. Same made ditto for the landlady. Old soul, etc., etc. It was a relief to Joseph's heart. When the friendly signboard came in view, and stopping his horse immediately beneath. It proceeded to fulfill an intention made a long time before. His spirits were oozing out of him quite. He turned the horse's head to the green bank. And entered the hostel for a mug of ale. Going down into the kitchen of the inn, the floor of which was a step below the passage, which in its turn was a step below the road outside. What should Joseph see to glad in his eyes but to copper-colored discs. In the form of the countenances of Mr. Jan Cogan. And Mr. Mark Clark. These owners of the two most appreciative throats in the neighborhood, within the pale of respectability. Were now sitting face to face over a three-legged, circular table having an iron rim to keep cups and pots from being accidentally elbowed off. They might have been said to resemble the setting sun, and the full divine globe shining vis-a-vis across the globe. Why to his neighbor poor grass. Said Mark Clark. I'm sure your face don't praise your mistress's table, Joseph. I've had a very pale companion for the last 4 miles. So Joseph. Indulging in a shudder turned down by resignation. And speak the truth, it was beginning to teleport me, I assure you, and see the color of vitals or drinks. Since breakfast time this morning. That was no more in the bitter field. Than drink, Joseph, and don't restrain yourself, said Cogan, handing him a hooked mug 3/4 full. Joseph drank for moderately long time, then for a longer time, saying as he lowered the jug, "This pretty drinking, very pretty drinking, and is more than cheerful on my melancholy errand. So to speaker. True drink is a pleasant delight. Said Jan. As one who repeated a truism so familiar to his brain that he hardly noticed its passage over his tongue. And lifting the cup, cocking, tilted his head gradually backward with closed eyes, that his expectant soul might not be diverted. For one instant from its bliss by relevant surroundings. Well, I must be on again, said Progress not, but that I should like another nitwee. But the parish might lose confidence in me if I was CD. Where be you trading on today? Then Joseph. Back to Weatherbury. I've got poor little Fanny Robin in my wagon outside, and I must be at Churchyard Gate at 4:45. With her. I've heard of it. And so she's nailed up in parish boards after all. And nobody to pay the bell shilling and a grave half-crown. The parish pays the grave half-crown, but not the bell shilling, because the bell is a luxury. But can hardly do without the grave, poor body. However, I expect our mistress will pay all a pre-made as ever. I see what's your worry, Joseph. Poor woman's dead, you can't bring her to life, and you may as well sit down. Comfortable and finish another with us. I don't mind just taking the least thing before. You can dream of more the sunnies, but only a few minutes, because 'tis of course you'll have another job. A man's twice the man afterwards. You'll feel so warm and glorious, and you whop and slap at your work without any trouble, and everything goes on like sticks are breaking. Too much liquor is bad. And leads us to that horned man in the smoky house. But after all. Many people having the gift of enjoying a wet, and since you be highly favored with the power, that way we should make the most of it. True, said Mark Clark. It is a talent the Lord has mostly bestowed upon us. And we ought not to neglect it. But what with the parsons and clerks and school people. And serious tea parties, the very old ways of good life have gone to the dogs. Well, my carcass, they have well really. I must be onward again now. Said Joseph. Now Joseph. Nonsense, poor woman's dead, isn't she? And what's your hurry? Well, I hope Providence won't be in. Away with me for my doings, said Joseph, again sitting down. I've been troubled with weak moments lately. It is true I've been drinking once this month already, and I did not go to church on Sunday. And I dropped a curse or two yesterday. So I don't want to go too far for my safety. Your next world is your next world. And not to be squandered offhand. I believe you to be a chapel member, Joseph. I do no, I don't go so far as that. For my part, Sir Cogan, I'm staunch Church of England. High in faith, still be all right. Said Mark Clark. I won't say much for myself. I don't wish to cotton. Continued with that tendency to talk on principles, which is characteristic of the barley corn. But I've never changed a single doctrine. I've stuck like a plaster to the old faith I was born in. Yes, there's this to be said with the church. A man can belong to the church. And Biden is cheerful old in, and never trouble or worry his mind about doctrines at all. But to be a meeting, you must go to chapel and all wines and weathers. And make yourself as funny as a skit. Not but that chapel members be clever chaps. Enough in their way. They can lift up beautiful prayers. Out of their own heads, all about their families and shipwrecks. And the newspaper they can, said Mark Clark with cooperative feeling. But we churchmen, you see, must have all printed aforehand or dunno. We should no more know what to say to a great gaffer. Like the Lord than babes. Unborn chapel folk be more in love with them above than we. Said Joseph thoughtfully. Yeah. Said Cogan. We know very well that if anybody go to heaven, they worked hard for it. They deserve to have it such as this. By being such a fool. Is to pretend that we who stick to the church. Have the same chance as they. Because we know we have not. By a fellow will change his old. Ancient doctrines for the sake of getting to heaven. But as soon turned king's evidence for the few pounds you get. Why, neighbors, when every one of my teddies was frosted, I personed thirdly with a man who gave me a sack. For seed we hardly had one for his own use, and no money to buy him if I hadn't been for him. I shouldn't add a little tiny to put in the garden. To think I turn after that. No, I'll stick to my side. And if we be in the wrong. So be it. I'll fall with the fallen. Well said, very well said. Observed Joseph. However, folks. I must be moving now. Pull my life. I must pass. And thirdly, I'll be waiting at the church gates, and there's a woman abiding outside in the wagon. Joseph Polegrass, don't be so miserable, bastard. Very well, mind, he's a generous man. He's found me in tracks for years, and I've consumed a good money in the course of a long, shady life. But he's never been the man to cry out at the expense. Sit down. The longer Joseph Polegrass remained, the less his spirit was troubled by the duties which devolved upon him this afternoon. The minutes glided by uncounted, until the dusk shades began perceptibly to deepen. And the eyes of the three were but sparkling points on the surface of darkness. Goggins' repeater struck 6 from his pocket. In the usual still small tones. At that moment hasty steps were heard in the entry. And the door opened to admit to the figure of Gabriel Oak. Followed by the maid of the inn bearing a candle. He stared sternly at the one lengthy and to round faces of the sitters, which confronted him with the expressions of a fiddle and a couple of warming pans. Joseph Polegrass blinked and shanked. Several inches into the background. On my soul, I'm ashamed of you. This disgraceful Joseph, disgraceful. Said Gabriel indignantly. Cogan, you call yourself a man, and you don't know better than this. Corgan looked up indefinitely at Oak. One or other of his eyes occasionally opening and closing of its own accord. As if it were not a member, but a dozy individual with a distinct personality. Don't take on so, shepherd. Said Mark Clark, looking reproachfully at the candle. Which appeared to possess special features of interest. For his eyes. Nobody can hurt a dead woman at length, said Cogan with a precision of machine. All that could be done for her is done. She's beyond us. And why should a man put himself in a tearing hurry for lifeless play that can either feel nor see, and don't know what you do with her at all. If she'd been alive, I would be the first to help her. If she now wanted vitals and drink, I'd pay for it money down. But she's dead. I know speed of ours will bring her to life. We went past as time spent upon her is thrown away. Why should we hurry to do what's not required? Drink, shepherd. and be friends for tomorrow. We may be later, we may. Added Mark Clark emphatically, at once drinking himself to run no further risk of losing his chance. By the event alluded to Jan. Meanwhile, merging his additional thoughts of tomorrow in a song. Do hold I horning. Jan said oak, and turning upon poor grass. As for you, Joseph, you do your wicked deeds in such confoundedly holy ways. You're as drunk as you can stand. No shepherd. Oh no. Listen to reason, shepherd. All is the matter. With me is the affliction called a multiply I and that's how it is I look double to you. I mean, you look double to me. A multiplying is a very bad thing. And said Mark Clark. It comes on when I have been in a public house a little time. So Joseph Polegrass meekly, yes, I see to of every sort, as if I were some holy man. Living in the times of King Noah, and in the ark. Yes, he added. Becoming much affected by the picture of himself. As a person thrown away and shedding tears. I feel too good for England. I ought to have lived in Genesis by rights. By the other men of sacrifice. And then I shouldn't have been called Junkard in such a way. I wish you'd show yourself a man of spirit, not sit whining there. Show myself a man of spirit. Oh well. Let me take the name of trumpet humbly. Let me be a man who can trade knees. Let it be. I know that I always do say please God before anything I do. From my getting up to my going down of the same. And I'd be willing to take as much disgrace as there is. In that holy act. Yes. But not a man of spirit have I ever allowed. The toe of pride to be lifted against my hinder parts, without groaning manfully. Though I question the right to do so, I inquire that query boldly. We can't say that you have hero. Poor grass admitted Jan. Never have I allowed such a treatment to pass unquestioned. Yet the shepherd says. In the face of that rich testimony, that I be not a man of spirit. Well, let it pass by, and death is a kind friend. Gabriel. Seeing that neither of the three was in a fit state. To take charge of the wagon for the remainder of the journey, made no reply, but closing the door again upon them, went across to where the vehicle stood. Now getting indistinct. In the fog and gloom of this mildewy time, he pulled the horse's head from a large patch of turf had eaten bare, readjusted the boughs over the coffin, and drove along through the unwholesome nightfall. It had gradually become rumored in the village that the body to be brought and buried that day was all that was left of the unfortunate Fanny. Robin would follow the 11th from Casterbridge through Melchester and onwards, but thanks to Baldwin's residence and Oak's generosity, the lover she had followed had never been individualized. As Troy Gabriel hoped, the whole truth of the matter might not be published. To let any rape, the girl had been in her grave for a few days, when the interposing barriers of earth and time, and a sense that the events had been somewhat shut into oblivion would deaden the sting that revelation an invidious remark would have for Bathsheba just now. By the time that Gabriel reached the old manor house, her residence, which lay in his way to the church, it was quite dark. A man came from the gate and said through the fog which hung between them like blown flower. Is that poor grass with a corpse? Gabriel recognized the voice as that of the person. The corpse is here, sir. So Gabriel. I have just been to acquire Mrs. Troy if she could tell me the reason for the delay. I'm afraid it is too late now for the funeral to be performed with proper decency. Have you the registrar's certificate? No, take Gabriel. I expect progress as that. And he's at the box head. I forgot to ask him for it. Oh, and that settles the matter. We'll put off the funeral till tomorrow morning. The body may be brought unto the church, or may be left here at the farm, and fetched by the bearers in the morning. They waited more than an hour, and have gone home now. Gabriel had his reasons for thinking the latter. A most objectionable plan. Notwithstanding that Fanny had been an inmate at the farmhouse for several years in the lifetime of Bathsheba's uncle, visions of several unhappy contingencies which might arise from this delay fitted before him. But his will was not law, and he went indoors to inquire his mistress what her wishes were on the subject. He found her in an unusual mood. Her eyes as she looked up to him was suspicious and perplexed as with some antecedent thought. Troy had not yet returned. At first Bathsheba sent Ed with a mien of indifference to his proposition, that they should go on to the church at once. With their burden. But immediately afterwards, following Gabriel to the gate, she swerved. The extreme of solicitousness on Fanny's account and desire that the girl might be brought into the house, Oak argued, upon the convenience of leaving her in the wagon. Just as she lay now. With her flowers and green leaves about her. Merely wheeling the vehicle into the coach house. Till morning, but to no purpose. She's unkind and unchristian. She said. To leave the poor thing in a coach house all dusk. Very well, babe said. The passing, and I will arrange that. The funeral shall take place early tomorrow. Perhaps Mrs. Troy is right in feeling that we cannot treat a dead fellow creature too thoughtfully. We must remember that though she may have earned grievously in leaving her home, she is still our sister, and it is to be believed that God's uncovenanted mercies are extended towards her. That she is a member of the flock of Christ. The parson's words spread into the heavy air with a sad, yet unperturbed cadence, and Gabriel shared an honest tear. Bathsheba seemed unmoved. Mr. Thirdly then left them. And Gabriel lighted a lantern, fetching 3 other men to assist him. They bore the unconscious True and indoors. Placing the coffin onto benches. In the middle of a little sitting room next to the hall. As Bathsheba directed, everyone except Gabriel. Oak then left the room. He still indecisively lingered beside the body. He was deeply troubled as the wretched, ironical aspect that circumstances were putting on. With regard to Troy's wife, and at his powerlessness to counteract them. In spite of his careful maneuvering all this day. The very worst event that could. In any way. Have happened in connection with the burial happened. Now. Oak imagined a terrible discovery. Resulting from this afternoon's work that might cast over Bathsheba's life a shade. Which the interposition of many lapsing years might but indifferently lighten, and which nothing at all might altogether remove. Suddenly, as in the last attempt to save Bathsheba from. At any rate immediate anguish, he looked again as he had looked before. At the chalk writing upon the coffin lid. The scroll was this simple one: Fanny Robin and child. Gabriel took his handkerchief and carefully rubbed out the 2 latter words, leaving visible one inscription: Fanny Robin only. He then left the room and went out quietly by the front door. Chapter 43 Fanny's Revenge. Do you want me any longer, ma? Inquired Lady at a later hour the same evening. Standing by the door. With a chamber candlestick in her hand. And addressing Bathsheba, who sat cheerless and alone in the large parlor. Beside the first fire of the season. No more tonight, lady. I'll sit up for master if you like, mom. I'm not at all afraid of Fanny. If I may sit in my own room and have a candle. She was such a childlike young thing that her spirit couldn't appear to anybody. If it tried, I'm quite sure. Oh no. No, you go to bed. I'll sit up for him myself till 12 o'clock. And if he hasn't arrived by that time, I shall give him up and go to bed to. It's 10:30 now. Oh. Is it? Why don't you sit upstairs, ma'am? Why don't I? Said Bathsheba. Des all truly. It isn't worthwhile. There's single quotes as of fire here, lady. She suddenly exclaimed. In an impulsive and excited whisper. Have you heard anything strange? Said a Fanny. The words no sooner escaped her. Than an expression of unutterable regret crossed her face, and she burst into tears. No, not a word, said lady, looking at the weeping woman with astonishment. What is it makes you cry so, man? Does anything hurt you? She came to pass you beside, with a face full of sympathy. No, lady, I don't want you anymore. I can hardly say why I've taken so to crying lately. I never used to cry. Good night. Lady then left the parlor and closed the door. Bathsheba was lonely and miserable now. Not lonelier actually than she had been before her marriage, but her loneliness then was to that of the present time. As the solitude of a mountain is. To the solitude of a cave. And within the last day or 2. Had come these disquieting thoughts about her husband's past, wayward sentiment that evening. Concerning Fanny's temporary resting place. Had been a result of a strange complication of impulses in Bathsheba's bosom. Perhaps it would be more accurately described as a determined rebellion against her prejudices, a revulsion from a lower instinct of uncharitableness, which would have withheld. All sympathy from the dead woman, because in life She had preceded Bathsheba in the attentions of a man, whom Bathsheba had by no means ceased from loving. Though her love was sick to death just now. With the gravity of a further misgiving. In 5 or 10 minutes, there was another tap at the door. Betty reappeared and, coming in a little way, stood hesitating until at length she said, "Marianne has just heard something very strange, but I know it isn't true. And we should be sure to know the rights of it in a day or two. What is it? Oh, nothing connected with you or us. Single quotes am. It is about funny. That same thing you have heard. I've heard nothing. I mean, that a wicked story has got to weather breed. Within this last hour that lady came close to her mistress and whispered the remainder of a sentence slowly into her ear, inclining her head as she spoke. In the direction of the room where Fanny lay. Bathsheba trembled from head to foot. "I don't believe it," she said excitedly. "And there's only one name written on the coffin cover. Nor I. Single quotes am. And a good many others don't. For we should surely have been told more about it, if it had been true. Don't you think so, ma'am? We might or we might not." But she returned and looked into the fire, that lady might not see her face. Finding that her mistress was going to say no more, lady glided out, closed the door softly, and went to bed. But she was faced. As she continued looking into the fire, that evening. Might have excited solicitousness on her account. Even among those who loved her least. The sadness of Fanny Robin's fate did not make, but she was glorious. Although she was the Esther to this poor Vash tie. Then their fates might be supposed to stand. In some respects as contrasts to each other. When lady came into the room a second time, the beautiful eyes which met hers had worn a listless, weary look when she went out after telling the story. They had expressed wretchedness in full activity. A simple country nature fed on old-fashioned principles was troubled by that which would have troubled a woman of the world. Very little, both Fanny and her child, if she had one being dead. But Sheba had grounds for conjecturing a connection between her own history and the dimly suspected tragedy of Fanny's end, which Oak and Bold would never, for a moment, credited her with possessing. The meeting with the lonely woman on the previous Saturday dusk had been unwitnessed and unspoken of. Oak may have had the best intentions in withholding for as many days as possible the details of what had happened to Fanny. But had he known that Bathsheba's perceptions had already been exercised in the matter, he would have done nothing to lengthen the minutes of suspense she was now undergoing, and the certainty which must terminate. It would be the worst fact suspected after all. She suddenly felt a longing desire to speak to someone stronger than herself, and so get strength to sustain her surmised position with dignity, and her caulking doubts with stoicism. Where could she find such a friend? Nowhere in the house. She was by far the coolest of the women under her roof. Patience and suspension of judgment for a few hours, for what she wanted to learn, and there was nobody to teach her. Might she but go to Gabriel Oak? But that could not be. What a way Oak had, she thought, of enduring things. Boldwood would seem so much deeper and higher and stronger in feeling than Gabriel had not yet learned any more than she herself. The simple lesson which Oak showed a mastery of by every turn and look he gave, that among the multitude of interests by which he was surrounded, those which affected his personal well-being were not the most absorbing and important in his eyes. Oak meditatively looked upon the horizon of circumstances without any special regard to his own standpoint in the midst. That was how she would wish to be. But then Oak was not racked by incertitude upon the inmost matter of his bosom. As she was at this moment, Oak knew all about Fanny that she wished to know. She felt convinced of that. If she were to go to him now at once and say no more than these few words, "What is the truth of the story?" you would feel bound in honor to tell her. It would be an inexpressible relief. No further speech would need to be uttered. He knew her so well that no eccentricity of behavior in her would alarm him. She flung a cloak around her. Went to the door and opened it. Every blade, every twig was still. The air was yet thick with moisture, though somewhat less dense than during the afternoon. and a steady smack of drops upon the fallen leaves under the boughs was almost musical in its soothing regularity. It seemed better to be out of the house than within it, and that she would close the door and walked slowly down the lane till she came opposite Gabriel's cottage, where he now lived alone, having left Cogan's house. Through being pinched for room, there was illumination in one window only, and that was downstairs. The shutters were not closed, nor was any blind or curtain drawn over the window. Neither robbery nor observation, being a contingency, which would do much injury to the occupant of the domicile. Yes, it was Gabriel himself who was sitting up. He was reading from her standing place in the road. She could see him plainly sitting quite still, his brightness curly head upon his hand, and only occasionally looking up to snuff the candle which stood beside him. At length, he looked at the clock, seemed surprised at the lateness of the hour, closed his book and arose. He was going to bed, she knew, and if she tapped it must be done at once. Alas for resolve. She felt she could not do it, not for world now. Could she give a hint about her misery to him, much less asking plainly for information on the cause of Fanny's death? She must suspect and guess and chafe and bear it alone. Like a homeless wanderer, she lingered by the bank, as if loud and fascinated by the atmosphere of content which seemed to spread from that little dwelling, and was so sadly lacking in her own. Gabriel appeared in an upper room, placed his illumination in the window bench, and then knelt down to pray. The contrast of the picture with her rebellious and agitated existence at the same time was too much for her to bear to look upon longer. It was not for her to make a truce with trouble. By any such means she must tread her giddy, distracting measure to its last note. As she had begun it with a swollen heart, she went again up the lane and entered her own door, more fevered now by a reaction from the first feelings which Oak's example had raised in her. She paused in the hall, looking at the door of the room wherein Fanny lay. She locked her fingers, threw back her head, and strained her hot hands rigidly across her forehead, saying with a hysterical sob, "What to God you would speak and tell me your secret. Funny, oh, I hope it is not true that there were two of you. If I could only look upon you for one little minute, I should know all." A few moments passed, and she added slowly, "And I will Bathsheba in after times could never gauge the mood which carried her through the actions following this murmured resolution on this memorable dusk of her life." She went to the lumber closet for a screwdriver. At the end of a short though undefined time, she found herself in a small room, quivering with emotion, a mist before her eyes, and an excruciating pulsation in her brain. Standing beside the uncovered coffin of the girl whose conjectured end had so entirely engrossed her, and saying to herself in a husky voice that she gazed within was best to know the worst, and I know it now. She was conscious of having brought about the situation by a series of actions done as by one in the extravagant dream, following that idea as the method which had burst upon her in the hall, with glaring obvious by gliding to the top of the stairs, assuring herself by listening to the heavy breathing of her maids that they were asleep, gliding down again, turning the handle of the door within which the young girl lay, and deliberately setting herself to do what if she had anticipated any such undertaking at dusk and alone would have horrified her, but which when done was not so dreadful as was the conclusive proof of her husband's conduct, which came with knowing beyond doubt the last chapter of Fanny's story. But Sheba's head sank upon her bosom, and the breath which had been baited in suspense, curiosity and interest, was exhaled now in the form of a whispered wail. Oh, she said, and the silent room added length to her moan. Her tears fell fast beside the unconscious pair in the coffin. Tears of a complicated origin, of a nature indescribable, almost indefinable, except as other than those of simple sorrow. Assuredly, their wonted fires must have lived in Fanny's ashes, when events were so shaped as to chariot her hither. In its natural, unobtrusive yet effectual manner, The 1 feet alone out of dying dot by which dot a mean condition could be resolved into a grand 1 dot Fanny had achieved, and to that had destiny rejoined this encounter tonight, which had in Bathsheba's wild imagining turned her companion's failure to success, a humiliation to triumph, a locklessness to ascendancy that is thrown over herself, a garish illumination of mockery, and set upon all things about her an ironical smile. Fanny's face was framed in by that yellow hair of hers, and there was no longer much room for doubt dot as the origin of the curl owned by Troy. In that she was heated fancy dot the innocent white countenance expressed a dim, triumphant consciousness of the pain. She was retaliating for her pain dot with all the merciless rigor of the Mosaic law dot, burning for burning, wound for wound, strife for strife. Bathsheba indulged in contemplations of escape from her position dot by immediate death, which thought she, though it was an inconvenient and awful way, had limits to its inconvenience and awfulness that could not be overpassed dot, whilst the shamus of life were measureless dot at even this scheme of extinction by death dot was tamely copying her rival's method dot without the reasons which had glorified it dot in her rival's case. She glided rapidly up and down the room, as is mostly her habit when excited, a hands hanging clasped in front of her as she thought dot, and in part expressed in broken words. Oh, I hate her, yet I don't mean that. I hate her for his grievous and wicked, and yet I hate her a little dot. Yes, my flesh insists upon hating her, whether my spirit is willing or no dot. If she'd only lived, I could have been angry and cruel towards her dot with some justification, but be vindictive towards a poor dead woman recoils upon myself. O God, have mercy, I'm miserable at all this dot. Bathsheba became at this moment dot so terrified at her own state of mind that she looked around for some sort of refuge. From herself the vision of Oak kneeling down that dusk recurred to her dot, and with the imitative instinct which animates women dot, she seized upon the idea dot, resolved to kneel, and if possible pray. Gabriel had prayed, so would she dot. She knelt beside the coffin, covered her face with her hands dot, and for time the room was silent as a tomb. Whether from a purely mechanical dot or from many other cause, when Bathsheba rose dot, it was with a quieted spirit and a regret. The antagonistic instinct, which had seized upon her just before dot in her desire to make atonement dot, she took flowers from a vase by the window dot and began laying them around the dead girl's head. That she even knew no other way of showing kindness to persons departed than by giving them flowers. She knew not how long she remained engaged dot, thus she forgot time, life, where she was, what she was doing. A slamming together dot of the coach house doors in the yard brought her to herself again dot. An instant after the front door opened and closed dot, steps across the hall dot, her husband appeared at the entrance to the room. Looking in upon her, he beheld it all by degrees, stared in stupid faction at the scene dot, as if he thought it an illusion dot, raised by some fiendish incantation dot. Bathsheba, pallid as a corpse on end dot, gazed back at him in the same wild way. So little are instinctive guesses the fruit of a legitimate induction, that at this moment dot, as he stood with the door in his hand, Troy never once thought of Fanny dot in connection with what he saw. His first dot confused idea was that somebody in the house had died. Well, what so joy blankly dot, I must go, said that she dot, but to herself more than to him. She came with a dilated eye towards the door to push past him. What's the matter in God's name? Who's dead? Said Troy. I cannot say, let me go out. I want air, she continued dot, but no, stay, I insist. He seized her hand, and then volition seemed to leave her dot, and she went off into a state of passivity. He, still holding her dot, came up the room, and thus dot, hand in hand, Troy and Bathsheba approached the coffin side. The candle was standing on a bureau close by them, and the lights slanted down the stinky and kindling the cold features of both mother and babe. Troy looked in dot, dropped his wife's hand dot, knowledge of it all came over him in a lurid sheen dot, and he stood still dot, so still he remained that he could be imagined to have left in him that no motive power whatever dot, the clashes of feeling in all directions confounded one another due to neutrality, and there was motion in numb dot. Do you know her? Said Bathsheba in a small enclosed echo dot, as from the interior of a cell. "I do," said Troy. "Is it she?" "It is." He had originally stood perfectly erect. And now in the well-darkness congealed. The mobility of his frame could be discerned. And recipient movement as in the darkest twilight, maybe discerned luminosity after a while. He was gradually sinking forwards. The lines of his features softened, and dismay modulated to illimitable sadness. Boss Hiba was regarding him from the other side. Still with parted lips and distracted eyes. Capacity for intense feeling. Is proportionate to the general intensity of the nature. And perhaps in all Fanny's sufferings, much greater relatively to her strength. Than there was a time when she suffered. In an absolute sense, what Bathsheba suffered now. What Troy did was to sink upon his knees, with indefinable union of remorse and reverence. Upon his face, and bending over Fanny. Robin gently kissed her. As one would kiss an infant asleep, to avoid awakening it. At the sight and sound of that. To her an endurable act. But Sheba sprang towards him. All the strong feelings which have been scattered over her existence since she knew what feeling was. Seemed gathered together into one pulsation now. The revulsion from her indignant mood a little earlier. When she had meditated upon. Compromised honor for Storm. An eclipse in maternity by another. Was violent and entire. All that was forgotten in the simple and still strong attachment of wife to husband. She had sighed for her self-completeness. Then and now, she cried aloud against the severance of the union. She had deplored. She flung her arms around Troy's neck. Exclaiming widely from the deep of her heart, Don't kiss them, oh Frank. I can't bear it, I can't. I love you better than she did. Kiss me to Frank. Kiss me, you'll Frank. Kiss me to. There was something so abnormal and startling. In this childlike pain and simplicity of this appeal. From a woman of Bath she was caliber in independence, that Troy. Loosening her tightly clasped arms from his neck, looked at her in bewilderment. It was such an unexpected revelation. Of all women being alike at heart. Even those so different in their accessories as Fanny. And this one beside him. Troy could hardly seem to believe her. To be this proud wife Bathsheba. Fanny's own spirit seemed to be animating her frame. But this was the mood of a few instants. Only when the momentary surprise had passed, his expression changed to a silencing imperious gaze. "I will not kiss you," he said. Pushing her away at the wife now. But gone no further yet. Perhaps under the harrowing circumstances. To speak out was the one wrong act, which can be better understood, if not forgiven in her, than the right and politic one. Her rival being now but a corpse. All the feelings she had been betrayed into showing. She drew back to herself again. By a strenuous effort of self-command. "What have you just say as your reason?" she asked, her bitter voice being strangely low. Quite that of another woman now. "I have to say that I have been a bad black-hearted man," he answered. "And that this woman is your victim, and I dat not less than she. I don't taunt me, madam. This woman is more to me dead as she is, than you ever were, or are, or can be. If Satan had not tempted me with that face of yours. And those cursed coquetries, I should have married her. I never had another thought till you came in my way. With the God that I had, but it is all too late. I deserve to live in torment for this." He turned to Funny then. "But never mind, my darling," he said, "in the sight of heaven, you are my very, very wife." At these words arose from Bathsheba's lips a long, low cry of measureless despair and indignation, such a wail of anguish. As had never before been heard within those old. Inhabited walls. "If she's that. What am I?" she added with a continuation of the same cry, and sobbing pitifully, and the rarity with her of such abandonment only made the condition more dire. "You are nothing to me. Nothing," so Joy heartlessly. "A ceremony before a priest doesn't make a marriage. I am not morally yours." A varmint impulse to flee from him. To run from this place. Hide and escape his words at any price. Not stopping short of death itself. Mastered Bathsheba now. She waited not an instant, but turned to the door and ran out. Chapter 4. Under a tree. Reaction. Bathsheba went along the dark road. Neither knowing nor caring. About the directional issue of her flight. The first time that she definitely noticed her position was when she reached a gate leading into a thicket. Overhang by some large oak and beech trees. I'm looking into the place. It occurred to her that she had seen it by daylight. On some previous occasion, and what appeared like an impossible thicket was, in reality, a brake of fern. Now withering fast. She could think of nothing better to do. With her palpitating self. Than go in here and hide in. Entering, she lighted on a spot, sheltered from the damp fog by reclining trunk. Where she sank down upon a tangled couch of thorns and stems. She mechanically pulled some armfuls around her. To keep off the bruises, and closed her eyes. Whether she slept or not, that dusk Bathsheba was not clearly aware, but it was with a freshened existence and a cooler brain that a long time afterwards she became conscious of some interesting proceedings which are going on in the trees above her head and around. A deep-throated chatter was the first sound. It was a sparrow just waking. Next. From another tree it was a finch. Third. From a hedge it was a robin. Overhead a squirrel. Then from the road with my ratata and my tum it was a plowboy. Presently he came opposite, and she believed from his voice that he was one of the boys of her own farm. He was followed by a shambling champ of heavy feet, and looking through the ferns, Bathsheba could just discern. In the one illumination of daybreak, a team of her own mares. They stopped to drink at a pond. On the other side of the way, she watched them flouncing into the pool, drinking. Tossing up their heads, drinking again. The water dribbling from their lips in silver threads. There was another flounce, and they came out of the pond and turned back again towards the farm. She looked further around. Day was just dawning. And beside its cool air and colors, her heated actions and resolves of the dusk stood out. In lurid contrast, she perceived that in her lap and clinging to her hair, the red and yellow leaves. Which had come down from the tree and settled silently upon her during her partial sleep. Bathsheba shook her dress to get rid of them. When multitudes of the same family, lying around about her, rose and fluttered away in the whirl that's created, like a ghost from an enchanter fleeing. There was an opening towards the east. And the glow from the as yet unrisen sun. Attracted her eyes. River from her feet, and between the beautiful yellowing ferns. With their feathery arms, the ground sloped downwards to hollow. In which was a species of swamp dotted with fungi. A morning mist hung over it. Now a fulsome, yet magnificent. Silvery veil full of brightness from the sun, yet semi-opaque. The heads behind it being in some measure hidden by its hazy luminousness. Upper sides of this depression grew sheaves of the common rush. And here and there are peculiar species of flag blades, of which glistened in the emerging sun like sides. But the general aspect of the swamp was malignant. From its moist and poisonous coats. Seemed to be. Exhale the essences of evil things in the earth, and in the waters under the earth. The fungi grew in all manner of positions. From rotting leaves and tree stumps, some exhibiting to her lister's gaze their clammy tops. Others their oozing gills. Some were marked with great splotches, red as arterial blood. Others were saffron yellow, and others tall and attenuated. With stems like macaroni. Some were leathery and of richest browns. The hollows seemed a nursery of pestilences, small and great. In the immediate neighborhood of comfort and health. And Bathsheba arose with a tremor of the thought of having passed the dusk on the brink of so dismal a place. There were now other footsteps to be heard along the road, but Sheba's nerves were still unstrung. She crouched down out of sight, and the pedestrian came into view. It was a schoolboy with a bag slung over his shoulder, containing his dinner and a book in his hand. He paused by the gate, and without looking up, continued murmuring words and tones quite loud enough to reach her ears. O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, O Lord, that I know our book. Give us, give us, give us, give us, give us, that I know grace. The grace, the grace, the grace, that I know. Other words followed to the same effect. The boy was of the dance class. Apparently the book was a psalter, and this was his way of learning to collect. In the worst attacks of trouble, there appears to be always a superficial film of consciousness. Which is left disengaged and open to the notice of trifles. and Bathsheba was faintly amused at the boy's method. Till he too passed on. By this time stupa had given place to anxiety, and anxiety began to make room for hunger and thirst. A form now appeared upon the rise, on the other side of the swamp, half hidden by the midst, and came towards Bathsheba. The woman, for it was woman, approached her with face or scans, as if looking earnestly on all sides of her. When she got a little further round to the left, and drew nearer, Bathsheba could see the newcomer's profile against the sunny heavens, and knew the wavy sweep from forehead to chin, with neither angle nor decisive line anywhere about it, to be the familiar contour of Lady Smallberry. But she was heart-bounded with gratitude, and the thought that she was not altogether deserted, and she jumped up. "Oh lady," she said, or attempted to say, but the words had only been framed by her lips. There came no sound. She had lost her voice by exposure to the clogged atmosphere. "All these hours of twilight, oh mom, I am so glad I found you," said the girl as soon as she saw Bathsheba. "You can't come across that." Shiba said in a whisper, which she vainly endeavored to make loud enough to reach Lydia's ears. Lydia, not knowing this, stepped down upon the swamp, saying as she did so, "It will bear me up, I think." But she will never forget that transient little picture of Lady crossing the swamp. To her there in the morning illumination, iridescent bubbles of dank, subterranean breath rose from the sweating sword beside the waiting maid's feet. As she poured hissing as they burst, and expanded away to join the vapory sky above. Lady did not sink as Bathsheba had anticipated. She landed safely on the other side, and looked up at the beautiful low, pale and weary face of her young mistress. "Poor thing," said Lady, with tears in her eyes. "Do harden yourself up a little, mom. However, I cannot speak up of a whisper. My voice is gone for the present," said Battery, "but hardly, I suppose. The damp air from that hollow has taken it away. That you don't question me, mind. Who sent you? Anybody?" "Nobody. I thought when I found you were not at home that something cruel had happened. I fancy I heard his voice late last dusk, and so knowing something was wrong. Is he at home?" "No. He left just before he came out." "Is Fanny taken away?" "Not yet. She will be soon at 9 o'clock. We won't go home at present then. Suppose we walk about in this wood." Lady, without exactly understanding everything or anything in this episode, assent Ed. And they walked together further among the trees. "But you better come in, ma single quotes am. And have something wait. You die of a chill. I shall not come indoors yet. Perhaps never. Should I get you something to eat? And something else to put over your head. Besides that little shawl, if you will, lady. Lady vanished. And at the end of 20 minutes returned with a cloak hat. Some slices of bread and butter, a teacup, and some hot tea in a little china jug. "Is Fanny gone?" said Bath Shiba. "No," said her companion. Pouring out the tea, Bathsheba wrapped herself up. And ate and drank sparingly. Her voice was then a little clearer, and a trifling color returned to her face. "Now we'll walk about again," she said. They wandered about the woods for nearly 2 hours, but she be replying in one syllables to Lily's prattle. But her mind ran on one subject, and one only. She interrupted with, "I wonder if Fanny's gone by this time. I will go and see." She came back with information that the men were just taking away the corpse. And that Bathsheba had been inquired for that. She had replied to the effect that her mistress was unwell and could not be seen. "Then they think I'm in my bedroom." "Yes, mid-adventure twad. You said when I first found you that you might never go home again. You didn't mean it, mum." "No, I voted my mind. It is only women with no pride in them run away from their husbands. There is one position worse than being found dead in your husband's house from his ill usage, and that is to be found alive through having gone away to the house of somebody else. I've thought of it all this morning, and I've chosen my course. A runaway wife is an encumbrance to everybody, a burden to herself, and the byword, all of which make up a heap of misery, greater than any that comes by staying at home. Though this may include the trifling items of insult, beating, and starvation. Lady, if you ever marry, God forbid that you ever should, you'll find yourself in a fearful situation. But mind this, don't you flinch. Stand your ground and be cut to pieces. That's what I'm going to do. Oh mistress, don't talk so sad. Lady taking her hand. But I knew you had too much sense to. By the way, may I ask what dreadful thing it is that's happened between you and him? You may ask, but I may not tell. In about 10 minutes, they returned to the house by a circuitous route. Entering at the rear, but she. Bird glided up the back stairs to a disused attic, and her companion followed. Lady, she said. With a lighter heart, for youth and hope had begun to reassert themselves. You had to be my confidant for the present. Somebody must be, and I choose you. Well, I should take up my abode here for a while. Will you get a fire lighted? Put down a piece of carpet. And help me to make the place comfortable afterwards. I want you and Marianne to bring up that little stump. Bedstead in the small room. And the bed belonging to it, and a table and some other things. What should I do to pass the heavy time away? Hemming handkerchief is a very good thing, said Lady. Oh no. No, I hate needlework. I always did missing. And that too. You might finish a sampler. Only the carnations and peacocks weren't filling in. And then it could be framed and glazed. And hung beside your arms. Ma single quotes am. Samplers are out of date, horribly petrified. No lady. I'll bring up some books. Not new ones. I haven't had to read anything new. So if your uncle's old ones, ma'am. Yes, some of those we stowed away in boxes. A faint gleam of humor passed over her face as she said, bring Bermond and Fletcher's The Maid's Tragedy and The Mourning Bride. And let me see. Evening Thoughts and The Vanity of Human Wishes. And that story of the black man who murdered his wife. Desmona, it is a nice dismal one that would suit you. Excellent just now. Now lid. You've been looking to my books without telling me, and I said you were not to. How do you know it would suit me? Would in single quotes to suit me at all. But the others do. No they don't. And I won't read dismal books. Why should I read dismal books? Indeed, Bring Me Love in a Village. And The Maid of a Mill. And Dr. Syntax. And some volumes of The Spectator. All that day Bathsheba and Lydia lived in the attic. In a state of barricade. Precaution that proved to be needless as against Joy. But he did not appear in the neighborhood or trouble them at all. Bathsheba sat at the window till sunset. Sometimes attempting to read, at other times watching every movement outside without much purpose. And listening without much interest to every sound. The sun went down almost blood red. That darkness and delivered cloud received its rays in the east. Up against this dark background of the west. Front of the church tower. The only part of the Aid Fest. Visible from the farmhouse windows. Rose distinct and lustrous. The vane upon the summit bristling with rays. Here about at 6 o'clock. Single quotes clock. The young men of the village gathered. As was their custom for game of prisoners' base. The spot had been consecrated. This ancient diversion from time immemorial. The old stocks conveniently forming a base. Facing the boundary of the churchyard. In front of which. The ground was trodden hard and bare as a pavement. By the players. She could see the brown and black heads of the young lads, darting about right and left, their white shirt sleeves gleaming in the sun. Whilst occasionally a shout and a peal of hearty laughter. Varied the stillness of the twilight air. They continued playing for a quarter of an hour or so. When the game concluded abruptly, and the players leapt over the wall and vanished round to the other side. By the yew tree, which was also half behind a beech. Now spreading in one mass of golden foliage, on which the branches traced black lines. Why did the bass players finish their game so suddenly? That she bit? Inquired the next time that Lady entered the room. I think it was because 2 men just came then from Carr's Bridge. And began putting up a grand carved tombstone. Said Lady. The lads went to see whose it was. Do you know that? Super asked. I don't, said Lady. Chapter 45 Troy's Romanticism. When Troy's wife had left the house. At the previous midnight, his first act was to cover the dead from sight. This done, he ascended the stairs. And throwing himself down upon the bed. Just as he waited miserably for the morning. Fate dealt grimly with him. Through the last 24 hours, his day had been spent in a way which varied very materially from his intentions. Regarding it, there is always an inertia to be overcome, and striking out a new line of conduct, not more in ourselves, it seems, than circumscribing events, which appear as if leagued together. To allow no novelties in the way of humiliation. 20 pounds having been secured from Bathsheba, he had managed to add to the sum. Every farthing he could muster on his own account, which had been £7.10. With this money, £27.10 in all, had hastily driven from the gate that morning. To keep his appointment with Fanny Robin. On reaching Casterbridge, he left the horse and trap at an inn. And at 5 minutes before 10, came back to the bridge at the lower end of town and sat himself upon the parapet. The clock struck the hour and no Fanny appeared. In fact, at that moment, she was being robbed in her grave clothes. By two attendants at the Union Pool House, the first and last tiring women the gentle creature had ever been honored with. The quarter went the half hour. A rush of recollection came upon Troy as he waited. This was the second time she had broken a serious engagement with him. In anger he vowed it should be the last. And at 11 o'clock, when he had lingered and watched the stones of the bridge till he knew every lichen upon their faces and heard the chink of the ripples underneath, till they oppressed him, he jumped from his seat. Went to the inn for his gig. And in a bitter mood of indifference concerning the past and recklessness about the future. Drove on to Badmouth races. He reached the racecourse at 2 o'clock and remained there. Or in the town till 9. But Fanny's image. As it had appeared to him. In the somber shadows of that Saturday evening. Returned to his mind, backed up by Bathsheba's approaches. He vowed he would not bet. And he kept his vow from leaving the town. At 9 o'clock in the evening, he had diminished his cash. Only to the extent of a few shillings. He trotted slowly homeward, and it was now that he was struck for the first time. The thought that Fanny had been really prevented by illness. In keeping her promise this time, she could have made no mistake. He regretted that he had not remained in Casterbridge, and made inquiries. Reaching home, he quietly unharnessed the horse and came indoors. As we have seen, to the fearful shock that awaited him. As soon as it grew illumination enough to distinguish objects, Troy arose from the covert of the bed. And in a mood of absolute indifference. To Bathsheba's whereabouts. And almost oblivious of her existence, he walked downstairs. And left the house by the back door. His walk was towards the churchyard. Entering which he searched round till he found a newly dug. Unoccupied grave, the grave dug the day before for Fanny. The position of this having been marked. He hastened on to Casterbridge, only pausing and musing for a while at the hill. Where only had last seen Fanny alive. Reaching the town, Troy descended into a side street. And entered a pair of gates. Cemented by a board bearing the words Leicester Stone and Marble Mason. Within were lying about stones of all sizes and designs, inscribed as being sacred. To the memory of unnamed persons that would not yet die. Troy was so unlike himself now in look. Word indeed that the want of likeness was perceptible, even to his own consciousness. His method of engaging himself in this business. Of purchasing a tune. Was that of an absolutely unpracticed man. He could not bring himself to consider. Calculate or economized. He weirdly wished for something. And set about obtaining it. Like a child in a nursery. "I want a good tomb," he said to the man who stood in a little office within the yard. "I want as good a one as you can give me for £7. It was all the money he possessed. That sum to include everything. Everything, cutting the name, carriage to Weatherbury and erection. "I want it now at once. We could not get any special work this week. I must have it now. Well, if you would like one of these in stock, it could be got ready immediately." "Very well, so try impatiently. Let's see what you have. The best I have in stock is this one stone cutter. Going to a shed. Here's marble headstone, beautifully crooked with medallions beneath. Of typical subjects. Is the footstone after the same pattern. And here's the coping to enclose the grave. The polishing alone of the site cost me £11. The slabs are the best of their kind, and I can warrant them to resist rain and frost for 100 years without flying. And how much? Wow. I could add the name and put it up at Weather Brief. For the sum you mention. Get it done today, and I pay the money now." The man agreed in wonder. At such a mood. In a visitor who wore not a shred of mourning. Troy then wrote the words which were to form the inscription. settled the account, and went away. In the afternoon he came back again and found that the lettering was almost done. He waited in the yard till the tomb was packed. And saw it placed in the cart, and starting on his way to Weatherbury. Giving directions to the two men who were to accompany it. To inquire of the sexton for the grave. The person named in the inscription. It was quite dark when Troy came out of Casterbridge. He carried rather a heavy basket upon his arm. With which he strode moodily along the road, resting occasionally at bridges and gates. Where only deposited his burden for a time. Midway on his journey he met. Returning in the darkness. The men and wagon which had conveyed the tomb. He merely inquired if the work was done. And on being assured that it was, passed on again. Troy entered Weatherbridge churchyard about 10 o'clock and went immediately to the corner. Where he had marked the vacant grave. Early in the morning. It was on the obscure side of the tower, screened to a great extent. From the view of passes along the road, a spot which until lately had been abandoned. The heaps of stones and bushes of alder, but now it was cleared and made orderly for interments. By reason for the rapid filling of the ground elsewhere. He announced that the tomb. As the men had stated. Snow white and shapely in the gloom. Consisting of head and footstone. An enclosing border of marble work. Uniting them in the midst was mold suitable for plants. Troy deposited his basket beside the tomb and vanished for a few minutes. When he returned he carried a spade and the lantern. The luminosity of which he directed for a few moments upon the marble whilst he read the inscription. He hung his lantern on the lowest bar of the yew tree and took from his basket. Flower roots of several varieties. There were bundles of S and OWDROP. Hyacinth and crocus bulbs, violets and double daisies. Which were to bloom in early spring. And of carnations, pinks, picotees. Lila of the valley, forget-me-nots, summer's farewell meadow. Saffron and others for the later seasons of the year. Troy laid these out upon the grass. And with an impassive face set to work to plant them. The snowdrops were arranged in a line on the outside of the coping. The remainder within the enclosure of the grave. The caucasus and hyacinth were to grow in rows. Some of the summer flowers he placed over her head and feet, the lila and forget-me-nots over her heart. The remainder were dispersed in the spaces between. These. Joy in his frustration at this time had no perception that. In the futility of these romantic doings, dictated by a remorseful reaction. From previous indifference, there was an element of absurdity. Deriving his idiosyncrasies from both sides of the channel. He showed at such junctures as the present. The inelasticity of the Englishman, together with that blindness to the line where sentiment verges on mawkishness, characteristic of the French. It was a cloudy, muggy, and very dark darkness, and the rays from trois lantern. Spread into the two old UES. With a strange illuminating power. Flickering as it seemed up to the black ceiling of cloud above. He felt a large drop of rain upon the back of his hand. And presently. One came and entered one of the holes of the lantern, whereupon the candle splattered and went out. Troy was weary, and it being now not far from midnight. And the rain threatened to increase. He resolved to leave the finishing touches of his labor until the day should break. He groped along the wall and over the graves in the dark till he found himself round at the north side. Here he entered the porch. And reclining upon the bench within fell asleep. Chapter 46. The Gargoylet's Doings. The Tower of Weatherbridge Church was a square erection of 14th century date, having to stone gurgles on each of the four faces of its power pit. Of these 8 carved protuberances, only 2 at this time continue to serve the purpose of their erection. That have spout in the water from the lead roof within. One mouth on each front had been closed by bygone church wardens. Superfluous, and 2 others were broken away and choked, a matter not of much consequence to the well-being of the tower, for the 2 mouths which still remained open and active. Were gaping enough to do all the work. It is sometimes argued that. There is no truer criterion of the vitality of. Any given art period than the power of the master spirits of that time dot in grotesque dot, and certainly in the instance of Gothic art. There's no disputing the proposition. Weatherbury Tower was a somewhat early instance of the use of an ornamental parapet dot in parish, as distinct from cathedral churches dot, and the go-go-less dot, which are the necessary correlatives of a parapet dot, were exceptionally prominent, of the boldest cut that the hand could shape, and of the most original design that a human brain could conceive. There was, so to speak, that symmetry and their distortion dot which is less the characteristic of British dot than of continental grotesques of the period. All the 8 were different from each other, and beholder was convinced that nothing on dot earth could be more hideous dot than those he saw on the north side, until he went round to the south of the two, on this latter face. Only that at the southeastern corner concerns the story dot. It was to human to be called like a dragon dot, to impish to be like a man dot, to animal to be like a fiend, and not enough like a bird to be called a griffin. This horrible stone entity was fashioned dot as if covered with a wrinkled hide dot. It had short erect ears dot, eyes starting from their sockets, and its fingers and hands were seizing dot the corners of its mouth, which they thus seemed to pull open, to give free passage to the water at vomited. The lower row of teeth was quite washed away, but the upper still remained here, and thus jetting a couple of feet from the wall, against which his feet rested as a support. The creature had, for 400 years, laughed at the surrounding landscape dot, voiceless lie in dry weather, and in wet dot with a gurgling and snorting sound. Troy slept on in the porch, and the rain dot increased outside. Presently the gurgoyle spat. In due time a small stream began to trickle through the 70 feet of aerial space between its mouth and the ground, which the water drops smoked like duckshot dot in their accelerated velocity. The stream thickened in substance dot and increased in power, gradually spouting further and yet further from the side of the tower. When the rain fell in a steady, ceaseless torrent, the stream dashed downward in volumes dot. We follow its course to the ground. At this point of time the end of the liquid dot parabola had come forward from the wall and was advanced over the plinth moldings dot, over a heap of stones, over the marble border, into the midst of Fanny Robin's grave dot. The force of the stream had until very lately been received upon some loose stones spread thereabout, which had acted as a shield to the soil under the onset dot. These during the summer dot had been cleared from the ground, and there was now nothing to resist the downfall but the bare earth. For several years the stream had not spouted so far from a tower as it was doing on this dusk, and such a contingency had been overlooked dot. Sometimes the obscure corner dot received no inhabitant dot for the space of 2 or 3 years, and then it was usually but a pauper dot, a poacher or other sinner of undignified sins. The persistent torrent from the go-go's jaws directed all its vengeance into the grave. The rich tony mold was stirred into motion and boiled like chocolate dot. The water accumulated and washed deeper down, and the roar of the pool thus formed dot spread into the dusk as the head, and chief among other noises of the kind created by the diluting rain, the flowers dot, so carefully planted by Fanny's repentant lover, began to move and ride in their bed. The winter violets turned slowly upside down and became a mere mat of mud dot. Soon the snowdrop dot and other bulbs danced in the boiling mass like ingredients in a cauldron. Plants, the tufted species, were loosened, rose to the surface and floated off. Troy did not wake from his comfortless sleep dot till it was broad day, that not having been in bed for 2 nights, shoulders felt stiff, his feet tender, and his head heavy. He remembered his position, arose, shivered, took the spade, and again went out. The rain had quite ceased. The sun was shining through the green dot, brown and yellow leaves dot, now sparkling and varnished by the raindrops dot to the brightness of similar effects in the landscapes of Risdale and Hobomer, and dot full of all those infinite beauties that arise from the union of water dot and color with highlights dot. The air was rendered so transparent dot by the heavy fall of rain dot that the autumn hues of the middle distance was rich as those near at hand, and the remote pastures intercepted by the angle of the tower dot appeared in the same plane as the tower itself. he entered the gravel path, which would take him behind the tower. The path, instead of being stony as it had been the darkness before, was brown over with a thin coating of mud. At one place in the path he saw a tuft of stringy roots. Washed white and clean as a bundle of tendons. He picked it up. Surely it couldn't be one of the primroses he had planted. He saw a bulb, another, and another as he advanced. Beyond doubt they were the crocuses. The face of perplexed dismay. Troy turned the corner and then beheld the wreck the stream had made. The pool upon the grave had soaked away into the ground. And then its place was a hollow. The disturbed earth was washed over the grass. And pathway. In the guise of the brown mud he'd already seen, they spotted the marble tombstone with the same stains. Nearly. All the flowers are washed clean out of the ground. And they lay roots upwards on the spots. Whether they have been splashed by the stream. Troy's brow became heavily contracted. He set his teeth closely, and his compressed lips moved. As those of one in great pain. The singular accident. By a strange confluence of emotions in him, that was felt as the sharpest thing of all. Troy's face was very expressive, and any observer who had seen him now. Would hardly believed him to be the man who would laughed and sung. And poured love trifles into a woman's ear. To curse his miserable lot was at first his impulse, but even that lowest stage of rebellion. Needed an activity whose absence was necessarily antecedent to the existence of the morbid misery which run him. The sight coming as it did. Superimposed upon the other dark scenery of the previous days. Formed a sort of climax to the whole panorama, and it was more than he could endure. Sanguine by nature, Troy had a power of eluding grief. By simply adjourning it, he could put off the consideration of any particular specter. Till the matter had become old and softened by time. The planting of flowers on Fanny's grave had been. Perhaps but a species of illusion of the primary grief. And now it was as if his intention had been known and circumvented. Almost for the first time in his life, Troy, as he stood by the dismantled grave, wished himself another man. It is seldom that a person with much animal spirit does not feel that the fact of his life being his own. Is the one qualification. Which singles it out as a more hopeful life. Than that of others. Who may actually resemble him in every particular. Troy had felt in his transient way, hundreds of times, that he could not envy other people their condition, because the possession of that condition. Would have necessitated a different personality. When he desired no other than his own, he had not minded the peculiarities of his birth. The persistitudes of his life, the meteor-like uncertainty of all that related to him, because these are pertained to the hero of his story, without whom there would have been no story at all for him. And it seemed to be only in the nature of things that matters would right themselves. At some proper date and wind up well. This very morning, the illusion completed its disappearance. And as it were all of a sudden, Troy hated himself. The suddenness was probably more apparent than real. A coral reef, which just comes short of the ocean surface. Is no more to the horizon. And if it never been begun, and the mere finishing stroke. Is what often appears to create an event which is long being potentially an accomplished thing. He stood and meditated, a miserable man. Whither should he go? He that is accursed, let him be accursed. Still. Was the pitiless anathema written in this foliated effort. Of his newborn solicitousness. A man who has spent his primal strength in journey. In one direction has not much spirit left. The reversing his course. Troy had since yesterday faintly reversed his, but the nearest opposition had disheartened him. To turn about would have been hard enough. Under the greatest providential encouragement, but to find the providence. Far from helping him into a new course, or showing him any wish that he might adopt one. Actually geode his first trembling and critical attempt in that kind. As more than nature could bear, he slowly withdrew from the grave. He did not attempt to fill up the hole. Replace the flowers or do anything at all. He simply threw up his cards and forswore his game, for that time and always, going out to the churchyard silently and not observed. None of the villagers having yet risen. He passed down some lands at the back. And emerged just as secretly upon the high road. Shortly afterwards, he'd gone from the village. Meanwhile, Boss Hiba remained a voluntary prisoner in the attic. The door was kept locked. Except during the entries and exits of Liddy, for whom a bed had been arranged in a smaller. Joining room. The luminosity of Troy's lantern in the churchyard was noticed about 10 o'clock by the maid-servant, who casually glanced from the window in that direction. Whilst taking her supper, and she called back. She was attention to it. They looked curiously at the phenomena for a time, until Lydia was sent to bed. But Sheba did not sleep very heavily that nightfall, when her attendant was unconscious and softly breathing. In the next room, mistress of the house was still looking out of the window at the faint gleam spreading from among the trees, not in a steady shine, but blinking like a revolving coast light. The disappearance failed to suggest to her that a person was passing and repassing in front of it. But Sheba sat here till it began to rain, and the brightness vanished, and she withdrew to lie restlessly in her bed and reenact in a warm mind the lurid scene of yes. Tonight. Almost before the first sign of dawn appeared, she rose again and opened the window. To obtain a full breathing of the new morning air, the panes being now wet with trembling tears. Left by the darkness rain, each one rounded with a pale luster. Caught from the primrose huge slashes through a cloud. Low down, and the awakening expanse from the trees came the sound of steady dripping upon the drifted leaves under them, and from the direction of the church she could hear another noise peculiar, not intermittent like the rest, the purr of water falling into a pool. Lady knocked at 8 o'clock, and Bathsheba unlocked the door. "What a heavy rain we've had in the twilight, ma'am," said Lady, when her inquiries about breakfast had been made. "Yes, very heavy." "Did you hear a strange noise in the churchyard?" "I heard one strange noise. I've been thinking. It must have been the water from the tower spouts. Well, that's what the shepherd was saying, ma'am. He's now gone on to see. Oh, Gabriel has been here this morning. Only just looked in and passing quite in his old way. But the tower spouts used to spat on the stones. We are puzzled, for this was like the boiling of a pot. Not being able to read, think, or work." But she but asked Lady to stay and breakfast with her. The tongue of the more childish woman still ran upon recent events. "Are you going across to the church, ma?" Single quotes am. She asked. "Not that I know of," said Bathsheba. "I thought you might like to go and see where they put Fanny. She's hide the place from your window." But she had all sorts of dreads about meeting her husband. "Has Mr. Troy been in tonight?" She said. "No, ma'am. I think he's gone to Budmouth." Badmouth, the sound of the word carried with it a much diminished perspective of him and his deeds. There were 13 miles interval betwixt them now. She hated questioning Lydia about her husband's movements, and indeed had hid the two. Sedulously avoided doing so. But now all the house knew that there had been some dreadful disagreement between them. And it was futile to attempt disguise. Bathsheba had reached the stage of which people cease to have any appreciative regard for public opinion. "What makes you think he's gone there?" She said. "Laban Toll saw him on the Bedmouth Road this morning." Before breakfast, as she was momentarily relieved of that wayward heaviness, the past 24 hours. To quench the vitality of youth in her. Without substituting the philosophy of mature years, and she resolved to go out and walk a little way. So when breakfast was over, she put on her bonnet and took a direction towards the church. It was 9 o'clock, and the men having returned to work again from their first meal. She was not likely to meet many of them in the road, knowing the Fanny had been laid in the REPA rates. Quarter of the graveyard. Called in the parish behind church. Which was invisible from the road. It was impossible to resist the impulse to enter and look upon a spot which. From nameless feelings, she at the same time dreaded to see. She had been unable to overcome. An impression that some connection existed between her rival. And the glow through the trees. She was. Skirted the buttress and beheld the hole in the tomb, its delicately veined surface splashed and stained. Just as Troy had seen it and left it 2 hours earlier. On the other side of the scene stood Gabriel, his eyes too were fixed on the tomb and her arrival, having been noiseless. She had not as yet attracted his attention. Bathsheba did not once perceive that the grand tomb and the disturbed grave were Fanny's, and she looked on both sides and around for some humble mound, earthed up and clotted in the usual way. Then her eye followed Oak's, and she read the words with which the inscription open. Erected by Francis Troy in beloved memory of Fanny. Robin. Oak saw her, and his first act was to gaze inquiringly and learn how she received this knowledge of the authorship of the work, which to himself had caused considerable astonishment. But such discoveries did not much affect her. Now emotional convulsion. Seemed to become commonplaces of her history. And she bade him good morning. And asked him to fill in the hole with the spade. Which was standing by. Whilst Oak was doing as she desired. That Sheba collected the flowers and began planting them. With that sympathetic manipulation of roots and leaves, which was so conspicuous in a woman's gardening. And which flowers seem to understand and thrive upon. She requested Oak to get the church wardens to turn the lead work at the mouth of the Gurgyle. It hung gaping down upon them. By this means, the stream might be directed sideways, and a repetition of the accident prevented. Finally, with a superfluous magnanimity of a woman, whose narrow instincts have brought down. Bitterness upon her instead of love, she wiped the mud spots from the tomb. As if she rather liked its words than otherwise, and went home again. Chapter 47. Adventures. By the shore. Troy wandered along towards the south. A composite feeling made up of disgust with the. To him humdrum tediousness of a farmer's life. Gloomy images of her who lay in the churchyard. Remorse and a general averseness to his wife's society impelled him to seek a home in any place on earth. Say whether buried. The sad accessories of Fanny's end confronted him. As vivid pictures, which threatened to be indelible and made life in Bathsheba's house intolerable. At 3 in the afternoon, he found himself at the foot of a slope, more than a mile in length, which ran to the ridge of a range of hills. Lying parallel with the shore, and formed a monotonous barrier between the basin of cultivated country inland and the wilder scenery of the coast. Up the hill stretched the road, nearly straight and perfectly white, the two sides approaching each other in a gradual taper. Till they met the atmosphere at the top. About 2 miles off throughout the length, this narrow and irksome inclined plane, not a sign of life was visible on this garish afternoon. Troy toiled up the road with an anger and depression. Greater than any he had experienced for many. A day and year before. The air was warm and muggy, and the top seemed to recede as he approached. At last he reached the summit. And a wide and novel prospect burst upon him. With an effect almost like that of the Pacific. Upon Balboa's gaze, the broad steely sea. Marked only by faint lines, which had a semblance of being etched thereon. To a degree not deep enough to disturb its general evenness, stretched the whole width of his front, and round to the right. Where near the town and port of Badmouth, the sun bristled down upon it and banished all color. To substitute in its place a clear, oily polish. Nothing moved in sky, land, or sea, except a frill of milk. White foam along the nearer angles of the shores. Shreds of which lit the contiguous stones like tongues. He descended and came to a small basin of sea. Enclosed by the cliffs. Troy's nature freshened within him. He thought he would rest and bathe here. Before going further, he undressed and plunged in. Inside the cove. The water was uninteresting to a swimmer, being as smooth as a pond. And to get a little of the ocean swell, Troy presently swam between the two projecting spurs of rock. Which formed the Pillars of Hercules. To this miniature Mediterranean. Unfortunately for Troy. A current unknown to him existed outside, which, unimportant to a craft of any burden, was awkward for a swimmer who might be taken in it. Unawares, Troy found himself carried to the left, and then round in a swoop out the sea. He now recollected the place and its menacing character. Many bathers. Who there prayed for dry death from time to time. And like Gonzalo, also had been unanswered. And Troy began to deem it possible he might be added to their number. Not a boat of any kind was at present within sight, but far in the distance Budmouth lay upon the sea, as it were quietly regarding his efforts. Beside the town the harbor showed its position, by dim meshwork of ropes, and SPARS. After well, now exhausting himself, and attempts to get back to the mouth of the cove, in his weakness, swimming several inches deeper than was his wand. Keeping up his breathing entirely by his nostrils, turning upon his back a dozen times over, swimming on Papillon, and so on. Troy resolved as a last resource, to tread water at a slight incline, and so endeavor to reach the shore, at any point. Merely giving himself a gentle impetus, INWARDS. Was carried on in the general direction of the tide. This necessarily a slow process he found to be not altogether so difficult, and though there was no choice of a landing place, the objects unsure, passing by him in a sad and slow procession, he perceptibly, approached the extremity of a spit of land, yet further to the right now, well defined against the sunny portion of the horizon, while the swimmer's eyes were fixed upon the spit, as his only means of salvation. On this side of the unknown, a moving object broke the outline of the extremity, and immediately a ship's boat appeared, manned with several sailor lads about towards the sea. All Troy's vigour, spasmodically revived to belong the struggle. Yet a little further, swimming with his right arm, he held up his left to hail them, splashing upon the waves, and shouting with all his might, from the position of the setting sun. His white form was distinctly visible upon the now deep, hued bosom of the sea to the east of the boat, and the men saw him at once backing their oars and putting the boat about. They pulled towards him with a will, and in 5 or 6 minutes, from the time of his first hello, 2 of the soldiers hold him in over the stern. They formed part of a brig's crew, and had come ashore for sand, lending him what little clothing they could spare. Among them, as a slight protection against the rapidly cooling air, they agreed to land him in the morning, and without further delay, for it was growing late, they made again towards the roadster, where their vessel lay, and now darkness trooped slowly upon the wide, watery levels in front, and at no great distance from them, but a shoreline curved round, and formed a long ribbon of shape. Upon the horizon a series of points of yellow luminosity began to start into existence, denoting the spot to be the site of Badmouth, where the lamps were being luminosity along the parade. The clock of their oars was the only sound of any distinctness. Upon the sea, as they labeled amid the thickening shades. The lamplights grew larger, each appearing to send a flaming sword deep down into the waves before it, until there arose among other dim shapes of the kind, the form of the vessel for which they were bound. Chapter 8. Doubts arise, doubts linger. But Sheba underwent the enlargement of her husband's absence, from hours to days, with a slight feeling of surprise, and a slight feeling of relief. Yet neither sensation rose at any time, far above the level, commonly designated as indifference. She belonged to him. The certainties of that position was so well defined, and the reasonable probabilities of his issues, so bounded, that she could not speculate on contingencies, taking no further interest in herself. As a splendid woman, she acquired the indifferent feelings of an outsider, in contemplating her probable fate, as a singular wretch for Bath. Sheba drew herself and her future in colors that no reality could exceed the darkness. Her original vigorous pride of youth had sickened, and with it, had declined all her anxieties about coming years. Since anxiety recognizes a better and a worse alternative, and that Sheba had made up her mind that alternatives on any noteworthy scale had ceased for her, sooner or later, and that not very late her husband will be home again, and then the days of their tenancy in the upper farm would be numbered. They had originally been shown by the agent the estate some distrust of Bathsheba's tenure, as James' evident successor, on the score of her sex and her youth and her beauty, but the peculiar nature of her uncle's will, his own frequent testimony before his death, to her cleverness in such pursuit, and her vigorous marshalling of the numerous flocks and herds which came suddenly into her hands. before negotiations were concluded. But one confidence in her powers. And no further objections have been raised. She had likely been in great doubt as to what the legal effects of her marriage would be upon her position, but no notice had been taken as yet of her change of name, and only one point was clear, that in the event of her own or her husband's inability to meet the agent at the forthcoming January rent day, very little consideration would be shown, and for that matter very little would be deserved. Once out of the farm, the approach of poverty would be sure. Hence Bathsheba lived in a perception that her purposes were broken off. She was not a woman who could hope on without good materials for the process. Differing thus from the less far-sighted and energetic, the more petted ones of the sex, with whom hope goes on as the sort of clockwork which the nearest food and shelter. Sufficient to wind up, and perceiving clearly that her mistake had been a fatal one, she accepted her position and waited coldly for the end. The first Saturday after Troy's departure, she went to Casterbridge alone, a journey she had not before taken since her marriage. On this Saturday, Bathsheba was passing slowly on foot through the crowd of rural businessmen gathered as usual in front of the market house, who were as usual gazed upon by the burghers with feelings that those healthy lives were daily paid for by exclusion from possible aldermanship. When a man who had apparently been following her said some words to another on her left hand. But she's ears were keen as those of any wild animal, and she distinctly heard what the speaker said, though her back was towards him. "I'm looking for Mrs. Troy. Is that she there?" "Yes, that's the young lady," I believe to the person addressed. "I have some awkward news to break to her. Her husband is drowned." As if endowed with a spirit of prophecy. That Sheba gasped out, "No, it is not true, it cannot be true." Then she said and heard no more. The ice of self-command, which had lastly gathered over her, was broken, and the currents burst forth again and overwhelmed her. A darkness came into her eyes, and she fell, but not to the ground. A gloomy man, who had been observing her from under the portico of the old corn exchange, when she passed through the group without, stepped quickly to her side at the moment of her exclamation and caught her in his arms as she sank down. "What is it?" said Boldwood, looking up at the bringer of the big news as he supported her. "Her husband was drowned this week while bathing in Low Wind Cove. A Coast Guard found his clothes and brought them into Budmouth yesterday. Thereupon a strange fire lighted up Baldward's eye. His face flashed with the suppressed excitement of an unutterable thought. Everybody's glad was now centered upon him. And the unconscious Bathsheba. He lifted her body off the ground. And smoothed down the fold of her dress. As a child might have taken a storm-beaten bird and arranged its ruffled plumes, and bore her along the pavement of the King's Arms Inn. Yea, he passed with her under the archway into a private room. And by the time he had deposited so lofty the precious burden upon a sofa, Bathsheba had opened her eyes, remembering all that had occurred. She murmured, "I want to go home." Baldwood left the room. He stood for a moment in the passage. To recover his senses. The experience had been too much for his consciousness to keep up with. And now that he had grasped it, it had gone again. For those few heavenly golden moments, he had been in his arms. What did it matter about her not knowing it? She had been close to his breast. He had been close to hers. He started onward again, and sending a woman to her, went out to ascertain all the facts of the case. These appeared to be limited, but he had already heard. He then ordered her horse to be put into the gig, and when all was ready returned to inform her. He found out, though still pale and unwell, she had in the meantime sent for the Badmouth man, who brought the tidings. And learned from him all there was to know. Being hardly in the condition to drive home, as she had driven to town. Baldwood, with every delicacy of manner and feeling, offered to get her a driver, or to give her a seat in his phaeton, which is more comfortable than her own conveyance. These proposals Bathsheba gently declined, and the farmer at once departed. About half an hour later, she invigorated herself by an effort, and took her seat in the reins. As usual in external appearance, that much as if nothing had happened. She went out of the town by tortuous back street and drove slowly along, unconscious of the road and the scene. The first shades of dusk were showing themselves when Bathsheba reached home. Where silently alighting and leaving the horse in the hands of the boy, she proceeded upstairs at once. Lady met her on the landing. The news had preceded Bathsheba to Weatherbury. By half an hour, and Lady looked inquiringly into a mistress's face. Bathsheba had nothing to say. She entered her bedroom and sat by the window. And thought till dusk enveloped her. And the extreme lines only of her shape were visible. Somebody came to the door, knocked, and opened it. Well, what is it, lady? She said. I was thinking that there must be something got for you to wear. Said Lady with hesitation. What do you mean, mourning? No, said that she hurriedly. But I suppose there must be something done for poor. Not at present. I think it is not necessary. Why not, mum? Because he's still alive. How do you know that? Said Lady, amazed. I don't know it. But wouldn't have been different? Or shouldn't I have heard more? Or wouldn't they have found him? Lady, or I don't know how it is, but death would have been different from how this is. I'm perfectly convinced that he is still alive. Bathsheba remained firm in this opinion till Monday, when two circumstances conjoined to shake it. The first was a short paragraph in the local newspaper, which beyond the making by a methodizing pen. Formidable presumptive evidence of Troy's death by drowning. Contained the important testimony of a young Mr. Barker, MD of Badmouth, who spoke to being an eyewitness of the accident. In a letter to the editor. In this he stated that he was passing over the cliff. On the remoter side of the cove. Just as the sun was setting. At that time he saw a bather. Carried along in the current. Outside the mouth of the cove, and guessed in an instant that there was but a poor chance for him, unless he should be possessed of unusual. Muscular powers. He drifted behind a projection of the coast. And Mr. Barker followed along the shore. In the same direction. But by the time he could reach an elevation sufficiently great commander view of the sea beyond, dusk could set in, and nothing further was to be seen. The other circumstance was the arrival of his clothes, when it became necessary for her to examine and identify them, though this had virtually been done long before. By those who inspected the letters in his pockets. It is so evident to her in the midst of her agitation that Troy had undressed. In the full conviction of dressing again. Almost immediately, that the notion that anything but death could have prevented him. Was a perverse one to entertain. Then Bathsheba said to herself that others were assured. In their opinion, strange that she should not be. A strange reflection occurred to her. Causing her face to flash. Suppose that Troy had followed Fanny into another world. Had he done this intentionally? Yet contrived to make his death appear like an accident. Nevertheless, this thought of how the apparent might differ from the real. Made vivid by her bygone jealousy of Fanny. And the remorse he had shown, that dusk did not blind her to the perception of a difference less tragic. But herself far more disastrous. When alone late that evening, beside a small fire, and much calmed down. Bathsheba took Troy's watch into her hand, which had been restored to her. With the rest of the articles belonging to him. She opened the case, as he had opened it before her a week ago. There was a little coil of pale hair, which had been as the fuse to this great explosion. He was hers and she was his. They should be gone together, she said. I'm nothing to either of them, and why should I keep her? She took it in her hand and held it over the fire. No, I'll not burn it. I'll keep it in memory of her, poor thing, she added, statuing back her hand. Chapter 49. Oak's advancement, a great hope. The late autumn and the winter drew on apace, and the leaves lay thick upon the turf of the glades. And the mosses of the woods, that Sheba having previously been living in a state of suspended feeling, which was not suspense, now lived in a mood of quietude, which was not precisely peacefulness. While she had known him to be alive, she could have thought of his death with acronymity. But now that it might be she had lost him, she regretted that he was not hers. Still, she kept the farm going, raked in her profits without caring keenly about them, and expended money on ventures because she had done so in bygone days, which though not long gone by, seemed infinitely removed from her present. She looked back upon the past over a great gulf, as if she were now a dead person, that having the faculty of meditation still left in her, by means of which, like the moldering gentle folk, the poet's story, she could sit and ponder what a gift life used to be. However, one excellent result of her general apathy was the long delayed installation of Oak as bailiff. But he having virtually exercised that function for a long time already, the change, beyond the substantial increase of wages it brought, was little more than a nominal one addressed to the outside world. Goldwood lived secluded and inactive. Much of his wheat and all of his barley of that season had been spoiled by the rain. It sprouted, grew into intricate mats, and was ultimately thrown to the pigs in armful ls. The strange neglect which had produced this ruin and waste became the subject of whispered talk among all the people around, and it was elicited from one of Baldwood's men that forgetfulness had nothing to do with it, but he had been reminded of the danger to his corn as many times, and as persistently as inferiors dared to do. The sight of the pigs turning in disgust from the rotten ears seemed to arouse Baldwood, and he one twilight sent for Oak. Whether it was suggested by Beth, Sheba's recent act of promotion or not, the farmer proposed to the interview that Gabriel should undertake the superintendence of the lower farm as well as of Beth Sheba's, because of the necessity Baldwood felt for such a and the impossibility of discovering a more trustworthy man. Gabriel's malignant star was assuredly setting fast, but Sheba, when she learned of this proposal, the Oak was obliged to consult her. At first languagely objected. She considered that the two farms together were too extensive for the observation of one man. Baldwood, who was apparently determined by personal rather than commercial reasons, suggested that Oak should be furnished with a horse for his sole use, when the plan would present no difficulty. The two farms lying side by side. Boulder did not directly communicate with her during these negotiations, only speaking to Oak, who was the go-between throughout. All was harmoniously arranged at last. And we now see Oak mounted on a strong cob, and daily trotting the length and breadth of about 2,000 acres in a cheerful spirit of surveillance as if the crops all belonged to him, the actual mistress of the one half, and the master of the other, sitting in their respective homes in gloomy and sad seclusion. Out of this there arose, during the spring succeeding, a talk in the parish that Gabriel Oak was feathering his nest fast. What do you thinking? It was eventually known that Gabriel though paid a fixed wage by Bathsheba independent of the fluctuation of agricultural profits, had made an engagement with Baldwood, by which Oak was to receive a share of the receipts, a small share certainly, yet it was money of a higher quality than mere wages, and capable of expansion in a way that wages were not. Some were beginning to consider Oak a near man. Although his condition had thus far improved, he lived in no better style than before. Occupying the same cottage, paring his own potatoes, mending his stockings, and sometimes even making his bed with his own hands. Brazil was not only provoking indifferent to public opinion, but a man who clung persistently to old habits and usages simply because they were old. There was room for doubt as to his motives. A great hope latterly germinated in Boldwood, whose unreasoning devotion to Shiba could only be characterized as a fond madness, which neither time nor circumstance, evil nor good report could weaken or destroy. This fevered hope had grown up again, like a grain of mustard seed, during a quiet which followed the hasty conjecture that Troy was drowned, that he nourished it fearfully, and almost shunned the contemplation of it in earnest. Best fact should reveal the wildness of the dream. Sheba having at last been persuaded to wear mourning, her appearance as she entered the church in that guise was in itself a weekly addition to his faith, that the time was coming very far off, that perhaps yet surely nearing, when his waiting on events should have its reward. How long he might have to wait, he had not yet closely considered, What he would try to recognize was that the severe schooling she had been subjected to had made Bathsheba much more considerate than she had formerly been of the feelings of others, and he trusted that should she be willing at any time in the future to marry any man at all, that man would be himself. There was a substratum of good feeling in her herself approach, for the injury she had thoughtlessly done him might be depended upon now to a much greater extent than before. Her infatuation and disappointment it would be possible to approach her by the channel of her good nature, and to suggest a friendly business nightfall compact between them, for fulfillment of some future day keeping the passionate side of it desire entirely out of sight. Such was bold with hope to the eyes of the middle-aged. That Sheba was perhaps additionally charming. Just now exuberance of spirit was pruned down. The original phantom of delight had shown herself to be not too bright for human nature's daily food, and she had been able to enter this second, poetical phase without losing much of the first in the process. But she was returned from a 2 months visit to her old aunt at Norcombe afforded the impassioned and yearning farmer a pretext for inquiring directly after her now possibly in the 9th month of her widowhood, and endeavoring to get a notion of her state of mind regarding him. This occurred in the middle of the haymaking and Goldwood contrived to be near. Liddy was assisting in the pastures. "I'm glad to see you out of doors, Lydia," he said pleasantly. She simped and wondered in her heart why he should speak so frankly to her. "I hope Mrs. Troy is quite well after her long absence," he continued in a manner expressing that the coldest-hearted neighbor could scarcely say less about her. "Well, she's quite well, sir, and cheerful, I suppose." "Yes, cheerful. Fearful, did you say?" "Oh, no. I nearly said she was cheerful. Tells you all her affairs." "No, sir. Some of them, yes, sir. Mrs. Troy puts much confidence in you, Lydia. And very wisely perhaps she do, sir. I've been with her through all her troubles, and was with her at the time of Mr. Troy's going, and all as she were to marry again. I expect I should abide with her. She promises that you show." "Quite natural," said the strategic lover, throbbing throughout him at the presumption, which lady's words appeared to warrant, that his darling had thought of remarriage. "No, she doesn't promise it exactly. I merely judge her on my own account." Yes, I understand. When she alludes the possibility of marrying again, you conclude she never do allude to it, sir. So, lady, thinking how very stupid Mr. Baldwood was getting. Of course not, he returned hastily, his hope falling again. "You didn't take quite such long reaches with your rake, Lydia. Short and quick ones are the best. Well, perhaps says she is absolute mistress again. Now is wise of her to resolve never to give up her freedom. I mistress did certainly once say, though not seriously, that she supposed she might marry again at the end of 7 years from last year, if she cared to risk Mr. Choice coming back and claiming her. 6 years from the present time, said that she might marry her once. In every reasonable person's opinion, whatever the lawyers might say to the contrary. Have you been to ask them? Said Liddy innocently. "Well, not. I said BOLDWOOD. Graying read Liddy. "You needn't stay here a minute later than you wish. So Mr. Rogue says, I'm now going on a little further. Good afternoon." He went away vexed with himself and ashamed of having, for this one time in his life, done anything which could be called underhand. Poor BOLDWOOD. Had no more skill in finesse than a battering ram, and he was uneasy. With a sense of having made himself appear stupid. And what was worse, mean. But he had, after all, brightness upon one fact, by way of repayment. It was a singularly fresh and fascinating fact, and though not without its sadness. It was pertinent and real. Little more than 6 years from this time, Bathsheba might certainly marry him. There was something definite in that hope. For admitting that there might have been no deep thought. In her words to Lydia about marriage, they showed at least her creed on the matter. This pleasant notion was now continually in his mind. 6 years were a long time, but how much shorter than never. The idea he had been for so long obliged to endure. Jacob had served twice 7 years for Rachel. What was 6 years for such a woman as this? He tried to like the notion of waiting for her dot better than that of winning her dot at once. Goldwood felt his love to be so deep and strong and eternal that it was possible. She had never yet known its full volume, and this patience and delay would afford him an opportunity of giving sweet proof. On the point he would annihilate the 6 years of his life, as if they were minutes. So little did he value his time on earth. Beside her love, he would let her see all those 6 years of intangible, ethereal courtship. How little care he had for anything, but as it bore upon the consummation. Meanwhile, the early and the late summer brought round the week in which Greenhill Fair was held. This fair was frequently attended by the folk of Weatherbury. Chapter 50. The Sheep Fair. Troy touches his wife's hand. Greenhill was the Nizhny, North Colorado, South Wessex, and the busiest MERRIEST noisiest day of the whole statute number. Was the day of the Sheep Fair. This yearly gathering was upon the summit of the hill. Which retained in good preservation the remains of an ancient earthwork, consisting of a huge rampart, an entrenchment of an oval form, encircling the top of the hill, though somewhat broken down here and there. To each of the 2 chief openings on opposite sides, a winding road ascended, and the level green space of 10 or 15 acres. Enclosed by the bank was the site of the fair. A few permanent erections dotted the spot, but the majority of visitors patronized canvas alone for resting and feeding under. During the time of their sojourn here, shepherds who attended with their flocks from long distances started from home 2 or 3 days, or even a week before the fair, driving their charges a few miles each day, not more than 10 or 12, and resting them at darkness in hired grasslands by the wayside. At previously chosen points where they fed, having fasted since morning. The shepherd of each flock marched behind a bundle containing his kit for the week, strapped upon his shoulders, and in his hand his crook, which he used as the staff of his pilgrimage. Several of the sheep could get worn and lame. And occasionally a lambing occurred on the road. To meet these contingencies, there was frequently provided to accompany the flocks from the remoter points a pony and wagon, into which the weekly ones were taken. For the remainder of the journey, the Weatherbury farms, however, were no such long distance from the hill. And those arrangements were not necessary in their case, but the large united flocks of Bath, Sheba, and Farmer Baldwood formed a valuable and imposing multitude. Which demanded much attention, and on this account Gabriel. In addition to Baldwood Shepherd and Cain Boole. Accompanied them along the way, through the decayed old town of Kings Bear, and upward to the plateau. Old George the dog, of course, behind them. When the autumn sun slanted over Greenhill this morning. And lighted the dewy flat upon its crest, nebulous clouds of dust were to be seen. Floating between the pairs of hedges, which streaked the wide prospect around. In all directions. These gradually converged upon the base of the hill. And the flocks became individually visible, climbing the serpentine ways which lead to the top. Fast in a slow procession, they enter the opening to which the roads tended. Multitude after multitude, horned and hornless blue flocks and red flocks, Bath flocks and brown flocks, even green and salmon-tinted flocks, according to the fancy of the COLOURIST. And custom of the farm. Men were shouting. Dogs were barking with greatest animation. But the thronging travelers in so long a journey. Had grown nearly indifferent to such terrors. Though they still bleated piteously at the unwontedness of their experiences. A tall shepherd rising here and there. In the midst of them, like a gigantic idol. Amid a crowd of prostrate devotees. The great mass of sheep in the fair consisted of South Downs and the old Wessex horn breeds. To the latter class. Bath sheepers and Farmer Baldwoods mainly belonged. These filed in about 9 o'clock. They've emulated horns. Looping gracefully on each side of their cheeks, in geometrically perfect spirals, a small pink and white ear nestling under each horn. Before and behind came other varieties. Perfect leopards as to the full. Rich substance of their coats, and only lacking the spots. There were also a few of the Oxfordshire breed, whose wool was beginning to curl like a child's flax. And hair. Those. Surpassed in this respect by the effeminate Leicesters, which were in turn less curly than the Cotswolds. But the most picturesque by far was a small flock of mares, which chanced to be there this year. Their pied faces and legs dark and heavy horns, dresses of wool hanging around their swarthy foreheads, quite relieved the monotony of the flocks in that quarter. All these bleeding, panting and weary thousands had entered and were penned before the morning had far advanced. The dog belonging to each flock being tied to the corner of the pen containing it. Alleys for pedestrians intersected the pens, which soon became crowded with buyers and sellers from far and near. In another part of the hill, an altogether different scene began to force itself upon the eye. Towards midday. A circular tent of exceptional newness and size was in course of erection here. As the day drew on, the flocks began to change hands, lightening the shepherds' responsibilities. And turned their attention to this tent, and inquired of a man at work there, whose soul seemed concentrated on tying bothering not in no time what was going on. The royally purjoined performance of Turpin's ride to York, and the death of Black Bess. Replied the man promptly. Without turning his eyes or leaving off tying. As soon as the tent was completed, the band struck up highly stimulating harmonies, and the announcement was publicly made. Black Bess, standing in a conspicuous position on the outside. As a living proof, if proof were wanted, of the truth of the IRACULA. Utterances. From the stage of which the people were to enter. These were so convinced. By such genuine appeals to the heart and understanding, both they soon began to crowd in abundantly. Among the foremost being visible. Jan Corgan and Joseph Paulgrass, who were holiday keeping here today. That's the great ruffian pushing me, screamed a woman in front of Jan. Over her shoulder at him. When the rush was at its fiercest. How can I help pushing you when a phobia in push me. Said Cogan in a deprecating tone, turning his head towards the force. Said Folk as far as he could without turning his body, which was jammed as an advice. There was a silence then. The drums and trumpets again. Sent forth their echoing notes. The crowd was again ecstasied and gave another lurch, in which Cogan and Pawgrass were again thrust by those behind upon the women in front. All that helpless female should be at the mercy of such ruffians. Extend one of these ladies again, as she swayed like a reed shaken by the wind. Now so Cogan. Appealing in an earnest voice to the public at large. As it stood clustered about his shoulder blades. Did you ever hear such an unreasonable woman as that. But my cocker's neighbors, if I could only get out of this cheese ring, the damn women might eat the show for me. Don single quotes to you lose your temper. Jen employed Joseph Progress in a whisper. They might get their men to murder us, for I think by the shiny their eyes that they be a sinful form of womankind. Jan held his tongue. As if he had no objection to being pacified. To please a friend. And they gradually reached the foot of the ladder. Poor Grass being flattened like a jumping jack, and the sixpence for admission. Which he had got ready half an hour earlier. Having become so weak and hot. In this tight squeeze of his excited hand, that the woman in spangles, brazen rings set with glass diamonds, and with chalked face and shoulders, who took the money off him, hastily dropped it again, from a fear that some trick had been played. To burn her fingers. So they all entered. And the cloth of the tent, to the eyes of an observer on the outside. Became bulged into innumerable pimples, such as we observe on a sack of potatoes. Caused by the various human heads, backs and elbows at high pressure. Within. At the rear of the large tent. There were two small dressing tents. One of these, allotted to the male performers, was partitioned into halves by a cloth. And in one of the divisions, they were sitting on the grass. Pulling on a pair of jack boots. A young man, whom we instantly recognized as Sergeant Troy. Joy's appearance in this position. May be briefly accounted for. The brig aboard which he was taken in Badmouth Roads was about to start on a voyage. Though somewhat short of hands. Joy read the articles and joined, but before they sailed, the boat was dispatched across the bay. To Lower Wind Cove as he had half expected. His clothes were gone. He ultimately worked his passage to the United States. Where he made a precarious living in various towns. As professor of gymnastics. Sword exercise, fencing, and pugilism. A few months was sufficient to give him a distaste. For this kind of life, there was a certain animal form of refinement in his nature. And however pleasant a strange condition might be, whilst probations were easily warded off. It was disadvantageously coarse when money was short. There was ever present too the idea that he could claim a home and its comforts did he but choose to return to England. And Weatherbury Farm, whether Bathsheba thought him dead, was a frequent subject of curious conjecture. To England he did return at last. But the fact of drawing nearer to Weatherbury abstracted its fascinations, and his intention to enter his old groove at that place became modified. It was with gloom he considered on landing at Liverpool. But if he were to go home, his reception would be of a kind very unpleasant to contemplate, for what Troy had in the way of emotion was an occasional fitful sentiment, which sometimes caused him as much inconvenience as emotion of a strong and healthy kind. Bathsheba was not a woman to be made a fool of, or a woman to suffer in silence, and how could he endure existence with a spirited wife, to whom at first entering he would be beholden for food and lodging? Moreover, it was not at all unlikely that his wife would fail at her farming, if she had not already done so, and he would then become liable for her maintenance. And what a life such a future of poverty with her would be! The specter of Fanny constantly between them, harrowing his temper and bittering her words. Thus, for reasons touching on distaste, regret and shame commingled, he put off his return from day to day, and would have decided to put it off altogether. If he could have found anywhere else the ready-made establishment which existed for him there at this time, the July preceding the September, in which we find him. A Greenhill fair he fell in with a traveling circus which was performing in the outskirts of a northern town. Troy introduced himself to the manager by taming a restive horse of the troop, hitting a suspended apple with a pistol bullet fired from the animal's back when in full gallop. And other feats for his merits, and these all more or less based upon his experience as a dragoon guardsman. Troy was taken into the company, and the play of Turpin was prepared. With a view to his personation of the chief character. Troy was not greatly elated by the appreciative spirit in which he was undoubtedly treated. But he thought the engagement might afford him a few weeks. For consideration. It was thus carelessly and without having formed any definite plan for the future. That Troy found himself at Greenhill Fair with the rest of the company on this day. And now the mild autumn sun got lower. And in front of the pavilion. The following incident had taken place. Boss Hiba, who was driven to the fair that day by her old man, Paul Grass, had, like everyone else, read or heard the announcement that Mr. Francis. The great cosmopolitan equestrian and rough rider would enact the part of Turpin, and she was not yet too old and careworn to be without a little curiosity to see him. This particular show was by far the largest and grandest in the fair, a horde of little shows, grouping themselves under its shade. Like chickens around a hen. The crowd had passed in, and Boldwood, who'd been watching all the day for an opportunity of speaking to her. Seeing her comparatively isolated. Came up to her side. "I hope the sheep have done well today, Mrs. Troy," he said nervously. "Oh yes. Thank you," said Bathsheba, color springing up in the center of her cheeks. "I was fortunate enough to sell them all. Just as we got up on the hill. So we hadn't to pan at all. And now you are entirely at leisure. Yes, except that I have to see one more dealer in 2 hours' time, otherwise I should be going home. I was looking at this large tent in the announcement that have you ever seen the play of Turpin's Ride to York? Turpin was a real man, was he not?" "Oh yes. Perfectly true, all of it indeed. I think I've heard John Cogan say the relation of his new Tom King, Turpin's friend, quite well. Cogan is rather given to strange stories connected with his relations. We must remember, I hope they can all be believed." "Yes, yes. Well, we know Corgan. But Turpin is true enough. You have never seen it played, I suppose?" "Never. I was not allowed to go into these places when I was young. Hark, what's that prancing? How they shout! Black Base has just started off. I suppose am I right. In supposing you would like to see the performance, Mrs. Joy. Please excuse my mistake if it is one. But if you would like to, I'll get a seat for you. With pleasure. Perceiving that she hesitated, he added, I myself shall not stay to see it. I've seen it before now, but did care a little to see the show, and had only withheld her feet from the ladder because she feared to go in alone. She had been hoping that Oak might appear. With assistance in such cases. Was always accepted as an inalienable right, but Oak was nowhere to be seen. And hence it was that she said, then. If you will just look in first to see if there's room. I think I will go in for a minute or two. And so a short time after this, Bathsheba appeared in the tent. With Baldwood at her elbow. Who, taking her to a reserved seat. Again withdrew. This feature consisted of one raised bench. In a very conspicuous part of the circle, covered with red cloth. And floored with a piece of carpet. And Bathsheba immediately found. To her confusion, that she was the single. Reserved individual in the tent. The rest of the crowded spectators. One and all. Standing on their legs on the borders of the arena. Where they got twice as good a view of the performance for half the money. Hence as many eyes were turned upon her. Entroned alone in this place of honor, against the scarlet background. As upon ponies and clowns. Who were engaged in preliminary exploits in the center. Tapping not having yet appeared. Once there, Bathsheba was forced to make the best of it and remain. She sat down, spreading her skirts with some dignity. Over the unoccupied space on each side of her, and giving a new and feminine aspect to the pavilion. In a few minutes she noticed the fat. Red nape of Cogan's neck among those standing just below her. And Joseph Paul Grass's saintly profile a little further on. The interior was shadowy with a peculiar shade. The strange luminous semi-opacities of fine autumn afternoons and eves. Intensified into Rembrandt effects a few yellow sunbeams, which came through holes and divisions in the canvas, and spurted like jets of gold dust across the dusky blue atmosphere of haze pervading the tent. Until they lighted on inner surfaces of cloth. Opposite, and shone like little lamps suspended there. Troyon, peeping from his dressing tent. Through a slit for Reconida. Before entering, saw his unconscious wife on high before him. As described, sitting as queen of the tournament. He started back in utter confusion. For although his disguise effectually concealed his personality, he instantly felt that she would be sure to recognize his voice. He had several times during the day thought of the possibility of some weather-braid. Person or other appearing and recognizing him, but he had taken the risk carelessly. If they see me, let them, he had said. But here was Bathsheba in her own person, and the reality of the scene. Was so much intenser than any of his prefigurings that he felt he had not half enough. Considered the point. She looked so charming and fair that his cool mood about weather people had changed. He had not expected her to exercise. This power over him in the twinkling of an eye. Should he go on and care nothing, he cannot bring himself to do that. Beyond the politic wish to remain unknown. The suddenly arose in him now a sense of shame. Of the possibility that his attractive young wife, who already despised him, should despise him more by discovering him in so many conditions. After so long a time he actually blushed at the thought, and was vexed beyond measure that his sentiments of dislike towards weather-braid. Should have led him to dally about the country. In this way. But Troy was never more clever than when, absolutely at his wit's end, he hastily thrust aside the curtain, dividing his own little dressing space. From that of the manager and proprietor, who now appeared as the individual called Tom King. As far down as his waist, and as the aforesaid respectable manager evinced to his toes. Here's the devil to pay. So Troy, how's that? Why, there's a blagged creditor in the tent. I don't want to see who discover me and nab me. As sure as Satan if I open my mouth. Must be done. It must appear now. I think I can't, but the play must proceed. Do you give out? The Turpin has got a bad cold and can't speak his part, but it performed just the same without speaking. The proprietor shook his head. Anyhow, play or no play, I won't open my mouth. the Troy family very well, and let me see. I'll tell you how I managed. So the other, who perhaps felt it would be extremely awkward to offend his leading man just at this time. I won't tell him anything about your keeping silence. Go on with a peace and say nothing. Do what you can by judicious week now, and then, and a few indomitable nods in heroic places. You know, they'll never find out that the speeches are omitted. This seemed feasible enough. The Turpin speeches were not many or long, the fascination of the piece lying entirely in the action. And accordingly the play began, and at the appointed time Black Bess lapped into the grassy circle amid the claudets of the spectators at the turnpike scene, where Bess and Turpin are hotly pursued at midnight by the officers, and the half-awake gatekeeper in his tassels NIGHTCAP denies that any horseman has passed. Cogan uttered a broad-chested "well done," which could be heard all over the fair above the bleating, and Polegrass smiled delightedly, with a nice sense of dramatic contrast between our hero who coolly leaps the gate and halting justice in the form of his enemies who must need pull up cumbersomely and wait to be let through. At the death of Tom King, he could not refrain from seizing Cogan by one hand and whispering with tears in his eyes, "Of course he's not really shot, Chan, only seemingly." And when the last sad scene came on and the body of the gallant and faithful Best had to be carried out on a shutter by 12 volunteers from among the spectators, nothing could restrain poor Grass from lending a hand, exclaiming as he asked Jan to join him. "Could be something to tell off at Warrants in future years, Jan, and hand down to our children for many a year in weather buried." Joseph told with the air of a man who had experiences in his time, that he touched with his own hand the hoof of Bess, as she lay upon the board upon his shoulder. If, as some thinkers hold, immortality consists in being enshrined in others' memories, then did Black Bess become immortal that day. If she never had done so before. Meanwhile, Troy added a few touches to his ordinary makeup for the character, the more effectively to disguise himself, and though he had felt faint qualms on first entering, the metamorphosis effected by judiciously lining his face with a wire rendered him safe from the eyes of Bath, Sheba, and her men. Nevertheless, he was relieved when it was got through. There was a second performance in the evening, and the tent was lighted up. Troy had taken his part very quietly this time, venturing to introduce a few speeches on occasion, and was just concluding it when, whilst standing at the edge of the circle, contiguous to the first row of spectators, he observed within a yard of him the eye of a man darted keenly into his side features. Troy hastily shifted his position, after having recognized in the scrutineer the knavish bailiff Pennywise, his wife's sworn enemy, who still hung about the outskirts of Wether At first Troy resolved to take no notice, and abide by circumstances. That he had been recognized by this man, was highly probable, yet there was room for doubt, then the great objection he had felt to allowing news of his proximity, to proceed him to Weatherbury, an event of his return, based on a feeling that knowledge of his present occupation, would discredit him still further. In his wife's eyes returned in full force. Moreover, should he resolve not to return at all, a tale of his being alive, and being in the neighborhood would be awkward, and he was anxious to acquire knowledge of his wife's temporal affairs. Before deciding which to do, in this dilemma, Troy at once went out to reconnoiter. It occurred to him that to find Pennywise and make a friend of him, if possible, would be a very wise act. He had put on a thick beard, borrowed from the establishment, and in this he wandered about the Fairfield. It was now almost dark and respectful. People were getting their carts and gigs, ready to go home. The large refreshment booth in the fair was provided by an innkeeper from a neighboring town. This was considered an unexceptionable place for obtaining the necessary food and rest. Host Trencher, as it was jointly called by the local newspaper, being a substantial man of high repute for catering through all the country. Round. The tent. Was divided into first and second class compartments. And at the end of the first class division. Was yet a further enclosure for the most exclusive fenced off from the body of the tent by a luncheon bar, behind which the host himself stood, bustling about in white apron, shirt sleeves, and looking as if he had never lived anywhere but under canvas all his life, and the east penetralia with chairs and a table, which on candles being lighted, made quite a cozy and luxurious show, with an urn-plated tea and coffee pots, china teacups and plum cakes. Troy stood at the entrance to the booth, where a gypsy woman was frying pancakes, over a little fire of sticks and selling them at a penny apiece, and looked over the heads of people within. He could see nothing of Pennywise, but he soon discerned that Sheba, through an opening, in the reserved space of the further end. Joy thereupon retreated, went round the tent into the darkness and listened. You could hear, but she was voiced immediately inside the canvas. She was conversing with a man. A warmth overspread his face. Surely, she was not so unprincipled as to flirt an affair. He wondered if then she reckoned upon his death as an absolute certainty. To get at the root of the matter, Troy took a penknife from his pocket and softly made 2 little cuts crosswise in the cloth, which by folding back the corners left a hole the size of a wafer. Close to this he placed his face, drawing it in again in a movement of surprise. For his eye had been within 12 inches of the top of Bathsheba's head. It was too near to be convenient. He made another hole a little to one side, and lower down in a shaded place beside her chair, from which it was easy and safe to survey her. By looking horizontally, Troy took in the scene completely. Now she was leaning back, sipping a cup of tea that she held in her hand, and the owner of the male voice was Baldwood, who had apparently just brought the cup to her. Bathsheba, being in a negligent mood, leant so idly against the canvas that it was pressed to the shape of her shoulder, and she was in fact as good as in Troy's arms, and he was obliged to keep his breast carefully backward that she might not feel its warmth through the cloth. As he gazed in, Troy found unexpected chords of feeling to be stirred again within him, as they had been stirred earlier in the day. She was handsome as ever, and she was his. It was some minutes before he could counteract a sudden wish to go in and claim her. Then he thought how the proud girl would always look down upon him, even whilst it was to love him, would hate him on discovering him to be a strolling player. Were he to make himself known, that chapter of his life must at all risks be kept forever from her and from the Weatherbray people, or his name would be a byword throughout the parish. He would be nicknamed Turpin for as long as he lived, assuredly, before he could claim her. These past few months of his existence must be entirely blotted out. Should I get you another cup before you start, ma? Am. Said Farmer Baldwood. Thank you. Said Bathsheba. But I must be going at once. It was a great neglect in that man to keep me waiting here till so late. I should have gone 2 hours ago if it not been for him. I had no idea of coming in here, and there's nothing so refreshing as a cup of tea, though I should never have got one if you hadn't helped me. Troy scrutinized her cheek as lit by the candles, and watched each varying shade thereon, and the white show-like sinuosities of her little ear. She took out her purse and was insisting to Baldwood on paying for her tea for herself, when at this moment Pennywise entered the tent. Troy trembled. His scheme for respectability endangered at once. He was about to leave his whole of a spiral attempt to follow Pennywise and find out if the ex-bailiff had recognized him, when he was arrested by the conversation and found he was too late. Excuse me, ma. Am. Said Pennywise. I have some private information for your here alone. I cannot hear it now, she said. Gold lie. The best Sheba could not endure. This man was evident, in fact. He was continually coming to her with some tale or other by which he might creep into favor at the expense of persons maligned. I'll write it down, said Pennywise confidently. He stooped over the table, pulled a leaf from a warped pocketbook and wrote upon the paper in a round hand. Your husband is here, I've seen him. Who's the fool now? This he folded small and handed towards her. But Sheba would not read it. She'd not even put out her hand to take it. Pennywise then, with a laugh of derision, tossed it into her lap, and turning away, left her from the words and actions of Pennywise. Troy, though, he had not been able to see what the expellif wrote, had not a moment's doubt that the note referred to him. Nothing that he could think of could be done to check the exposure. Curse my luck, he whispered and added implications which rustled in the gloom like a pestilent wind. Meanwhile, Boldwood said, taking up the note from her lap, "Don't you wish to read it, Mrs. Joy? If not, I'll destroy it." "Oh, very well," said Bestie, but carelessly. "Perhaps it is unjust not to read it, but I can guess what it is about. He wants me to recommend him, or it is to tell me of some little scandal or other connected with my work people. He's always doing that." But she beheld the note in her right hand. Baldward handed towards her a plate of cut bread and butter. When, in order to take a slice, she put the note into her left hand, where she was still holding the purse, and then allowed her hand drop beside her, close to the canvas. The moment had come for saving his game. And Troy impossibly felt that he would play his card for yes. Another time, he looked at the fair hand and saw the pink fingertips and the blue veins of the wrist, encircled by a bracelet of coral chippings, which she wore. How familiar it all was to him. Then, with the lightning action in which he was such an adept, he noiselessly slipped his hand under the bottom of the tent cloth. Which was far from being pinned down tightly, lifted it a little way, keeping his eye to the hole. Snatched the note from her fingers. Dropped the canvas. And ran away into the gloom towards the bank and ditch. Smiling at the scream of astonishment which burst from her. Troy then slid down the outside of the rampart, hastened drowned in the bottom of the entrenchment. To a distance of 100 yards, ascended again and crossed boldly in a slow walk. Towards the front entrance of the tent. His object was now to get to Pennywise and prevent a repetition of the announcement until such times as he should choose. Troy reached the tent door, and standing among the groups there gathered. Looked anxiously for Pennywise. Evidently not wishing to make himself prominent by inquiring for him. One or two men were speaking of a daring attempt that had just been made to rob a young lady. By lifting the canvas of the tent beside her. It was supposed that the road could imagine the slip of paper which she held in her hand to be a banknote. For he had seized it and made off with it, leaving her purse behind his chagrin. And disappointment of discovering its worthlessness. Would be a good joke, it was said. However, the occurrence seemed to have become known to few who did not interrupted a fiddler. Who had lately begun playing by the door of the tent. Nor the forebowed old men. With grim countenances and walking sticks in hand. Were dancing Major Malley's reel to the tune. Behind these stood Pennywise. Troy glided up to him, beckoned and whispered a few words, and with a mutual glance of concurrence, the two men went into the nightfall together. Chapter 51. Bathsheba talks with her outrider. The arrangement for getting back again to Weatherbury. Had been that Oak should take the place of Paw Grass. In Bathsheba's conveyance. And drive her home. It being discovered late in the afternoon that Joseph was suffering from his old complaint and multiplying eye, and was therefore hardly trustworthy as coachman. Protect her to a woman. But Oak had found himself so occupied. And was full of so many cares relative to those portions of Baldwood's flock, but were not disposed of. The Bathsheba, without telling Oak or anybody. Resolved to drive home herself. As she had many times done from Casterbridge Market, and trust to her good angel for performing the journey. Unmolested. But having fallen in with Farmer Baldwood accidentally, on her part at least, at the refreshment tent. She found it impossible to refuse his offer. To ride on horseback beside her, as escort. It had grown twilight before she was aware, but Baldwood assured her that there was no cause for uneasiness. As the satellite would be up in half an hour. Immediately after the instant in the tent. She had risen to go now. Absolutely alarmed, and really grateful for her old lover's protection, though regretting Gabriel's absence. Whose company she would have much preferred. As being more proper as well as more pleasant, since he was her own managing man and servant. This, however, Could not be helped she would not, on any consideration, treat Boldwood harshly. Having once already ill-used him. And the satellite having risen, and the gig being ready. She drove across the hilltop in the winding ways, which led downwards to oblivious security. As it seemed for the lunar body, and the hill. It flooded with brightness, but in appearance on a level, the rest of the world lying as a vast. Shady concave between them. Boldwood mounted his horse. And followed in close attendance behind. Thus they descended into the lowlands. And the sounds of those left on the hill came like voices from the atmosphere, and the lights were as those of a camp in heaven. They soon passed the married. Stragglers in the immediate vicinity of the hill, traversed King's Bear and got upon the high road. The keen instincts of Bathsheba had perceived that. The farmer's staunch devotion to herself was still undiminished, and she sympathized deeply. The sight had quite depressed her. This nightfall had reminded her of her folly. She wished and knew, as she had wished many months ago, for some means of making reparation for her fault. Hence, her pity for the man who so persistently loved unto his own injury and permanent gloom. Had betrayed Bathsheba into an injudicious considerateness of manner, which appeared almost like tenderness. And gave new vigor to the exquisite dream of a Jacob's. 7 years' service in poor Boldwood's mind. He soon found an excuse for advancing from his position in the rear. And rode close by her side. They had gone 2 or 3 miles in the moonlight. Speaking desultorily across the wheel of her gig. Concerning the fare of farming oaks, usefulness to them both, and other indifferent subjects, when Boldwood said suddenly and simply, "Mrs. Troy, will you marry again someday?" This point-blank query unmistakably confused her, and it was not until a minute or more had elapsed that she said, "I have not seriously thought on any such subject. I quite understand that. Yet your late husband has been dead nearly 1 year. And you forget that his death was never absolutely proved, and may not have taken place. So that I may not be really a widow," she said, catching at the store of escape that the fact afforded. Not absolutely proved perhaps, but it was proved circumstantially. A man saw him drowning too. No reasonable person has any doubt of his death, nor of you, Mom. I should imagine. Oh yes, I have, or I should have acted differently, she said gently. From the first, I've had a strange, unaccountable feeling that he could not have perished. But I have been able to explain that in several ways. Since even where I have persuaded that I shall see him no more, I am far from thinking of marriage with another. I should be very contemptible to indulge in such a thought. They were silent now a while, and having struck into an unfrequented track across a common, the creaks of Boldwood's saddle and her gig springs were all the sounds to be heard. Boldwood ended the pause. Do you remember when I carried you fainting in my arms? Into the King's Arms in Cast Bridge. Every dog has his day. That was mine. I know it all, she said hurriedly. I, for one, should never cease regretting that events so fell out. As to deny you to me. I too. I'm very sorry, she said. And then checked herself. I mean, you know, I am sorry you thought I have always this dreary pleasure in thinking over those past times with you, that I was something to you before he was anything, and that you belonged almost to me. But of course that's nothing. You never liked me. I did, and respected you. Do you now? Yes. Which, how do you mean which? Do you like me, or do you respect me? I don't know, but at least I cannot tell you. It is difficult for a woman to define her feelings. In language, which is chiefly made by men to express theirs. My treatment of you was thoughtless, inexcusable, wicked. I shall eternally regret it. If there had been anything I could have done. To make amends, I would most gladly have done it. There was nothing on earth I so longed to do was to repair the error, but that was not possible. And don't blame yourself. You are not so far in the wrong as you suppose. Shiba. Suppose you had real complete proof that you are what? In fact, you are a widow. Would you repair the old wrong to me by marrying me? I cannot say I shouldn't yet. At any rate. but you might at some future time of your life. Oh yes. I might at some time. Well then. Do you know that without further proof of any kind, you may marry again in about 6 years from the present, subject to nobody's objection or blame. Oh yes. She said quickly, I know all that, but don't talk of it 7 or 6 years. Well, may we all be by that time. They will soon glide by, and it will seem an astonishingly short time that to look back upon when they are past, much less than to look forward to now. Yes, yes, I have found that in my own experience. Now listen once more. Boldwood pleaded, if I wait that time, will you marry me? You own that. You owe me amends. Let that be your way of making them. But Mr. Boldwood, 6 years. Do you want to be the wife of any other man? No indeed, I mean, but I don't like to talk about this matter now. Perhaps it is not proper, and I ought not to allow it. Let us drop it. My husband may be living. As I said, of course, I'll drop the subject if you wish, but propriety has nothing to do with reasons. I am a middle-aged man, willing to protect you for the remainder of our lives. On your side. At least there's no passion or blamable haste. On mine perhaps there is, but I can't help seeing that. If you choose from a feeling of pity. And as you say, I wish to make amends. To make a bargain with me for a far ahead time. An agreement which will set all things right. And make me happy, like though it may be. There is no fault to be found with you as a woman. Hadn't I the first place beside you? Haven't you been almost mine once already? Surely you can say to me as much as this. You will have me back again should circumstances permit. Now praise, speak no boshi, but promise. It is only a little promise that if you marry again, you will marry me. His tone was so excited that she almost feared him. At this moment, even while she sympathized, it was a simple physical fear, the weak of the strong. There was no emotional aversion or inner repugnance, she said with some distress in her voice, but she remembered vividly his outburst on the Albury Road, and shrank from a repetition of his anger. I will never marry another man, whilst you wish me to be your wife, whatever comes, but to say more. You have taken me so by surprise. But that is stand in these simple words, that in 6 years' time you will be my wife. Unexpected accidents will not mention, because those of course must be given way to now. This time I know you will keep your word. That's why I hesitate to give it. But do give it. Remember the past and be kind. She breathed, and then said mournfully, oh, what should I do? I don't love you, and I much fear that I should never love you. As much as a woman ought to love a husband. But if you, sir, know that, and I can yet give you happiness by me. A promise to marry at the end of 6 years. If my husband should not come back. It is a great honor to me. And if you value such an act of friendship from a woman who doesn't esteem herself. As she did, and has little love left, why I will promise. Consider if I cannot promise soon, but soon is perhaps never. Oh no. It is not. I mean. Soon Christmas will say Christmas. He said nothing further till he added, well, I'll say no more to you about it till that time. Bathsheba was in a very peculiar state of mind. Which showed how entirely the soul is the slave of the body, the ethereal spirit dependent for its quality upon the tangible flesh and blood. It is hardly too much to say that she felt coerced by a force. Stronger than her own will, not only into the act of promising. Upon this singularly remote and vague matter, but into the emotion of fancying that she ought to promise. When the weeks intervening. Between the nightfall of this conversation. And Christmas Day began perceptibly to diminish, her anxiety and publicity increased. One day she was led by an accident into an oddly confidential dialogue with Gabriel. About her difficulty. It afforded her a little relief. Of a dull and cheerless kind. They were auditing accounts, and something occurred in the course of their labors which led Oak to say, speaking of Bullwood, he'll never forget you, ma'am, never. Then out came her trouble before she was aware, and she told him how she had again got into the toils, what Boldwood had asked her, and how he was expecting her assent. The most mournful reason of all for my agreeing to it, she said sadly, and the true reason why I think to do so. For good or for evil is this. It is the thing I have not breathed to a living soul. As yet. I believe that if I don't give my word, He'll go out of his mind. Really do, he said. Gabriel gravely. I believe this, she continued with reckless frankness. And heaven knows, I said in a spirit, the very reverse of vain, for I am grieved and troubled to my soul about it. I believe I hold that man's future in my hand. His career depends entirely upon my treatment of him. O Gabriel, I tremble at my responsibility for his terrible. Well, I drink this much, ma'am. As I told you years ago, said Oak, that his life is a total blank, whenever he isn't hoping for ye. But I can't suppose. But I hope that nothing so dreadful hangs on it. As you fancy. His natural manner has always been dark and strange, you know, but since the case is so sad and odd, like why do you give the conditional promise? I think I would. But is it right some rash acts of my past life have taught me that a watchwoman must have very much circumspection to retain only a very little credit, and I do want and long to be discreet in this. In 6 years, why we may all be in our graves by that time, even if Mr. Troy does not come back again, which he may not and possibly do. Such thoughts give a sort of absurdity to this game, that now isn't it preposterous, Cable? However you came to dream of it, I cannot think, but is it wrong? You know you're older than I, 8 years older, ma'am. Yes, 8 years, and is it wrong? Perhaps it will be an uncommon agreement. For a man and woman to make. I don't see anything really wrong about it. Said Oak slowly. In fact, the very thing that makes it doubtful. If you ought to marry and under any condition. That is, you're not caring about him. For I may suppose, yes. You may suppose that love is wanting. She said shortly. Love is an utterly bygone, sorry, worn out, miserable thing with me for him or anyone else. Well, your want of love seems to me the one thing that takes away harm from such an agreement with him. If wild heat had to do with it, making you long to overcome the awkwardness about your husband's vanishing. It might be wrong, but a cold-hearted agreement to oblige a man. Seems different somehow. The real sin, mom. In my mind lies in thinking of ever wedding with a man you don't love, honest and true, that I'm willing to pay the penalty of said Bathsheba family. You know, Gabriel. This is what I cannot get off my conscience, that I once seriously injured him in sheer idleness. If I'd never played a trick upon him, he would never have wanted to marry me. Or if I could only pay some heavy damages in money. Dame, for the harm I did. And so get the sin off my soul that way. Well, there's the debt, which can only be discharged in one way, and I believe I am bound to do it. If it honestly lies in my power. Without any consideration of my own future at all. When a rake gambles where's expectations, the fact that it is an inconvenient debt doesn't make him the less liable. I've been a rake, and the single point I ask you is. Considering that my own scruples. And the fact that in the eye of the law. My husband is only missing. Will keep any man from marrying me. Until 7 years has passed. Am I free to entertain such an idea, even though it is a sort of penance? For it will be. That I hate the act of marriage under such circumstances, and the class of woman I should seem to belong to by doing it. It seems to me it all depends on where you think. As everybody else do, but your husband is dead. I shall get to, I suppose, because I cannot help feeling what would have brought him back long before this time if he had lived. Well then, in a religious sense, you'll be as free to think of marrying again. As any real widow a 1 year standing. But why don't you ask Mr. 30's advice on how to treat Mr. Baldwood? No, when I want a broad-minded opinion for general enlightenment. Distinct from special advice, I never go to a man who deals on the subject. Professionally, so I like the person's opinion on law. The lawyer's on doctrine. The doctor's on business, and my businessman's. That is yours on morals. And on love, my own. I'm afraid there's a hitch in that argument, said Oak with a grave smile. She did not reply at once. And then saying good evening. Mr. Oak went away. She had spoken frankly, and neither asked nor expected any reply. From Gabriel more satisfactory than that. She had obtained it in the center, most parts of her complicated heart that existed. At this minute a little pang of disappointment. For a reason she would not allow herself to recognize, Oak had not once wished her free, that he might marry her himself, but not once said I could wait for you as well as he. That was the insect sting. Not that she would have listened to any such hypothesis, oh no. For wasn't she saying all the time that such thoughts of the future were improper? And wasn't Gabriel far too poor a man to speak sentiment to her yet? He might just have hinted about the old love of his and asked in a playful offhand way if he might speak of it. It would have seemed pretty and sweet if no more. And then she would have shown how kind and an offensive a woman's no can sometimes be. But to give such cool advice, the very advice you'd asked for it ruffled our heroine all the afternoon. Chapter 50 to Converging Courses Part 1. Christmas Eve came, and a party that Boldwood was to give in the evening. Was the great subject of talk in Weatherbury. It was not that the rarity of Christmas parties in the parish made this one a wonder, but the Boldwood should be the giver. The announcement that an abnormal and incongruous sound as if one should hear of croquet playing in a cathedral aisle, or that some much respected judge was going up on the stage. The party was intended to be a truly jovial one. There was no room for doubt. A large bow of mistletoe had been brought from the woods that day and suspended in the hall of a bachelor's home. Holly and ivy had followed in armfuls. From 6 that morning till past noon. The huge wood fire in the kitchen roared and sparkled. At its highest the kettle. The saucepan and the 3-legged pot. Appearing in the midst of the flames. Like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Moreover, roasting and basting operations were continually carried on. In front of the genial blaze. As it grew later, the fire was made up in the large, long hall into which the staircase descended, and all encumbrances were cleared out for dancing. The log. Which was to form the back brand of the dusk fire was the unclipped trunk of a tree. So unwieldy that it could be neither brought. Nor rolled to its place, and accordingly. 2 men were observed dragging and heaving it by chains and levers. As the hour of assembly drew near. In spite of all this, the spirit of revelry was wanting. In the atmosphere of the house, such a thing had never been attempted before. By its owner, and it was now done as by a wrench intended. Gare ties would insist upon. Appearing like solemn grandeurs. The organization of the whole effort was carried out coldly by hirelings. And a shadow seemed to move about the rooms, saying that the proceedings were unnatural to the place, and the lone man who lived therein, and hence not good. Parted. But Sheba was at this time in her room, dressing for the event. She had called for candles. And lady entered, and placed one on each side of her mistress's glass. "Don't go away," lady said. "Best chamber," almost timidly. "I'm foolishly agitated. I can't tell why. I wish I had not been obliged to go to this dance. But there's no escaping now. I have not spoken to Mr. Baldwin since the autumn, when I promised to see him at Christmas on business. But I had no idea there was to be anything of this kind. But I would go now," said lady, who was going with her, for Bold would have been indiscriminate in his invitations. "Yes, well, I shall make my appearance, of course," said Beth Cheaper. "But I am a cause of the party, and that upsets me. Done single quotes. Tell lady. Oh no, mom. You're the cause of it, mom. Yes, I am the reason of the party. If it had not been for me. There would never have been one. I can't explain anymore. There's no more to be explained. I wish I had never seen my debris. That's wicked of you to wish me worse off than you are. No, Diddy. I've never been free from trouble since I lived here. And this party is like to bring me more. Now. Fetch my black silk dress and see how it sits upon me. But you will leave that off surely, ma'am. You have been a widow lady 14 months in order to brighten up a little. On such a dusk as this. Is it necessary? No, I will appear as usual. For if I were to wear any luminosity dress, people would say things about me, and I should seem to be rejoicing when I am solemn all the time. The party doesn't suit me a bit. But never mind. Stern helped to finish me off. Part 3. Baldwood was dressing also at this hour. A tailor from Casterbridge was with him, assisting him in the operation of trying on a new coat that had just been brought home. That never had Baldwood being so fastidious, unreasonable about the fit, and generally difficult to please. The tailor walked round and round him tugged at the waist, pulled the sleeve, pressed out the collar, and for the first time in his experience, Baldwood was not bored. Times had been when the farmer had exclaimed against all such niceties as childish, but now no philosophic or hasty rebuke. Whatever was provided by this man for attaching as much importance to a crease in the coat as to an earthquake in South America. Baldwin at last expressed himself, nearly satisfied, and paid the bill. The tailor passing out the door just as Oak came in to report progress for the day. "Oh, Oak," said Baldwood, "I shall of course see you here tonight. Make yourself merry. I am determined that neither expense nor trouble shall be spared. I'll try to be here, sir, although perhaps it may not be very early," said Gabriel quietly. "I'm glad indeed to see such a change, and even what it used to be. Yes, I must own it. I am bright tonight, cheerful, and more than cheerful. So much so that I'm almost sad again, with a sense that all of it is passing away. And sometimes, when I'm excessively hopeful, and a trouble is looming in the distance, so that I often get to look upon gloom in me with content, and to fear a happy mood still. This may be absurd. I feel that it is absurd. Perhaps my day is dawning at last. I hope it will be a long and fair one. Thank you, thank you. Yet perhaps my cheerfulness rests on a slender hope. And yet I trust my hope it is faith. Not hope, I think. This time I reckon with my host. Oak, my hands are a little shaky or something. I can't tie this neckerchief properly. Perhaps you will tie it for me. The fact is I have not been well lately. You know, I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Oh well, it is nothing. I want it done as well as you can please. But is there any late not in fashion, Oak? I don't know, sir, said Oak. His tone had sunk to sadness. Baldwood approached Gabriel, and as Oak tied the naker, Chief, the farmer went on feverishly. Does a woman keep her promise? Gabriel, if it is not inconvenient to her, she may. Or rather an implied promise. I won't answer for her implying, said Oak with faint bitterness. That's a word as full of holes as a sieve with them. Oh, don't talk like that. You've got quite cynical lately. How is it we seem to have shifted our positions? I've become the young and hopeful man, and you the old and unbelieving one. However, does a woman keep a promise not to marry, but to enter on an engagement to marry at some time? Now you know women better than I tell me. I'm afraid you honor my understanding too much. However, she may keep such a promise, if it is made with an honest meaning. To repair a wrong. It has not gone far yet, but I think it will soon. Yes, I know it will, he said in an impulsive whisper. I have pressed her upon the subject, as she inclines to be kind to me. And to think of me as a husband at a long future time. And that's enough for me. How can I expect more? She has a notion that a woman should not marry within 7 years of her husband's disappearance, but her own self shouldn't. I mean, because his body was not found, and maybe merely this legal reason, which influences her, or maybe a religious one. But she is reluctant to talk on the point. Yet she has promised. It implied that she will ratify an engagement tonight. 7 years, murmured Oak. No. There's no such thing, he said with impatience. 5 years, 9 months. In a few days, 15 months nearly have passed since he vanished. And is there anything so wonderful in an engagement of a little more than 5 years? It seems long in a forward view. Don't build too much upon such promises, sir. Remember, you have once been deceived. Her meaning may be good, but there, she's young yet deceived. Never, said Baldwood vehemently. She never promised me that first time, and she did not break her promise. If she promises me she marry me. Bathsheba is a woman to her word. Part for Troy was sitting in a corner of the White Hart Tavern. At Castor Bridge. Smoking and drinking a steaming mixture from a glass. A knock was given at the door, and Pennywise entered. Well, have you seen him? Troy inquired, pointing to a chair. Oh Lord. No, Lloyd. Along where he went at home. I went there first too. That's a nuisance. It is rather, I suppose. Yet. I don't see that because a man appears to be drowned. And was not he should be liable for anything. I shall not ask any lawyer. Not I. But that's not it exactly. If a man changes his name and so forth. And takes steps to deceive the world and his own wife, he's a cheat, and in the eye of the law as Isla's a rogue. and that is islas alamakan vaga pon dot, and that's a punishable situation. Haha, well done PENNYWISE. Troy had laughed, but it was with some anxiety that he said, now what I want to know is this, do you think there's really anything going on between her and Baldwood? Call my soul, I should never believed it. Oh, she must have tested me. We found out whether she has encouraged him. I am being able to learn. There's a deal of feeling on his side seemingly, but I don't ask for her. I didn't know a word about any such thing till yesterday, and all I heard then was that she was going to a party at his house tonight. This is the first time she's ever gone there. They say, and they say that she's not so much spoke to him since they were agreed. No fair what can folk believe of it. However, she's not fond of him. Quite off fishing, quite careless. I know. Not too sure of that. She's a handsome woman. PENNYWISE. Is she not on that? You never saw a finer or more splendid creature in your life. But my word, when I set eyes upon her that day, I wondered what I could have been made of. To be able to leave her by herself so long. And I was hampered with that bothering show, which I'm free of at last. Thank the stars. He smoked on a while, and then added, how does she look when you passed by yesterday? Oh, she took no great heed of me. My well fancy, but you look well enough far as I know. Just flashed all your eyes by my poor scam body, and then let them go past me to what was yond much. As if I'd be no more than a leafless tree. She just got off her mare to look at the last ring down of cider for the year, as she'd been riding, and so her colors were up on her breath rather quick. So the bosom trimmed and fell, clummed and fell every time playing in my eye. And there were fellas around her, wringing down the cheese and busting about saying, where are the palmy mom 12 spoil you gown. Never mind. Me says she, and Gay brought some of the new cider, and she must need to go drinking it through a storm. Oh, I know. In a natural way at all. Lady says, she bring indoors a few gallons, and I'll make us some cider wine, Sergeant. I wouldn't know more to wear than a morsel of scruff. In the fuel house. I must go and find her out at once. Oh yes. I see that I must go. Oak is head man still, isn't he? Yes, I believe, and a little Weatherby firm too. He manages everything to a puzzle him. To manage her or any other man of his compass, I don't know about that. She can't do without him, and knowing it well. He's pretty independent. She have a few soft corners to her mind, though I never been able to get into one. The devil's end. Bailey, she's a notch above you, and you must own it. A higher class of animal of fire tissue. However, stick to me. And neither this haughty goddess. Dashing piece of womanhood. Do you know, wife of mine. Do you know was a goddess, you know, nor anybody else will hurt you. But all this once looking into, I perceive what with one thing and another. I see that my work is well cut out for me. Part 5. How do I look tonight? Lady said, Bathsheba, giving a final adjustment to her dress. Before leaving the glass. I never saw you look so well before. Yes, I'll tell you. When you look like it, that darkness a year and a half ago, when you came in so wild like. And scolded us for making remarks about you and Mr. Troy. Everybody will think that I'm setting myself. To captivate Mr. Baldwin. I suppose she murmured. At least they'll say so. Cut my hair. Be brushed down a little flatter. Oh, I dread going. That I dread the risk of wounding him by staying away. Anyhow, ma'am, you can't well be dressed plainer than you are, unless you go and sack off at once. Does your excitement. Is what makes you look so noticeable tonight. I don't know what's the matter. I feel wretched at one time and boy into another. I wish I could have continued quite alone. As I have been for the last year or so. With no hopes and no fears and no pleasure and no grief. Now just suppose Mr. Baldwood should ask you. Only just oppose it to run away with him. What would you do? Ma single quotes am. Lady, none of that said best. Sheba gravely mind. I want to hear joking on any such matter. Do you hear? Beg your pardon, ma'am, but knowing what wrong things we women be. I just said, however, I won't speak of it again, that no marrying for me yet for many a year, if ever. To be for reasons very different from those you think, or others will believe. Now get my coat. But it's time to go. Part 6. Oak said, be you well would. Before you go, I want to mention what has been passing in my mind lately. My little arrangement we made about your share in the farm. I mean, that share is small to small, considering how little I attend the business now. And how much time and thought you give to it. Well, since the world is brightening for me, I want to show my sense of it. By increasing your proportion in the partnership. I make a memorandum of the arrangement, which struck me as likely to be convenient, for having time to talk about it now. And then we'll discuss it at our leisure. My intention is ultimately to retire from the management altogether, and until you can take all the expenditure upon your shoulders, I'll be a sleeping partner in the stock. Then if I marry her, and I hope I feel I shall, why pray don't speak of it, sir. To Oak hastily, we don't know what may happen. So many upsets me before there's many as slippers, I say, and I would advise you, I know you'll pardon me this once, not to be too sure, I know, but the feeling I have about increasing your share is on account of what I know of you. But Oak, I have learned a little about your secret. Your interest in her is more than that of a bailiff. For an employer, but you have behaved like a man, and I as a sort of successful rival. Successful partly through your goodness of heart. Should like definitely to show my sense of friendship. Under what must have been that great pain to you. Oh, but that's not necessary. Thank you, said O. Currently, I must get used to such as that. Other men have, and so shall I. Oak then left him. He was uneasy. On Boldwood's account we saw renewed. This constant passion of the farmer. Made him not the man he once had been. As Boldwood continued to. While in his room alone. Ready and dressed to receive his company. The mood of anxiety about his appearance. Seemed to pass away, and to be succeeded by a deep solemnity. He looked out of the window, and regarded the dim outline of the trees upon the atmosphere, and the twilight deepening to darkness. Then he went to a locked closet. And took from a locked drawer there. In a small circular case the size of a pillbox. And was about to put it into his pocket. But he lingered to open the cover. And take a momentary glance. Inside it contained a woman's finger ring, set all the way around with small diamonds, and from its appearance, had evidently been recently purchased. Baldwood's eyes dwelt upon its many sparkles. A long time, though that its material aspect concerned him. Little was plain from his manner and mien, which were those of a mind following out the presumed thread of that jewel's future history. The noise of wheels at the front of the house. Became audible. Boole close the box. Stood it carefully in his pocket and went out. Upon the landing, the old man who was his indoor factotum came at the same moment at the foot of the stairs. They become and sir. Lots of them afoot and a driving. I was coming down this moment. Those wheels I heard. Is it Mrs. Troy? No, sir. Does not she yet? A reserved and somber expression had returned to Baldwood's face again, but it poorly cloaked his feelings when he pronounced Bathsheba's name. And his feverish anxiety continued to show its existence by galloping motion of his fingers upon the side of his thigh. As he went down the stairs. Part 7. How does this cover me? Said Try to Pennywise. Nobody would recognize me. Now I'm sure. He was buttoning on a heavy gray overcoat of no Achaean. Cut with cape and high collar, the latter being erect and rigid like a girdling wall, and nearly reaching the verge of a traveling cap, which was pulled down over his ears. Pennywise snuffed the candle, and then looked up and deliberately inspected Troy. You've made up your mind at all. Then he said, Made up my mind. Yes, of course I have. Why not write to her is a very queer corner that you single quotes got into sergeant. You see. All these things will come to illumination if you go back, and they won't sound well at all. Faith, if I was you, I'd even bite as you be, a single man of the name of Francis. A good wife is good, but the best wife is not so good as no wife at all. Now that's my outspoke mind, and I've been called a long-headed fellow. Here and there. On nonsense. Said Troy angrily. There she is with plenty of money and a house and farm. And steeds and comfort. And here am I living from hand and mouth, a needy adventurer besides. No use talking now, it's too late, and I'm glad of it. I've been seen and recognized here this very afternoon. I should have gone back to her the day after the fair, If it hadn't been for you talking about the law and rubbish about getting a separation, I don't put it off any longer. What that deuce put into my head to run away at all. I can't think. I'm bugging sentiment, that's what it was. But what man on earth was to know that his wife would be in such a hurry. To get rid of his name. I should have known it. She's bad enough for anything. PENNYWISE. Mind who you're talking to. Well, Sergeant, all I say is this: if I were you, I'd go abroad again, where I came from. ISN single quotes T too late to do it now. I wouldn't stir up the business and get a bad name. For the sake of living with her. For all that bout your play. Acting is sure to come out. You know, although you think otherwise. My eyes and limbs, there'll be a racket if you go back. Just now in the middle of Baldwood's Christmas and. Yes, I expect I shall not be a very welcome guest to be hazard there. So the sergeant with a slight laugh. Sort of Alonzo the Brave. And when I go in, the guest will sit in silence and fear. And all laughter and pleasure will be hushed. My lights in the chamber burn blue, and the vorms are horrible. Ring for some more brandy. Pennywise. I felt awful shudder just then. Well, what is there besides stick? I must have a walking stick. PENNYWISE. Now felt himself to be in something of a difficulty. For should Bathsheba and Troy become reconciled, it would be necessary to regain her good opinion. If he would secure the patronage of her husband. I sometimes think she likes you yet, and is a good woman. And bottom, he said, as a saving sentence. But there's no telling to a certainty. From a body's outside, well, you'll do as you like about going. Of course, Sergeant. And as for me, I'll do as you tell me. Now let me see what the time is. Said Troy, after emptying his glass in one draught, as he stood. 6:30. I shall not hurry along the road, and shall be there then before 9. Chapter 53. Concorado Hori Memento. Outside the front of Baldwood's house. A group of men stood in the dark. With their faces towards the door, which occasionally opened and closed for the passage of some guest or servant, when a golden rod of brightness would stripe the ground for the moment and vanish again, leaving nothing outside but the glow-worm. Shine of the pale lamp made the evergreens over the door. He was seen in cast British afternoon. So the boy said. One of them remarked in a whisper, and I for one believe it, his body was never found. You know, there's a strange story. So the next, you may depend upon it that she knows nothing about it. Not a word. Perhaps you don't mean that she showed. Said another man. If he's alive and here in the neighborhood, he means mischief. So the first, poor young thing. Why do pit here if this true. No Jagger the dogs. Oh no, he'll settle down quite enough. Said one. Disposed to take a more hopeful view of the case. What a fool she must have been. To have had anything to do with the man. She's so self-willed and independent too. The one is more minded to say. It serves her right than pie tear. Oh no. No, I don't hold with it. There she was no. Otherwise in a girl mind. And how she could tell what a man was made of. If this really true, just too hard a punishment. And more than she ought to have. Hello, who's that? This was to some footsteps that were heard approaching. William's small break. Said a dim figure in the shades, coming up and joining them. Dark as edged a night in it. Oh, but Mr. Plank over the river. Are there in the bottom. Never did such a thing before in my life. That be any of Baldwood's work folk. Appeared into their faces. Yeah, all of us. We met a few minutes ago. Oh, I hear now that Sam Samway. Do I know the voice to go on in presently? But I say, William Samway whispered. Have you heard this strange tale. With that about Sergeant Troy being seen? You being soul, says Mulberry. Also lowering his voice. I in Casterbridge. Yes, I have. Laban told me to handle it to me. But no, I don't think it. Out comes Laban himself. I believe a footstep drew near Laban. Yes, did I said told. Have you heard any more about that? No, said told. Joining the group. And I'm inclined to think we better keep quiet. If so beat is not true to Fluria, and do a much harm to repeat it. And so beat is true to do no good, to full store her time of trouble. God said that it might be a lie. For though Henry Frey, and some of them do speak against her, she's never been anything but fair to me. She's hot and hasty, but she's a brave girl who never tell a lie. However much the truth may armor. And have no cause to wish her evil. She never do tell women's little lies. That's true, and is a thing that can be said of very few. I all arm, she thinks. She says to your face. There's nothing underhand with her. They stood silent. Then every man busied with his own thoughts, during which the interval, sounds of merriment could be heard within. Then the front door again opened. The rays streamed out. The well-known form of Baldwood was seen. In the rectangular area of illumination, the door closed, and the Baldwood walked slowly down the path. His master, one of the men, whispered as he neared them, "We better stand quiet. He'll go in again directly. He would think it unseemly of us to be louder in here." Baldwood came on. And passed by the men without seeing them, paving under the bush on the grass. He paused, leant over the gate, and breathed a long breath. They heard low words come from him. "I hope to God shall come. Oh, this darkness will be nothing but misery to me. Oh, my darling. My darling, why do you keep me in suspense like this?" He said this to himself. They all distinctly heard it. Baldwood remained silent after that. The noise from indoors was again just audible, until a few minutes later, Radiant's wheels could be distinguished. Coming down the hill. They drew nearer and ceased at the gate. Baldwood hastened back to the door and opened it. And the brightness shone upon Bathsheba coming up the path. Baldwood compressed his emotion to mere welcome. The men marked her luminosity, laugh, and apology. As she met them, he took her into the house, and the door closed again. "Gracious heaven, I didn't know it was like that with him," said one of the men. "I thought how fancy. This was all long ago. You don't know much of the master. If you thought that," said Samway, "I wouldn't. He should know. We heard what I said for the world from after third. I wish we had told of the report at once." The first and Isley continued. "More I may come of this than we know of. Poor Mr. Baldwood will be hard upon him. I wish Troy was in well. God forgive me for such a wish. A scoundrel to play a poor way. Such tricks. Nothing has prospered in Weatherbray since he came here. And now I have no art to go in. Let's look into Warren's for a few minutes. First show us neighbors. Samway Tall. And Smallberry. Agreed to go to Warren's and went out of the gate. The remaining ones entering the house, the three soon drew near the Mold House, approaching it from the adjoining orchard. And not by way of the street. The pane of glass was illuminated. As usual, Smallberry was a little in advance of the rest. When pausing, he turned suddenly to his companions and said, "See there. The illumination from the pane was now perceived to be shining. Not upon the ivied wall as usual. But upon some object close to the glass. It was a human face. "Let's come closer," whispered Samway, and they approached on tiptoe. There was no disbelieving the report any longer. Troy's face was almost close to the pane, and he was looking in. Not only was he looking in, but he appeared to have been arrested by a conversation, which was in progress in the Malthouse. The voices of the interlocutors. Being those of Oak and the Mulster. The spree is all in her honor. ISN single quotes T at hay. So the old man, although he may believe it, is only keeping up a Christmas. "I cannot say," replied Oak. "Old is true in our faith I cannot understand. Farmer Bold would been such a fool at this time of his life. Is the O and handcuffed a thick woman in the way I do. And she not care about." The men, after recognizing Troy's features, withdrew across the orchard as quietly as they had come. The air was big with Bathsheba's fortunes tonight. Every word everywhere concerned her. When they were quite out of earshot, all by one instinct paused. "Gave me quite a turn his face," said Tall, breathing. "And so it did me," said Samway. "What's to be done? I don't see that there's any business of ours." Small Bery murmured dubiously. "But as she's a thing which is everybody's business," said Samway. "We know very well that master's on a wrong track. And that she's quite in the dark. And we should let him know at once. Maybe you know her best. You better go and ask to speak to her." "I ain't fit for any such thing," said Labor nervously. "I should think William ought to do it. If anybody, he's the oldest. I should have nothing to do with it." Said Smallberry. "Does a ticklish business altogether. I'll go on to her himself in a few minutes. You'll see. We don't know that he will come. Leban. Very well, if I must, I suppose." Tor reluctantly answered, "What must I say? Just ask to see Master. Oh no, I can't speak to Mr. Baldwood. If I tell anybody, it will be Mistress. Very well said, Samway." Laban then went to the door. When he opened it, the hum of bustle rolled out as a wave upon the still strand. The assemblage being immediately inside the hall, and was deadened to a murmur as he closed it again. Each man waited intently and looked around at the dark treetops, gently rocking against the heavens and occasionally shivering in a slight wind. As if he took interest in the scene, which neither did. One of them began walking up and down, and then came to where he started from. And stopped again. With a sense that walking was a thing not worth doing. Now, I should think that Layla must have seen Mistress. By this time, said Smallberry, breaking the silence. "Perhaps you won't come and speak to him." The door opened. Tall appeared and joined them. "Well said, both. I didn't like to ask for her. After all they've been faulted out. They were all in such a stir, trying to put a little spirit into the party. Somehow the fun seems to hang fire, though everything's there that a heart can desire, and I couldn't for my soul interfere and throw damp upon it. If just to save my life I couldn't, I suppose we better go in all together," said Samway gloomily. "Perhaps I may have a chance of saying a word to Master." So the men entered the hall, which was the room selected and arranged for the gathering. Because of its size, younger men and maids were at last just beginning a dance, but Sheba had been perplexed how to act. But she was not much more than a slim young maid herself, and the weight of stateliness sat heavy upon her. Sometimes she thought she ought not to have come under any circumstances. Then she considered what cold and kindness that would have been. And finally resolved upon the middle course of staying for about an hour only. And gliding off unobserved, having from the first made up her mind that she could on no account dance, sing, or take any active part in the proceedings. Her allotted hour having been passed. And chatting and looking on, but she be told lady not to hurry herself, and went to the small parlor to prepare for departure, which like the hall was decorated with holly and ivy and well lighted up. Nobody was in the room, but she had hardly been there a moment when the master of the house entered. "Mrs. Troy, you are not going," he said. "We've hardly begun. If you'll excuse me, I should like to go now." Her manner was restive, for she remembered her promise. And imagined what he was about to say. But as it is not late, she added, "I can walk home. And leave my man and lady to come when they choose. I've been trying to get an opportunity of speaking to you. Said you well would. You know perhaps what I long to say." That Sheba silently looked on the floor. "You do give it," he said. Equally what she whispered. "Now that's evasion. Why the promise? I don't want to intrude upon you at all. Or let it become known to anybody. But do give your word. A mere business compact, you know. Between two people who are beyond the influence of passion." Baldwin knew how false this picture was. As regarded himself, but he had proved that it was the only tone which she would allow him to approach her. "A promise to marry me. At the end of 5 years and 3/4. You owe it to me." "I feel that I do," said Bathsheba. "That is, if you demand it. But I am a changed woman, an unhappy woman, and not. You are still a very beautiful woman." SAIDBOLDWOOD. Honesty and pure conviction suggested the remark, and accompanied by any perception that it might have been adopted by blunt flattery. To soothe and win her. However, it had not much effect now, for she said in a passionless murmur, which was in itself a proof of her words, "I have no feeling in the matter at all. I don't at all know what is right to do in my difficult position, and I have nobody to advise me. But I give my promise if I must. I give it as the rendering of a debt, conditionally of course on my being widow. You'll marry me between 5 and 6 years hence. Don't press me too hard. I'll marry nobody else. But surely you will name the time. Well, there's nothing in the promise at all. Oh, I don't know. But Perry let me go. She said it wasn't beginning to rise. I'm afraid what to do. I want to be just to you. And to be that seems to be wronging myself. Perhaps it is breaking the commandments. There is considerable doubt of his death. And then it is dreadful. Let me ask a solicitor, Mr. Baldwood. If I ought or no, say the words dear one, and the subject will be dismissed. A blissful loving intimacy of 6 years, and then marriage but she must say them. He begged in a husky voice, unable to sustain the forms of mere friendship. Any longer promise yourself to me. I deserve it, indeed I do, for I have loved you more than anybody in the world. If I said hasty words, and showed uncalled for heat of manner towards you, believe me, dear, I did not mean to distress you. I was in agony, Bathsheba, and I did not know what I said. You wouldn't let a dog suffer what I have suffered. Could you but know it? Sometimes I shrink from your knowing, when I have felt for you. And sometimes I'm distressed at all of it. You never will know. Be gracious and give up a little to me, when I would give up my life for you. The trimmings of her dress as they quivered against the brightness showed how agitated she was, and at last she burst out crying. And you'll not press me about anything more if I say in 5 or 6 years. She sobbed when she had power to frame the words yes, then I'll leave it to time. Very well, if he does not return, I'll marry you in 6 years from this day, if we both live. She said solemnly, and you'll take this as a token from me. Baldwood had come close to her side, and now he clasped one of her hands in both of his own, and lifted it to his breast. What is it? Oh, I cannot wear a ring, she exclaimed on seeing what he held. Besides, I wouldn't have a soul know that it's an engagement. Perhaps it is improper, but besides, we are not engaged in the usual sense. Are we? Don't insist. Mr. Baldwood single quotes T. in a trouble of not being able to get her hand away from him. At once, she stamped passionately on the floor with one foot. And tears crowded to her eyes again. That it means simply a pledge, no sentiment. The seal of a practical compact, he said more quietly, but still retaining her hand in his firm grasp. Come now, and Baldwood slipped the ring on her finger. I cannot wear it, she said, weeping as if her heart would break. You frightened me almost so wild a scheme. Please let me go home, only tonight. Wear it just tonight, to please me. Bathsheba sat down in a chair and buried her face in a handkerchief. Though Bald would have kept her hand, yet at length, she said in a sort of hopeless whisper, Very well. Then I will tonight, if you wish it so earnestly. Now loosen my hand. I will indeed. I will wear it tonight, and it shall be the beginning of a pleasant, secret courtship of 6 years. With a wedding at the end. It must be, I suppose, since you will have it so, she said, fairly beaten into non-resistance. Baldwood pressed her hand and allowed it to drop in her lap. I'm happy now, he said. God bless you. He left the room, and when he thought she might be sufficiently composed, sent one of the maids to her. That she but cloaked the effects of the late scene. As best she could followed the girl, and in a few moments came downstairs with her hat and cloak on, ready to go. To get to the door. It was necessary to pass through the hall, and before doing so, she paused on the bottom of the staircase, which descended into one corner, to take a last look at the gathering. There was no music or dancing in progress just now. At the lower end, which had been arranged for the work folks, specially. A group conversed in whispers and with clouded looks. Baldwood was standing by the fireplace. And he too, though so absorbed in visions arising from her promise that he scarcely saw anything, seemed at that moment to observe their peculiar manner and their looks at scans. What is it you are in doubt about, man? He said. One of them turned and replied uneasily. It was a something Laban heard of, that's all, sir. News, anybody married or engaged? Born or dead? Inquired the farmer. Gayly. Tell it to us all. One more thing. From your looks and mysterious ways, that it was something very dreadful indeed. Oh no, sir. Nobody is dead. So tall. I wish somebody was, said Samway. Now whisper, what do you say? Samway. Asked forward somewhat sharply. If you have anything to say. Speak out, if not, get up another dance. Mrs. Choi has come downstairs. Said Sam. Wait at all. If you want to tell her, you better do it now. Do you know what they mean? The farmer asked Bathsheba across the room. I don't in the least, said Bathsheba. There was a smart rapping at the door. One of the men opened it instantly and went outside. Mrs. Troy is wanted, he said on returning. Quite ready, said Bathsheba, though I didn't tell him to send. "It's a stranger man," said the man by the door. "A stranger," she said. "Ask him to come in," said Baldwood. The message was given, and a Troy wrapped up to his eyes as we have seen him stood in the doorway. There was an unearthly silence, all looking towards the newcomer. Those who had just learned that he was in the neighborhood recognized him instantly. Those who did not were perplexed. Nobody noted that Sheba. She was leaning on the stairs. Her brow had heavily contracted. Her whole face was pallid. Her lips apart, her eyes rigidly staring at their visitor. Baldwood was among those who did not notice that he was. "Troy, come in." "Come in," he repeated, chiefly enjoying a Christmas speaker with a stranger. Troy next advanced into the middle of the room, took off his cap, turned down his coat collar, and looked Baldwood in the face. Even then Baldwood did not recognize that the impersonator of heaven's persistent irony towards him, but once before broken in upon his bliss scourged him and snatched his delight away, had come to do these things a second time. Troy began to laugh, a mechanical laugh. Baldwood recognized him now. Troy turned to Bathsheba. The poor girl's retardedness at this time was beyond all fancy honoration. She had sunk down on the lowest stair, and there she sat, her mouth blue and dry and her dark eyes fixed vacantly upon him as if she wondered whether it were not all a terrible illusion. Then Troy spoke. "Bathsheba, I come here for you." She made no reply. "Come home with me, come." But she removed her feet a little, but did not rise. Troy went across to her. "Come, madam. You hear what I say," he said, "Premptary." A strange voice came from a fireplace, a voice sounding far off and confined. As if from a dungeon. Hardly a soul in the assembly recognized the thin tones to be those of Baldwood's sudden despair transformed him. "Bathsheba, go with your husband." Nevertheless, she did not move. The truth was that Bathsheba was beyond the pale of activity, and yet not in a swoon. She was in a state of mental gutta serena. Her mind was for the minute totally deprived of luminosity, at the same time that no obscuration was apparent from without. Troy stretched out his hand to pull her towards him. When she quickly shrank back, this visible dread of him seemed to irritate Troy, and he seized her arm and pulled it sharply. Whether his grasp pinched her, whether his mere touch was the cause, was never known. But at the moment of his seizure, she arrived and gave a quick, low scream. The scream had been heard but a few seconds when it was followed by a sudden, deafening report that echoed through the room and stupefied them all. The oak partition shook with the concussion, and the place was filled with gray smoke. In bewilderment, they turned their eyes to Baldwood. At his back, as he stood before the fireplace, was a gun rack. As is usual in farmhouses, constructed to hold the guns. When Bathsheba had cried out in her husband's grasp, Baldwood's face of gnashing despair had changed. The veins had swollen. The frenzied look had gleamed in his eye. He had turned quickly, taken one of the guns, cocked it, and at once discharged it to Troy. Troy fell the distance apart. Of the two men was so small that the charge of shot did not spread in the least, but passed like a bullet into his body. He uttered a long guttural sigh. There was a contraction and extension. Then his muscles relaxed, and he lay still. Baldwood was seen through the smoke to be now again engaged with the gun. It was double-barreled, and he had meanwhile in some way fastened his handkerchief to the trigger, and with his foot on the other end was in the act of turning the second barrel upon himself. Samway, his man, was the first to see this, and in the midst of the general horror darted up to him. Baldwood had already twitched the handkerchief, and the gun exploded the second time, sending its contents by a timely blow from Samway into the beam which crossed the ceiling. Well, it makes no difference. Baldwood gasped. "There is another way for me to die." Then he broke from Samway, crossed the room to Bathsheba, and kissed her hand. He put on his hat, opened the door, and went into the darkness, nobody thinking of preventing him. Chapter 54. After the shock, Baldwood passed into the high road and turned in the direction of Casterbridge. Here he walked at an even, steady pace over Yellberry Hill, along the dead level beyond, mounted Mellstock Hill, and between 11 and 12 o'clock, crossed the moor into the town. The streets were nearly deserted now, and the waving lamp flames only lighted up rows of gray shop shutters and strips of white paving. Upon which his step echoed as he passed along. He turned to the right and halted before an archway of heavy stonework, which was closed by an iron-studded pair of doors. This was the entrance to the jail and over it a lamp was fixed, the luminosity enabling the wretched traveler to find a bell pull. The small wicket at last opened and a porter appeared. Baldwood stepped forward and said something in a low tone, when after a delay another man came. Baldwood entered, and the door was closed behind him. And he walked the world no more. Long before this time, Weatherbury had been thoroughly aroused. And the wild deed, which had terminated Baldwood's MERYMAKING. Became known to all of those out of the house. Oak was one of the first to hear of the catastrophe. And when he entered the room, which is about 5 minutes after Baldwood's exit, the scene was terrible. All the female guests were huddled, august against the walls like sheep in a storm, and the men were bewildered as to what to do. As for Bathsheba, she had changed. She was sitting on the floor beside the body of Troy, his head pillowed in her lap. Where she had herself lifted it with one hand, she held her handkerchief to his breast and covered the wound, though scarcely a single drop of blood had flowed, and with the other she tightly clasped one of his. The household convulsion had made her herself again. The temporary coma had ceased, and activity had come with the necessity for it. Deeds of endurance, which seem ordinary and philosophy are rare in conduct, and that Sheba was astonishing all around her now. For her philosophy was her conduct, and she seldom fought practical. What she did not practice, she was of the stuff of which great men's mothers are made. She was indispensable to high generation. Hated at tea parties. Feared in shops, and loved at crises. Troy recumbent in his wife's lap. Formed now the sole spectacle in the middle of the spacious room. Gabriel, she said automatically when he entered. Turning up, a face of which only the well-known lines remained. Tell him it was hers, or else. In the picture, having faded quite. Ride to Caspbridge instantly. For a surgeon it is, I believe, useless. But go. Mr. Boulder just shot my husband. The statement of the fact. In such quiet and simple words came with more force than a tragic declamation, and had somewhat the effect of setting the distorted images in each mind present into proper focus. Oak, almost before he had comprehended anything beyond the briefest abstract of the event, hurried out of the room, settled the horse, and rode away. Not till he had ridden more than a mile did it occur to him that he would have done better by sending some other man on this errand, remaining himself in the house. What had become of Baldwood? He should have been looked after. Was he mad? Had there been a quarrel? Then how had Troy got there? Where had he come from? How did this remarkable reappearance effect itself, when he was supposed by many to be at the bottom of the sea? Oak had in some measure being prepared for the presence of Troy by hearing a rumor of his return just before entering Baldwood's house. But before he had weighed that information, this fatal event had been superimposed. However, it was too late now to think of sending another messenger, and he rode on in the excitement of these self-inquiries, not discerning when about 3 miles from Casterbridge, a square-figured pedestrian passing along under the dark hedge in the same direction as his own, the miles necessary to be traversed, and other hindrances incidental to the lateness of the hour, and the darkness of the dusk delayed the arrival of Mr. Aldrich, the surgeon, and more than 3 hours passed between the time at which the shot was fired and that of his entering the house. Oak was additionally detained in Casterbridge through having to give notice to the authorities of what had happened, and he then found that Baldwood had also entered the town and delivered himself up in the meantime. The surgeon, having hastened into the hall at Baldwood's, found it in the darkness and quite deserted. He went on to the back of the house, where he discovered in the kitchen an old man. Fully made inquiries. "Oh, she's had him took away to her own house, sir," said his informant, "who has said the doctor, Mrs. Troy. I was quite dead, sir." This was astonishing information. She had no right to do that to the doctor. Don't have to be an inquest, and she didn't waited to know what to do. Yes, sir. It was hinted to her that she had better wait till the Lord was known, but she said Lavra was nothing to her, and she wouldn't let her dear husband's corpse by, neglected for folks to stare at. For all the crown is in England. Mr. Aldrich drove at once back again, up the hill to Bath Shibs. The first person he met was poor lady, who seemed literally to have dwindled smaller in these few latter hours. "What has been done?" he said. "I don't know, sir," said lady with suspended breath. "My mistress has done it all. Where is she?" "Upstairs with him, sir. When he was brought home and taken upstairs, she said she wanted no further help from the men. And then she called me and made me feel the bath, and after told me I'd better go and lie down because I looked so ill. Then she locked herself in the room alone with him and would not let a nurse come in or anybody at all. But I thought I'd wait in the next room in case she should want me. I heard her moving about inside for more than an hour, but she only came out once, and that was for more candles. Because hers was burnt down into a socket. She said we were to let her know when you or Mr. Thirdly came, sir. Oak entered with a person at this moment, and they all went upstairs together, preceded by Lady Smallberry. Everything was silent as the grave. When they paused on the landing. Lady knocked, and Bathsheba's dress was heard rustling across the room. The key turned in the lock, and she opened the door. Her looks were calm and nearly Richard. Like a slightly animated bust of Melpo Mani. "Oh, Mr. Ulrich, you've come at last," she murmured from her lips. Nearly, and threw back the door. "Ah. And Mr. Thirdly, well. All is done, and anybody in the world may see him now." She then passed by him. Crossed the landing and entered another room, looking into the chamber of death she had vacated. They saw by the brightness of the candles, which were on the drawers. A tall, straight shape lying at the further end of the bedroom. Wrapped in white. Everything around was quite orderly. The doctor went in, and after a few minutes, returned to the landing again, where Oak and the parsons still waited. "It is all done indeed, as she says," remarked Mr. Aldrich in a subdued voice. "The body has been undressed and properly laid out in grave clothes. Precious heavenly mere girl, she must have the nerve of a stomach. The heart of a wife," merely floated in a whisper about the ears of the three, and turning they saw Bathsheba in the midst of them. Then as if at that instant to prove that her fortitude had been more of will than a spontaneity, she silently sank down between them, and as a shapeless heap of drapery on the floor, the simple consciousness that superhuman strain was no longer required, but at once put a period to her power to continue it. They took her away into a further room, and the medical attendants, which had been useless in Troy's case, was invaluable in Bathsheba's, who fell into a series of fainting fits that had a serious aspect. For a time the sufferer was got to bed, and Oak, finding from the bulletins that nothing really dreadful was to be apprehended, on her score left the house. Lady kept watching that she was chamber, but she heard her mistress moaning and whispers through the dull, slow hours of that wretched dusk. "Oh, it is my fault. How can I live? Oh heaven, how can I live?" Chapter 5. The following March, Bathsheba boldwood. We pass rapidly on into the month of March, to a breezy day without sunshine. Frost or dew on Yalbury Hill. About midway between Weatherbury and Casterbridge. Where the turnpike road passes over the crest, and numerous concourse of people had gathered, the eyes of the greater number being frequently stretched to fire in northerly direction. The group consisted of a throne of idlers. A party of javelin men, and a trumpeters. And in the midst were carriages, one of which contained the high sheriff with the idlers, many of whom had mounted to the top of a cutting formed for the road with several Weatherbury men and boys, among others Pawgrass Cogan and Cane Ball. At the end of half an hour, a faint dust was seen in the expected quarter, and shortly after a traveling carriage bringing one of the two judges on the Western Circuit came up the hill and halted on the top. The judge changed carriages, whilst a flourish was blown by the big-cheeked trumpeters, and the procession being formed of the vehicles and javelin men. They all proceeded towards the town excepting the Weatherbury men, who as soon as they had seen the judge move off returned home again to their work. Joseph, the first see you squeezing close to the carriage, said, talking as they walked, "Did you notice my Lord Judge's face?" "I did," said poor Grass. "I looked hard at him as if I would read his very soul, and there was mercy in his eyes, or to speak with the exact truth required of us at this solemn time in the eye that was towards me." "Well, I hope for the best," said Corgan. "How bad that must be. However, I shall go to the trial, and I'd advise the rest of you that have been wanted to bow your way to disturb his mind more than anything to see us there staring at him as if he were a show." "The very thing I said this morning," observed Joseph. "Justice has come to weigh him in the balances. I said in my reflectious way, and if he's found wanting, so be unto him." And a bystander said, Herein a man who can talk like that ought to be heard, but I don't like dwelling upon it. For my few words are not much, though the speech of some men is room with a broad as though by nature formed for such so tez Joseph, and now neighbors. As I said, every man bode at home. The resolution was adhered to and all waited anxiously for the news next day. Their suspense was diverted, however, by a discovery which was made in the afternoon, throwing more illumination on Baldward's conduct and condition than any details which had preceded it, that he had been from the time of Greenhill Fair until a fatal Christmas Eve in excited and unusual moods, was known to those who had been intimate with him, but nobody imagined that they had shown in him unequivocal symptoms of mental derangement, which Bathsheba and Oak alone of all others, and at different times had momentarily suspected. In a locked closet was now discovered an extraordinary collection of articles. There were several sets of ladies' dresses in the piece, of sundry expensive materials, silks and satins, poplans and velvets, all of colors which from Bathsheba's style of dress might have been judged to be her favorites. There were 2 muffs, sable and ermine. Above all there was a case of jewelry, containing 4 heavy gold bracelets. And several lockets and rings, all of fine quality and manufacture. These things have been bought in Bath. And other towns from time to time. And brought home by stealth. They were all carefully packed in paper, and each package was labeled Bathsheba Baldwood, a date being subjoined 6 years in advance. In every instance, these somewhat pathetic evidences of a mind crazed with care and love, with a subject of discourse in Warren's Malthouse, when Oak entered from Castrbridge with tidings of the sentence. He came in the afternoon, and his face as the kill glow shone upon it told the tale sufficiently well. Baldwood, as everyone supposed he would, had pleaded guilty and had been sentenced to death. The conviction that Baldwood had not been morally responsible for his later acts now became general. Facts solicited previous to the trial had pointed strongly in the same direction, but they had not been of sufficient weight to lead to an order for an examination into the state of Baldwood's mind. It was astonishing now that a presumption of insanity was raised. How many collateral circumstances were remembered to which condition of mental disease seemed to afford the only explanation, among others, the unprecedented neglect of his corn stacks. In the previous summer, a petition was addressed to the Home Secretary advancing the circumstances which appeared to justify a request for a reconsideration of the sentence. It was not NUMEROUSLY signed by the inhabitants of CASTERBRIDGE. As usual in such cases, the Boulder never made many friends. Over the counter, the shops thought it very natural that a man who by importing direct from the producer had daringly set aside the first great principle of provincial existence, namely that God made country villages to supply customers to country towns, should have confused ideas about the DECALOGUE. The prompters were a few merciful men who had perhaps to feeling lie considered the facts latterly unearthed, and the result was that evidence was taken which it was hoped might remove the crime in a moral point of view out of the category of willful murder. Indeed, it to be regarded as a sheer outcome of madness. The upshot of the petition was waited for in Weatherbury with solicitors' interest, The execution had been fixed for 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning. About a fortnight after the sentence was passed, and up to Friday afternoon. No answer had been received. At that time, Gabriel came from Casterbridge Jail, where they had been to wish BOLDWOOD. Goodbye, and turned down Nearby Street to avoid the town. When past the last house, he heard a hammering, and lifting his bowed head, he looked back for a moment over the chimneys. He could see the upper part of the jail entrance, rich and glowing in the afternoon sun. And some figures were there. They were carpenters. Lifting a post into a vertical position within the parapet, he withdrew his eyes quickly and hastened on. It was dark when he reached home. And half the village was out to meet him. No tidings, Gabriel said wearily, and I'm afraid there's no hope. I've been with him more than 2 hours. Do you think he really was out of his mind when he did? It said Smallberry. Can single quotes T honestly say that I do? No replied. However, now we can talk of another time. That has there been any change in mistress this afternoon? Not at all. Is she downstairs? No. I'm getting on so nicely as she was too. She's been very little better now again than she was at Christmas. She keeps on asking if you become, and if there's news to one's weirdo. We're answering her. Should I go and say you've come? No, said Oak. There's a chance yet, but I couldn't stay in town any longer after seeing him. So Laban is here. ISN single quotes T he. Yes, said O. What have arranged is this. You shall ride to town the last thing tonight. Leave here about 9 and wait a while there. Getting home about 12. If nothing has been received by 11 tonight, they say there's no chance at all. I do so hope his life will be spared, said Lady. If it is not, she go out of her mind. Poor thing, her sufferings have been dreadful. She deserves anybody's pity. Is she all that much, said Cogan. If you haven't seen poor mistress since Christmas, you wouldn't know her, said Lady. Her eyes are so miserable that she's not the same woman. Only 2 years ago she was a romping girl, and now she's this. Laban departed as directed, and at 11 o'clock that dusk several of the villagers strolled along the road to Casterbridge and awaited his arrival, among them Oak and nearly all the rest of Bathsheba's men. Gabriel's anxiety was great that Boldwood might be saved. Even though in his conscience he felt that he ought to die. For there had been qualities in the farmer which Oak loved. At last, when they all were weary, the champ of a horse was heard in the distance. First dead as if on turf it trod. Then clattering on the village road. Another pace, then forth he ode. We shall soon know one way or other. Said Cogan. They all stepped down from the bank. In which they had been standing, into the road. And the rider pranced into the midst of them. Is that you, Laban? Said Gabriel. Yes. Just come. He's not to die to his confinement during Her Majesty's pleasure, I said Cogan with a swelling heart. God's above the devil yet. Chapter 56. Beauty in loneliness. After all, Bathsheba revived with the spring. The utter frustration that had followed, the low fever from which she had suffered. Diminished perceptibly. When all uncertainty upon every subject had come to an end. But she remained alone now for the greater part of her time. And stayed in the house. What furthest went into the garden. She shunned everyone, even Lady, and could be brought to make no confidences and to ask for no sympathy. As the summer drew on. She passed more of her time in the open air. And began to examine into farming matters. From sheer necessity, though she never rode out or personally superintendent. As at former times. One Friday dusk in August, she walked a little way along the road. And entered the village for the first time since the somber event of the preceding Christmas. None of the old color had as yet come to her cheek, and as absolute paleness. Was heightened by the jet black of her gown. Till it appeared pretty natural. When she reached a little shop. At the other end of the place, which stood nearly opposite to the churchyard. But she be heard singing inside the church, and she knew that the singers were practicing. She crossed the road, opened the gate, and entered the graveyard. The high sills of the church windows. Effectually, screening her from the eyes of those gathered within. A stealthy walk was to the nook. Wherein Troy had worked. At planting flowers upon Fanny Robin's grave, and she came to the marble tombstone, A motion of satisfaction and live in her face docked as she read the complete inscription. First came the words of Troy himself, erected by Francis Troy. In beloved memory of Fanny Robin, who died October 9, 18, aged 20 years. Underneath this was now inscribed in new letters. In the same grave lie the remains of the A-Force. Said Francis Troy, who died December 24th, 18. Aged 26 years. While she stood and read and meditated. The tones of the organ began again in the church. She went with the same illumination step round to the porch and listened. The door was closed. And the choir was learning a new hymn. Bathsheba was stirred by emotions which lastly she had assumed to be altogether dead within her. The little, attenuated voices of the children brought to her ear, and distinct utterance, the words they sang without thought or comprehension. Lead kindly brilliance, and made the encircling gloom lead Thamian. That she was feeling was always to some extent dependent upon her whim. As is the case with many other women. Something big came into her throat. And an uprising to her eyes, and she thought that she would allow the imminent tears to flow, if they wished they did flow, and plenty asleep. And one fell upon the stone bench beside her. Once that she had begun to cry, but she hardly knew what. She could not cleave off the crowding thought. She knew too well she would have given anything in the world to be as those children were, unconcerned at the meaning of their words, because too innocent to feel a necessity for any such expression. All the impassioned scenes of her brief experience seemed to revive with added emotion at that moment, and those scenes which had been without emotion during enactment had emotion then. Yet grief came to her rather as a luxury than as a scourge of former times. Owing to Bathsheba's face being buried in her hands, she did not notice a form which came quietly into the porch. And on seeing her first moved as if to retreat, and paused and regarded her. Bathsheba did not raise her head for some time, and when she looked around, her face was wet, and her eyes drowned and dim. Mr. Oak, exclaimed she, disconcerted. How long have you been here? A few minutes, ma. Single quotes and said Oak respectfully. Are you going in? Said Bathsheba. And they came from within the church as from a prompter. I loved the garish day in spite of fears. Pride ruled my will. Remember not past years. I was, said Gabriel. I'm one of the bass singers. You know I've sung bass for several months. Indeed, I wasn't aware of that. I'll leave you then, which I have loved long since and lost a while. Sang the children. Don't let me drive you away, mistress, sir. I think I won't go in tonight. Oh no, you don't drive me away. Then they stood in the state of some embarrassment, Bathsheba trying to wipe her dreadfully drenched and inflamed face. Without his noticing her at length. Oak said, I've not seen you. I mean spoken to you since ever so long have I. But he feared to bring distressing memories back, and interrupted himself with, were you going into church? No, she said. I came to see the tombstone privately. To see if they had cut the inscription as I wished. Mr. Oak, you need mind speaking to me if you wish to on the matter, which is in both our minds at this moment. And have they done it as you wish? Said Oak. Yes. Come and see it if you have not already. So together they went and read the tomb. 8 months ago. Gabriel moment when he saw the date seems like yesterday to me. And to me as if it were years ago. Long years, and I have been dead between. And I'm going home, Mr. Oak. Oak walked after her. I wanted to name a small matter to you. As soon as I could, he said with hesitation. Merely about business. And I think I may just mention it now, if you allow me. Oh yes, certainly it is that. I may soon have to give up the management of your farm. Mrs. Troy. Fact is, I am thinking of leaving England. Not yet, you know. Next spring. Leaving England, she said in surprise and genuine disappointment. Why, Gabriel. What are you going to do that for? Well, I've thought it best. Oak stammered out. California is the spot I've had in my mind to try, but it is understood everywhere that you're going to take problems to Baldwood's farm. On your own account. I've had the refusal of it. Just true, but nothing has settled yet, and I have reasons for giving up. I shall finish out my year there. As manager for the trustees, but no more. And what shall I do without you? Okay, but I don't think you wanted to go away. You've been with me so long, through bright times and dark times. Such old friends as we are. but it seems almost unkind. I had fancied that if you leased the other farmer's master, you might still give a helping look across at mine. And now going away, I would have willingly. Yet now that I am more helpless than ever you go away. Yes, that's the unfortunate of it. Said Gabriel in a distressed tone. And it is because of that very helplessness that I feel bound to go. Good afternoon, ma'am. Concluded in evident anxiety to get away, and at once went out of the churchyard. By a path she could follow on no pretense whatever. That Sheba went home. Her mind occupied with a new trouble, which being rather harassing and deadly. Was calculated to do good. By diverting her from the chronic bloom of her life. She was set thinking a great deal about Oak, and of his wish to shun her, and there occurred to Bathsheba several incidents of a later intercourse with him, which, trivial when singly viewed, amounted together to a perceptible disinclination. For her society. It broke upon her at length as a great pain, but her last. Old disciple was about to forsake her and flee. He who had believed in her and argued on her side, when all the rest of the world was against her. And at last, like the others. Become weary and neglectful of the old cause, and was leaving her to fight her battles alone. 3 weeks went on, and more evidence of his want of interest in her. Was forthcoming. She noticed that instead of entering the small parlor. Or office, where the farm accounts were kept and waiting, or leaving a memorandum. As he had hitherto done during her seclusion, Oak never came at all when she was likely to be there. Only entering at unseasonable hours, when her presence in that part of the house was least to be expected. Whenever he wanted directions, he sent a message or note. With neither heading nor signature. To which she was obliged to reply in the same, or fan style. Poor Bathsheba began to suffer. Now from the most torturing sting of all. A sensation that she was despised. The autumn wore away gloomily enough. And with these melancholy conjectures. And Christmas Day came, completing a year of her legal widowhood, and 2 years and a quarter of her life alone. On examining her heart. It appeared beyond measure strange that the subject of which the season might have been supposed suggestive event in the hall at Baldwoods. Was not agitating her at all. But instead an agonizing conviction that everybody absurd her for what she could not tell. And that Oak was the ringleader of the reconnaissance. Coming out of church that day, she looked around and hoped that Oak, whose bass voice she had heard, rolling out from the gallery overhead. In a most unconcerned manner, might a chance to linger in her path in the old way. There he was as usual, coming down the path behind her. But on seeing Bathsheba turn, he looked aside, and as soon as he got beyond the gate, and there was the veriest excuse for diversions. He made one and vanished. The next morning brought the culminating stroke. She had been expecting it long. It was a formal notice by letter from him that he should not renew his engagement with her for the following Lady Day. But Sheba actually sat and cried over this letter most bitterly. She was aggrieved and wounded that the possession of hopeless love from Gabriel. Which he had grown to regard as. Her inalienable right for life, should have been withdrawn just at his own pleasure. In this way, she was bewildered too by the prospect of having to rely on her own resources. Again, it seemed to herself that she never could. Again acquire energy sufficient to go to market. Barter and sell. Since Troy's death, Oak had attended all sales and fairs for her, transacting her business at the same time with his own. What should she do now? Her life was becoming a desolation. So desolate was Bathsheba this evening, that in an absolute hunger for pity and sympathy, and miserable, and that she appeared to have outlived the only true friendship she had ever owned. She put on her bonnet and cloak, and went down to Oak's house, just after sunset, guided on her way by the pale, primrose rays of a crescent lunar body a few days old. A lively fire illumination shone from the window. But nobody was visible in the room. She tapped nervously, and then thought it doubtful if it were right for a single woman to call upon a bachelor who lived alone, although he was her manager, as she might be supposed to call on business. Without any real impropriety, Gabriel opened the door, and the astral domain shone upon his forehead. Mr. Oak said that Sheba faintly. Yes, I am Mr. Oak. So Gabriel, who have I the honor? Oh, how stupid of me not to know you, mistress. I shall not be your mistress much longer. Shall I gave you, she said in pathetic tones. Well, no, I suppose. But come in ma single quotes am. And I'll get a brilliance. Oak replied with some awkwardness. No, not on my account. That is so seldom that I have a lady visitor that I'm afraid I have any proper accommodation. Will you sit down, please? Here's a chair, and there's one too. I am sorry that my chairs all have wood seats. And are rather hard, but I was thinking of getting some new ones. Oak, place 2 or 3 for her. They're quite easy enough for me. So down she sat, and down he sat. The fire dancing in their faces upon the old furniture. All Asheenan were long years. A handling that formed Oak's array of household possessions, which sent back a dancing reflection in reply. It was very odd to these 2 persons, who knew each other passing well, that the mere circumstance of their meeting in a new place and in a new way should make them so awkward and constrained in the land's or at her house. There had never been any embarrassment, but now that Oak could become the entertainer, their lives seemed to be moved back again to the days when they were strangers. You think it strange that I have come, but oh no, not at all. But I thought, Gabriel, I have been uneasy in the belief that I have offended you and that you're going away on that account. He grieved me very much, and I couldn't help coming. Offended me as if you could do that, Bashima. Have it I, she asked gladly. But what are you going away for else? Well, I'm not gonna emigrate. You know I wasn't aware that you would wish me not to when I told you, or I shouldn't have thought of doing it. He said simply, I've arranged for Little Weatherberry Farm. And shall have it in my own hands at Lady Day. You know I've had a share in it for some time. Still. That wouldn't prevent my attending to your business. As before. Hadn't it been that things have been said about us. What said best. Cheaper and surprise things said about you and me. What are they? Well, I cannot tell you. You'll be wiser if you were to. I think you played the part of mentor to me many times. I don't see why you should fear to do it now. Well, it is nothing that you have done this time. The top and tailor is this. But I'm sniffing about here. I'm waiting for Paul Baldwin's farm, with the thought of getting you someday. Getting me, what does that mean? Mariner v. him playing British. You asked me to tell, so you mustn't blame me. But Sheba did not look quite so alarmed, as if a cannon had been discharged by her ear. Which was what Oak could expected. Marrying me. I didn't know it was that you meant. She said quietly. Such a thing as that's too absurd. Too soon to think of by far. Yes. Of course it is too absurd. I don't desire any such thing. I should think that was plain enough by this time. And surely. Surely you be the last person in the world I think of. Marin. At single quotes as too absurd as you say. Too soon with the words I used. I must beg your pardon for correcting you. But you said too absurd, and so do I beg your pardon. She returned with tears in her eyes. Too soon was what I said. But it doesn't matter a bit. Not at all. But I only meant too soon. Indeed I don't, Mr. Oak, and you must believe me. Gabriel looked her long in the face. But the firelight being faint. There was not much to be seen. By Shiba, he said tenderly, and at surprise and coming closer. If I only knew one thing, whether you would allow me to love you and win you. And marry you after all. If I only knew that. But you never will know, she murmured. Why? Because you never asked. Said Gabriel with a low laugh of joyousness. My oh dear, you ought not to have sent me that harsh letter this morning, she interrupted. It shows you didn't care a bit about me, and you already desert me like all the rest of them. It was very cool of you, considering I was the first sweetheart that you ever had, and you were the first I ever had, and I shall not forget it. Now that Sheba was ever anybody so provoking, he said laughing. You know it was purely that I, as an unmarried man carrying on a business for you. As a very taking young woman, had a proper hard part to play. More particular. The people knew I had a sort of feeling for it, and I fancied from the way we were mentioned together that I might injure your good name. Nobody knows the heat and fret I've been caused by it. And was that all? Oh, how glad I am I came, she exclaimed thankfully as she rose from her seat. I thought so much more of you, since I fancied you did not want him to see me again. But I must be going now, or I should be missed. Why, Gabriel, she said with a slight laugh as they went to the door. "It seems exactly as if I'd come courting you. How dreadful." "And quite right to," said Oak. "I've danced at your skittish heels, my beautiful bassy. But for many a long mile and many a long day, and it is hard to begrudge me this one visit." He accompanied her up the hill, explaining to her the details of his forthcoming tenure of the other farm. They spoke very little of their mutual feelings, pretty phrases and warm expressions, being probably unnecessary, between such tried friends. Theirs was that substantial affection which arises, if any arises at all, when the two who are thrown together, begin first, by knowing the rougher sides of each other's character, and not the best till further on. The romance growing up in the inner surfaces of a massive, hard prosaic reality, this good fellowship camaraderie, usually occurring through similarity of pursuits, that is unfortunately seldom superrated to love between the sexes, because men and women associate not in their labors, but in their pleasures merely where, however happy circumstance permits its development, the compounded feeling proves itself to be the only love which is strong as death. That love which many waters cannot quench, nor the floods drown, beside which the passion, usually called by the name, is evanescent as steam. Chapter 5:7. A foggy darkness and morning conclusion. The most private secret, plainest wedding that is possible to have. Those have been Bathsheba's words to Oak one evening, sometime after the event of the preceding chapter. And he meditated a full hour by the clock. Upon how to carry out her wishes. To the letter. A license, oh yes. It must be a license, he said to himself. At last. Very well then, first a license. On a dark dusk a few days later, Oak came with mysterious steps from the surrogate store. In Casterbridge on the way home, he heard a heavy tread in front of him. And overtaking the man found him to be Cogan. They walked together into the village, until they came to a little lane behind the church, leading down to the cottage of Lebanon. Tor had lately been installed as clerk of the parish, and was yet in mortal terror at church on Sundays. When he heard his lone voice, among certain hard words of the Psalms, with a no man ventured to follow him. Well, good night, Corbin said. Oak, I'm going down this way. Oh, so Corbin surprised. What's going on tonight, then make so bold? Mr. Oak seemed rather ungenerous, not to tell Cogan. Under the circumstances. For Cogan had been true as steel. All through the time of Gabriel's unhappiness. About Bathsheba, and Gabriel said. You can keep a secret, Cogan. You've proved me, and you know. Yes, I have, and I do know. Well then, mistress, and I mean to get married tomorrow morning. Heaven's high tower, and yet I thought of such a thing from time to time. True, I have, but keeping it so close, well, there's no concern of mine, and I wish you joy ever. Thank you, Cogan, but I assure you that this great hush is not what I wish for at all. Or either of us would have wished, if it hadn't been for certain things that would make a gay wedding seem hardly the thing, as she has a great wish that all the parish will not be in church. Looking at her, she's shy-like and nervous about it. In fact, so I'll be doing this to humor her. I see quite right to, I suppose I must say. And you'll be now going down to the clock. Yes, you may as well come with me. I'm afraid. Your labor and keeping it close will be thrown away. Says Cooking as they walked along. Labatal's old woman. Will horn over the parish in half an hour. Oh, so she will, upon my life. And I thought of that, said opposing. Well, I must tell him tonight. I suppose for his working so far off and leaves early. I'll tell you how we could tackle her. Said Cogan. He'll knock and ask to speak to Laban outside the door. You stand in the background. Then he'll come out and you can tell your tale. She never guess what I went in for, and I'll make up a few words about a farm, work as a blind. The scheme was considered feasible. And Cogan advanced boldly and rapped at Mrs. Tall's door. Mrs. Tall herself opened it. I want to have a word with Laban. He's not at home and won't be this side of 11 o'clock. He's been forced to go with a yellberry. Since shutting out work, I shall do quite as well. I hardly think you will let stop a moment and Corgan stepped around the corner of the porch. To consult Oak. "Who's the other man?" then said Mrs. Tall. "Only a friend." Said Corgan. "Say he's wanted to meet mistress near church hatch. Tomorrow morning at 10." Said Oak in a whisper, "that he must come without fail. Wear his best clothes. The clothes or floors are safe as houses. So Corgan, I can't be helped." Said Oak, "Tell her." So Corgan delivered the message. "Mine had a wet blower, snowy, must come out of Jan. It is very particular indeed. Fact is to witness her sign some law work about taking shares, when the farmer for a long span of years there. That's what it is. And now I've told you. Mother told. In a way I shouldn't have done if I hadn't loved you. So hopeless well." Corbin retired before she could ask any further. And next they called at the vicar's, in a manner which excited no curiosity at all. Then Gabriel went home and prepared for the moral. "Lady," said Bathsheba, "but I'm going to bed that twilight. I want you to call me at 7 o'clock tomorrow. In case I shouldn't wake. But you always do wake before then, Mum. Yes. But I have something important to do, which I'll tell you when the time comes, and it's best to make sure." But Sheba, however, awoke voluntarily, but for nor could Sheba only can sleep again about 6. Being quite positive that her watch had stopped during the darkness, she could wait no longer. She went and tapped at Lady's door, and after some labor awoke her. "But I thought it was I who had to call you," said the bewildered lady, "and it isn't 6 yet." "Indeed it is. How can you tell such a story, lady? I know it must be ever so much past 7. Come to my room as soon as you can. I want you to give my hair a good brushing." When Lady came to Bathsheba's room, her mistress was already waiting. Lady could not understand this extraordinary promptness. "Whatever is going on, Mom?" She said. "Well, I'll tell you." Said Bathsheba, with a mischievous smile in her bright eyes. "Farmer Oak is coming here to dine with me today. Farmer Oak and nobody else." "You two alone?" "Yes. But is it safe, ma?" Single quotes and after what's been said. Master companion dubiously. "A woman's good name is such a pashable article." That she be laughed with a flushed cheek and whispered in Lydia's ear, although there was nobody present. Then Lydia stared and exclaimed, "Souls alive, what news? It makes my heart go quite bumpity bump. It makes mine." While the furious said Bathsheba, "However, there's no getting out of it now. It was a damp, disagreeable morning. Nevertheless, at 20 minutes to 10 o'clock, Oak came out of his house and went up the hillside. With that sort of stride a man puts out when walking. In search of a bride, and knocked at Bathsheba's door. 10 minutes later, a large and smaller umbrella might have been seen, moving from the same door. And through the mist along the road to the church. The distance was not more than a quarter of a mile, and these two sensible persons deemed it unnecessary to drive. An observer must have been very close indeed. Discover that the forms under the umbrellas were those of Oak and Bathsheba. Arm in arm for the first time in their lives. Oak in a great coat extended to his knees, and Bathsheba in a cloak that reached her cloaks. Yet those so plainly dressed, there was a certain rejuvenated appearance about her. As though a rose should shut and be a bud again. Repose had again incarnadigned her cheeks. And having at Gabriel's request. Arranged her hair this morning, as she had worn it years ago on Northam Hill. She seemed in his eyes remarkably like the girl of that fascinating dream. Which, considering that she was now only 3 or 4 and 20, was perhaps not very wonderful. In the church were tall lady and the person. And in a remarkably short space of time, the deed was done. That sat down. Very quietly to tea in Bathsheba's parlor. In the twilight of the same day, for it had been arranged that Farmer Oak should go there to live. Since he had as yet neither money, house nor furniture worthy. Of the name, though he was on a sure way towards them. Whilst Bathsheba was comparatively in a plethora of all three. Just as Bathsheba was pouring out a cup of tea, their ears were greeted by the firing of a cannon. Followed by. What seemed like a tremendous blowing of trumpets. In the front of the house. Fair, said Oak, laughing. I knew those further up to summon, but the look on their faces. Oak took up the brightness and went into the porch. Followed by Bathsheba with a shawl over her head. The rays fell upon a group of male figures, gathered upon the gravel in front. Who when they saw the newly married couple in the porch. Set up a loud hurrah. And at the same moment. Bang again went the cannon in the background. Followed by a hideous clang of music from a drum. Tambourine, clarinet, serpent, oh boy, tenor, and double bass. The only remaining relics of the true and original Weatherbury band, venerable worm-eaten instruments, which are celebrated in their own persons. The victories of Marlborough. Under the fingers of the forefathers. Of those who played them now. The performers came forward and marched up to the front. Those bright boys Mark. Clark and Jan are at the bottom of all this. Said Oak, come in, souls, and have something to eat and drink with me and my wife. Not tonight, said Mr. Clark. With evident self-denial. Thank you all the same, but we'll call it a more seemly time. However, we couldn't think of letting the day pass. Without a note of admiration. Of some sort. If he could send a drop of summit down to Warren's. Why, so does here's long life and happiness to neighbor. Oak and his comely bride. Thank you all. Said Gabriel. A bed in the drop should be sent to Warren's for you. At once I had thought we might very likely get a salute of some sort of my old friends, and I was saying so to my wife. But now, Faith, say Cogan in a critical tone. Turning to his companions. The man have learned to say my wife in a wonderful, natural way, considering how very useful he is in wedlock. As yet he neighbors all. I never heard of skillful old married fellow, 20 years, stand and pipe my wife in a more used note than he did. So Jacob Smallberry. It might have been a little more true to nature if he'd spoken it a little chillier, but that wasn't to be expected just now. The improvement will come with time. Said Jam, twirling his eye. Then Oak laughed and Bathsheba smiled, for she never laughed readily now. And their friends turned to go. Yes, I suppose that's the size of it. Said Joseph Polegrass with a cheerful sighs. They moved away, and I wish him joy. Her forever, once or twice upon saying the day, with holy Hosea, in my scripture manner, which is my second nature. He frame is joined to idols. Let him alone. But since this has this, why it might have been worse, and I feel my thanks accordingly.